Chapter 243. Xiao Han knew very well that he could rely on the strange demon egg in his heart to sense the demonic aura at any time. Any disguise of the demons would be exposed. At the same time, Xiao Han also knew that any demon would be able to sense the aura of the demon egg. It seemed that the demon egg had a fatal attraction to the demons. Be it the North Mystic Demon Emperor, Qinglin Demon Emperor, or the Green Dragon Demon Emperor, they had all acutely sensed that there was an extraordinary and precious secret embedded in Xiao Han's body. It made them want to covet it. Therefore, as long as Xiao Han got a little closer to the Green Dragon Demon Emperor, he would be targeted by it. There was no way to avoid it. There was nowhere to hide. I can only risk my life and fight. Xiao Han was well aware of the current situation. He had to face a super great demon at its peak alone. The danger and the omen of disaster were not known to outsiders. As he thought about it, Xiao Han was already welcomed by a large number of tribesmen of the withered stone tribe like stars surrounding the moon. He officially entered the small, picturesque tribe that was full of fruits and vegetables. While Xiao Han casually dealt with the tribesmen who were kept in the dark by the Green Dragon Demon Emperor, he kept his eyes and ears open. The demon egg in his heart was trying its best to sense the demonic aura in all directions. This place was indeed very beautiful, with vermilion railings, white stones, green trees, and clear streams. It was truly a place where people could not be found. If it wasn't for the Green Dragon Demon Emperor, Xiao Han would be very happy to stay here for a period of leisure and carefree life. Friend from afar, please have a taste of the beautiful fruits of the withered stone tribe. An old man plucked an apple-shaped fruit from the colorful fruit forest and handed it to Xiao Han politely. Xiao Han took the fruit and took a bite. He only felt that the sweet water from a sweet spring suddenly surged and filled his mouth. It was simply delicious and indescribable. At this moment, boom 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 boom, the demon egg in Xiao Han's heart suddenly sped up as it sensed the extremely strong and evil demonic aura. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han, I can't believe that you're still alive. That's great. That's great. This crown prince has always opposed royal father's stubbornness and arbitrary actions. I tried to persuade him time and time again to let you go, but he still. But, Xiao Han, this crown prince saw you being imprisoned in the totem's resting place with my own eyes. Why are you still standing here, perfectly fine? It's really puzzling, a hearty and natural voice rang out. His words were meaningful and could immediately make people have a good impression of him. Xiao Han looked up and saw the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, who was dressed like a Confucian scholar, striding over. Its entire body was bathed in holy light, and its eyes shone brightly. Its gaze encompassed and forgave all living things. It was simply like a saint. Her face was as bright as a pearl or jade. It was very gentle, making people want to get close to it. TSK, this fellow's disguise is too perfect. No wonder he was able to deceive so many people. Even Li Fanming, an ancient giant, was easily fooled by him. Xiao Han laughed coldly in his heart. However, he was really nervous, and he was secretly accumulating and condensing all the power in his body to ensure that he could erupt with his strongest attack at any time. Ah, hello, Crown Prince Tsang Yun. Xiao Han also pretended to smile. I heard that Crown Prince Tsang Yun often stays in the withered stone tribe. How should I put it? Back in the palace, Crown Prince Tsang Yun pleaded for me, and I am very grateful. Moreover, Crown Prince Tsang Yun is very handsome, and I admire him very much. This time, when I passed by the withered stone tribe, I specially came over to pay a visit. I want to once again admire Crown Prince Tsang Yun's peerless demeanor. Oh. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor looked into the depths of Xiao Han's eye sockets with a playful look, and a faint demonic light bloomed in his eyes. Now that he was alone with Xiao Han, and there was no super demon like Li Fanming by his side, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was not too cautious. Xiao Han was not worthy of his attention at all. Moreover, as he faced Xiao Han, he increasingly felt that there was an inexplicable and fatal attraction in Xiao Han's body, which made him feel an itch that he could not scratch. He could not wait to cut open Xiao Han's stomach to see what was going on, or simply swallow Xiao Han. Xiao Han, my little friend, how exactly did you escape from prison? Please tell me. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor smiled faintly. This. Xiao Han couldn't help but touch his nose. Crown Prince Song Yun, it seems that you haven't returned to the Heavenly Dragon Empire for a few months. To be honest, some drastic changes have taken place in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Oh. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was stunned. Yes. Not long after I was thrown into the resting place of the totem, a group of demons came to my rescue a few hours later. There were a few ancient giants, and a few ancient giants. However, they did not come to rescue me, but for the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. These super demons swore to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor and would not return empty-handed. Hee hee. Crown Prince Song Yun, you probably haven't seen the methods of the ancient giants. I only saw a few ancient giants killing the pure-blooded swan and the pure-blooded heavenly dragon with a flick of their fingers. TSK, they killed them with a flick of their fingers. It would be a piece of cake for an expert of that level to deal with the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. It's as easy as picking up grass, don't you think so, Crown Prince Song Yun? Xiao Han spoke without thinking. What? The ancient giants who are ranked on the demon ranking? Upon hearing this, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's expression changed abruptly, and his facial features seemed to have shifted. This. How is this possible? They're all old antiques who don't show themselves to the world, and their combat strength is not inferior to the great Demon Emperor. How? How could they come out to chase after, kill the Demon Emperor? Clearly, Xiao Han's nonsense had given the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor a great shock. Xiao Han saw cold sweat seeping out of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's forehead. Hee hee. This fellow seems to have almost been scared to death by me. Xiao Han continued, secretly feeling pleased. The ancient giants have descended. That's absolutely true. Crown Prince Song Yun, let me tell you, those ancient giants are simply awe-inspiring. When they found out that Li Fanming had betrayed me to Song Yun, they were all furious and punished Li Fanming on the spot. They punished him to eat sh*t, so they ordered someone to find a few buckets of sh*t for Li Fanming to eat on the spot. TSK, Li Fanming dared not say anything even though he was angry. He ate sh*t one mouthful at a time, frowning and with tears in his eyes. I'm so happy to see that. Ha 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 ha. This. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was completely dumbfounded. He stared at Xiao Han with a doubtful look in his eyes. Immediately after, he said hurriedly. Forget it, my little friend Xiao Han, come, let me talk to you alone. I have a huge secret that I want to share with you. Oh. Xiao Han's heart tightened. I want to have a long talk with my little friend Xiao Han. Don't disturb us. Disperse and go back to work. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor instructed the tribesmen in all directions. Everyone in the tribe worshipped the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor like a god. Naturally, no one dared to disobey any of his wishes. They immediately retreated in all directions. My little friend Xiao Han, please follow me. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor said to Xiao Han, sounding a little impatient. Phew, Xiao Han exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and a fighting spirit was brewing in his heart. Before this, some of the schemes and dangerous moves that he had been thinking about were now being deliberated and pondered over again. I wonder what important secret Crown Prince Song Yun has to share with me. Xiao Han's lips twitched slightly, and he didn't refuse at all. He followed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor and walked deeper into the tribe. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was in front, and Xiao Han was behind. One human and one demon, one in front and one at the back, walked at full speed. Xiao Han took a quick glance and realized that the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's shoulders were twitching subconsciously. He seemed to be very excited, exuding a sense of eagerness. Seems like he's eager to eat me. Xiao Han was well aware of it. Behind him, a demonic light flashed between his eyebrows. All of a sudden, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's body seemed to have become transparent, allowing Xiao Han to clearly see the intertwining demonic veins in the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's body. Every demonic vein was like a mountain ridge, a spirit vein, and an ancient evil dragon that was filled with destructive demonic power. This is definitely going to be a tough battle. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is too powerful. He's stronger than Qing Lin Demon Emperor, stronger than the Great Sun Emperor, and even stronger than me. Can I, Xiao Han, defeat him this time and forcefully go against the heavens? Xiao Han's thoughts were fluctuating. On the eve of the battle, he was completely nervous. All of a sudden, Xiao Han discovered. What? 9,999 demonic veins. Unbelievable. In the past 2 months, this great demon is only one demonic vein away from mutating. Once it mutates, it'll be a disaster for the human world. Xiao Han, my little friend, your emotions suddenly fluctuated a little. Heh, what's wrong? Suddenly, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor turned around and glanced at Xiao Han with an extremely demonic expression. His tone was filled with excitement and agitation, and his throat was moving slightly as he swallowed his saliva. His expression was like that of a glutton seeing delicious food, a drunkard seeing fine wine, or a lecher breaking into the boudoir of a rich lady. It's nothing. Xiao Han forced himself to calm down. Oh. All right, my little friend Xiao Han, we're here. No one will disturb us here. I can tell you a huge secret. Ha ha ha. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's tones suddenly became extremely strange, and there was a hint of hysteria in his eyes. Xiao Han looked up and realized that he was in a Hami melon forest in the depths of the tribe. There was a huge open space in the forest that was covered with green grass, but there were no fruit trees. In the open space, there were a few piles of scorched earth that were as tall as a mountain, and there was also a lonely cold stone house. The demonic light between Xiao Han's eyebrows flashed again, and he immediately pierced through the space. He saw that there was a large black fruit forest hidden behind the scorched earth mountains not far away. It was overflowing with demonic chi, and there were many black fruits. The skin of each black fruit was covered with mysterious, ancient, and evil demon words. There seemed to be a primordial demon venerable hibernating in each black fruit. It's the Heavenly Wilderness Demon Fruit Forest. The Heavenly Wilderness Demon Fruit Forest that the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor secretly planted here. It's the source of mutation that the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is looking for. Xiao Han suddenly understood. All of a sudden. Buzz 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 buzz. The tattoo on the Demon Emperor's palm on Xiao Han's left arm trembled and released a hungry signal. No. Tens of thousands of dried demon meridians and 3 Demon Emperor crystals on the Demon Emperor's palm released a greedy desire at the same time. The Demon Monarch palm on my left arm, the withered demon veins that have lost their demonic power, and the 3 gem-like Demon Emperor crystals have all sent out strong signals that they covet the Heavenly Desolation Demon Fruit and are determined to get it. As long as I get these Heavenly Wilderness Demon Fruits, I'll definitely be able to replenish my demonic power instantly. As long as my demonic power is effectively replenished, I'll be able to release the illusionary movement, Heavenly Demon Godly Investiture, and Apocalyptic Demon Saber. Together with the power of my flesh shell, it's not impossible for me to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. I, Xiao Han, want to kill the Demon Emperor. I want to complete this almost heaven-defying mission. Not only will I be able to refine the demonic corpse of this Demon Emperor and obtain the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal, but I'll also be able to earn 1,000,000 contribution points. Xiao Han's heart was completely filled with passion. This Heavenly Wilderness Demon Fruit Forest has been shielded and hidden by the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor using a special method. Ordinary people won't be able to see through it, but it can't escape my demonic eyes. I'm too far away from the Heavenly Wilderness Demon Fruit Forest now, so I can't absorb the demon fruits to nourish my demon meridians. I need to get closer, a little closer. I need to pick the Heavenly Wilderness Demon Fruits with my own hands. Xiao Han quietly walked towards the Heavenly Wilderness Demon Fruit Forest that was hidden in the gap between the space. Alright, Xiao Han, stop right there, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor said with a creepy smile that sent chills down one's spine. I'll tell you a secret now. No one in the entire Heavenly Dragon Empire knows about this secret. He. I'll tell you now. If I'm not mistaken, the secret you want to tell me is that the real Prince Tsanyun's brain has been sucked dry by you. Now, you're using the human skin of Prince Tsanyun to deceive people, right? Green Dragon Demon Emperor. Since things had come to this, Xiao Han directly revealed the crux of the matter. Oh. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was shocked. You know about it? I didn't expect you to see through my true identity. That's unbelievable. Even Li Fanming, who's ranked on the Demon Hero ranking, couldn't find any clues. However, a small fry like you managed to see through me. Interesting, very interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, boom. 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 Glazed demonic chi burst out of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's body and completely sealed the area. The demonic chi formed a light shield that covered Xiao Han and the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, causing the people outside to be unable to see what was happening inside the light shield. I knew that you're the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor the first time I saw you. I have to say, you've taken a pill that can shield your demonic chi. Even an experienced demon hero like Li Fanming was deceived by you. However, you can't deceive me. Xiao Han took a deep breath and was no longer in a hurry to get close to the heavenly wilderness demonic fruit forest. He knew that it was a matter of life and death, and he had to be on his guard without being distracted. Otherwise, he might be taken advantage of by the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor and be at a disadvantage. Xiao Han took 3 steps back and the power in his body surged like a tidal wave as he glared at the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. However, Xiao Han had yet to remove the seal of the Spirit Turtle Genuine Qi, causing his aura to seem extremely weak. He was trying to confuse the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor so that he could launch his strongest attack at the right time. Ha 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 ha. It seems like you really have a huge secret. It must be related to the demon race. If I get my hands on this secret, I'll soar to the sky. Rise suddenly. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, I've awakened 99,999 demonic meridians and it's the critical moment of my mutation. Initially, it would take a lot of accumulation to awaken the 100,000th demonic meridian with the heavenly wilderness demon fruit forest. It's not that easy. In the end. Ha 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 ha. The great demon god has actually sent such a fortuitous encounter to this emperor. In that case, this emperor can only kindly accept it. Ha 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 ha. After I mutate, I won't forget your contribution. When the time comes, I'll burn some joss paper for you to reward your soul. Ha 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 ha. Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. I'm going to beat you up today. Die. While the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was getting carried away, Xiao Han suddenly released all the power in his body. All of a sudden, the terrifying roars of tens of thousands of beasts sounded from his body. It was as if there were primordial pure-blooded ferocious beasts descending from the sky. Xiao Han struck the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor with his palm. The terrifying power of 14 million cauldrons exploded at once. The palm was earth-shattering, breaking the ancient times and making him the most powerful. Between Xiao Han's 5 fingers were the roars of the pure-blooded Swanni and pure-blooded heavenly dragons. Absolute power surged out, causing the airflow in all directions to distort, collapse, and cave in. Xiao Han made a desperate attack and wanted to beat the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor to death. Chapter 244. Xiao Han was in an extremely dangerous situation as he had completely fallen out with the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. The human and the demon were eyeing each other and they would not rest until one of them was dead. Xiao Han made the first move and attacked brazenly. He punched out, causing the mountains and rivers to fall as he attacked the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Before this, Xiao Han had been concealing his strength. Not only did the Spirit Turtle True Qi seal his true Qi tightly, even the power of his body was restrained, making it impossible for others to see how strong he was. Now that he had unleashed his full power, his strength, battle intent, killing intent, and fighting spirit were all at their peak. His aura was enough to suppress ghosts and deities. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's pupils constricted. Obviously, he did not expect Xiao Han's strength to be so violent. In the blink of an eye. Boom! The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor also threw a palm attack. There was no fancy technique in the palm attack. Just like Xiao Han's battle technique, it was a head-on collision. The power of a casual palm attack from the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was more than 10 million ding, which was not inferior to Xiao Han's. It could destroy heaven and earth and penetrate the earth meridians. Boom! 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 Endless airflow collapsed and light became distorted. Bang! The human and the demon clashed head-on with a punch and a palm attack. Whoosh! A giant mushroom cloud rose between the human and the demon before it exploded, causing the void to crack inch by inch. It was a ghastly sight. Pfft, the ground under their feet was also sinking. Huge cracks spread in all directions, causing smoke and dust to billow. The human and the demon both took a few steps back. They stood still. This Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is so powerful. Even when I attacked with a strength of 14 million ding, I still couldn't defeat him. His demonic body is like a pillar that can support the heavens and the earth. A casual strike from him is like a thunderbolt. Xiao Han stared at the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, not daring to relax or be distracted at all. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor had opened 99,999 demonic meridians. If each demonic meridian contained 100 cauldrons of strength, his pure strength would only be around 10 million cauldrons. He was slightly weaker than Xiao Han, but he was still an advanced demon emperor. His demonic body. It was as deep as the sea. It had a great boost to its strength, allowing it to fight evenly with Xiao Han, who had devoured the pure-blooded Swan Ni and the pure-blooded Sky Dragon, with just a slight attack. He was not at a disadvantage at all. Oh! The demonic aura of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor became more and more demonic. There was a flash of surprise in his demonic eyes, but he soon regained his composure and looked at Xiao Han with great interest. There was an irresistible majesty at the tip of his eyebrows and the corner of his eyes. That was the majesty of a demon emperor. Master. I have to say, Xiao Han, you're a weirdo. You're also a new hero, aren't you? In this emperor's life, I have fought with countless evil heroes, and I have personally killed many evil heroes, but you are the weirdest one. You're a human, but you don't cultivate your true chi, and instead focus on your flesh shell. However, the strength of your flesh shell has actually exceeded 10 million cauldrons, roughly around 15 million cauldrons. To be able to temper and condense his flesh shell to this extent, he had even surpassed many barbarians of the great wilderness. Among all the human heroes that I've seen, you're the first. Well, I'm too untalented and failed to cultivate my true chi. That's why I changed to cultivate my flesh shell. I had no choice. Xiao Han smiled casually, but he was extremely focused and did not dare to slack off. His life potential was stimulated to the greatest extent. Besides, Xiao Han did not use his true chi at all to fight the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. With Xiao Han's current true chi cultivation, he was too weak. Be it the Emperor's Divine Fist, the Hornless Dragon Mysterious Ice True Chi, the Spirit Turtle True Chi, or even the Saber Intent, they were all too childish for the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. He was like a baby playing with a sword. Xiao Han could only use his physical body and pure strength to fight the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Yes, I found another way, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor said slowly. However, you're really stupid. Although I'm not a human, I know that you humans have to cultivate true chi to be orthodox and to prove your Tao. Cultivating your flesh shell? It's just brute force. Ha 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 ha. However, it's meaningless to you because, ha ha ha, you'll be devoured by me. After eating you, I'll be able to become a mutated demon emperor. Bloodline ascension. Ha 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 ha. You want to eat me? You don't have that ability. Go to hell. Xiao Han gathered his divine power again and with a move of his body, he threw another punch at the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor with lightning. Ha 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 ha. Shao Han, you probably don't know yet, do you? I'm the ruler of an area with my strength. My strength is one of the best among the high-level demon emperors. You're trying to defeat me with your strength. You're just trying to show off in front of an expert. Bang! Just like before, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor casually threw out a palm strike and dispelled Shao Han's punch. Shao Han, I'll give you one last chance. Give up resisting, kneel down, and beg me to eat you. In that case, I'll be merciful, and I'll only eat your brain and heart. That way, I can keep your corpse. If you continue to resist stubbornly, this empress will eat you up, skin and bones included. I'll let you die without a complete corpse. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's attitude was completely like a cat toying with a mouse. He did not take Shao Han seriously at all. You and I are worlds apart. You don't stand a chance at all. How dare you pull the Emperor down from his horse even if you're willing to be cut into pieces? I don't care if you're a low-level demon emperor or a high-level demon emperor, explode. Shao Han also became courageous. His indestructible golden body surged violently and the destructive starlight shot everywhere. He was full of vigor and fighting spirit as he attacked with both fists that were beating like drums. He punched the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crazily. One punch after another, he did not seem to be tired at all. Childish. Bang! 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 The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor also slapped his palms repeatedly and fought with Shao Han. Both the human and the demon were known for their strength. They fought from the ground to the sky and back to the ground again. Wherever they went, the space would explode inch by inch, the air would wither, the ground would collapse, the mountains would collapse, and the huge cantaloupe forest would be crushed into powder by the aftershock of the power. It was a mess between heaven and earth. It was unknown how many times they had fought. The human and the demon finally separated again. Huff huff huff, Shao Han panted heavily while star sand and cold dust were all over his body. He had fought with the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor without any hesitation just now. This caused Shao Han to expend a lot of his physical strength, but the fighting spirit in his eyes did not weaken at all. Instead, it rose steadily, releasing a kind of brazen courage that seemed like he was going to fight to the death, cut off all means of retreat and stake everything on a single throw. The heat from the indestructible golden body repeatedly washed and nourished Shao Han's body, making up for the physical strength that he had lost. How troublesome. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's face became ferocious. Anxiety flashed in his demonic eyes. Finally, all right. I won't pester you anymore. Die. A violent aura was released. It appeared out of nowhere and enveloped the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. In the sky, the world shook as if it had been torn open, and countless demonic lights shone down. The densely packed words of the demon race shone with a demonic glow and lingered around the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Suddenly, a vast and majestic chant could be heard. It was the song of the ancient demon race, as if millions of demons were singing at the same time. The clouds moved in all directions, and the sky turned dark. It was as if the world was going to completely transform into the demonic realm. Ha 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 ha. The demonic chi in the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's eyes became more and more intense, and his ferocious aura was terrifying. Every pore on the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's body was spurting out colorful and dreamy demonic chi. The majestic demonic chi surged like a tide, almost forming a demonic chi tide. Hong hong hong, in the next moment, pft. 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 The skin on the surface of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's body started to crumble. His entire body began to expand. Ha 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 ha. I'll give up on this layer of human skin. Ha 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 ha. It's alright, I'll have a fortuitous encounter after devouring you, Shao Han, and successfully mutated. Then, this layer of human skin will be worthless. Pft. 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 The skin on the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's face started to peel off in large pieces. Pft. A ferocious and thick tail emerged from the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's tailbone. It was covered in thorns and green scales. Damn it. This demon has transformed. No, to be precise, it has restored its original appearance and appeared in front of me in the true form of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Previously, it was using the body of Prince Tsangyun to fight me. Perhaps its demonic chi couldn't be completely released yet. In that case, now that it has restored its original appearance, Xiao Han couldn't help but take half a step back. His throat was a little dry and his heart was beating faster. After 10 breaths, the true form of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was finally revealed. It was more than 20 feet tall, and its skin was light green. Its skin was covered with demonic words that were glistening and extremely strange. It also had a giant tail that was rolling back and forth, stirring up the airflow. Its appearance was still that of a human's. It was a very young and handsome face, even more handsome than Crown Prince Tsangyun. It was as white as snow, but besides that, it glowed with a soft and clear light. It was as if it was carved, as if it was polished, as if it was made of gold or tin, as if it was a piece of jade. His hair was light and agile. A pair of demonic eyes were faint azure, sparkling and translucent. They were indescribably beautiful. Demonic light surrounded them, and beams of light shot into the sky. The image of an azure dragon appeared in the faint azure pupils, letting out a roar that could destroy the ages. So, Xiao Han, everything is over. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor said with a gloomy demonic chi. Not necessarily. At this moment, Xiao Han had already been forced into a dead end. In terms of combat strength, Xiao Han was not as strong as the Great Sun Emperor or the Qinglin Demon Emperor at his peak. He was also far from the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor who had transformed and returned to his original form. Xiao Han was relying on a single breath and a single thought to hold on. Once fear arose in his heart, Xiao Han's aura would be weakened. In the face of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's rising demonic chi, Xiao Han would be killed instantly. Xiao Han activated his saber intent and forcefully destroyed all the negative emotions in his mind. He combined all his strength with the indestructible golden body and was going to fight to the death with the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Furthermore, Xiao Han's footsteps moved slightly without anyone noticing. His back happened to be facing the heavenly wasteland demon fruit forest. This is my only chance. Let's see if I can seize this chance. At the moment of life and death, Xiao Han's life potential was unleashed to the limit and he became calmer and calmer. Not bad. You have the demeanor of an expert. You're calm even when you're about to die. You're similar to some of the senior heroes that I've seen before. If you don't die today, you'll also become a famous hero in the future. However, there's no more chance. Die, young Xiao Han. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor waved his right hand and struck a palm at Xiao Han. The palm was still simple and plain. However, as soon as the palm was launched, the entire right arm of the Green Dragon Demon Emperor was covered with green scales all of a sudden. They were dragon scales. The scales of the Azure Dragon. Every green scale emitted the glory and greatness of the ancient dragon race, as well as the eternal vicissitudes that shone through the ages and suppressed the 9 continents. Moreover, the green scales seemed to have established a mysterious and unfathomable connection with a certain great period of history in the ancient times. The aura was like rocks piercing through the sky, waves crashing against the shore, and thousands of piles of snow were swept up. It was like a painting, and there were many heroes at once. It was as if the ancient gods had descended all of a sudden. In an instant, the right arm and palm of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor became bigger and bigger in Xiao Han's eyes. They were as big as mountains and covered the sky. Every green scale was like a small world. Boom! The huge palm tore through the void and swept everything in its path. It struck down at Xiao Han's head. The world was filled with light and dazzling light. Countless demonic songs and dragon roars appeared out of nowhere. Ancient divine radiance and dragon might were released at the same time, and there was a brilliance that was definitely not seen in the mortal world. The power of the palm was indescribable. To Xiao Han, it was almost invincible. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's innate demonic technique, to transform his physique into the ancient Azure Dragon's physique. He obtained the power and blessing of the ancient Azure Dragon. Heavenly demon subduing dragon. It's too powerful. It's indeed stronger than the Great Sun Emperor and Qing Lin Demon Emperor. Moreover, it's only a partial transformation. It turned his right arm and palm into the arm of the Azure Dragon. If his entire body is transformed into the Azure Dragon, wouldn't it be heaven-defying? I'm going all out. Whether I live or die depends on this. The 14 million ding of strength in Xiao Han's body was closely combined with the indestructible golden body. The ancient divine radiance of the indestructible golden body that lingered outside his body was immediately restrained and returned to Xiao Han's body. The supreme heat that nourished his meridians and organs filled every part of his body, including every inch of his skin, flesh, and every cell. I'm going all out. Boom! Xiao Han also threw out his most terrifying punch so far. His true chi surged out and he slashed out a mid-stage saber intent that destroyed everything in its path. A punch, a saber intent, and the indestructible golden body forcefully resisted the palm of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Ha ha ha. Childish. I'm going to beat you up until you wish you were dead, and then I'll eat you slowly. Ha ha ha. Get lost. Bang! There was no suspense at all. Even the strongest attack that he could use at the moment could not compete with the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor at all. The saber intent was crushed, and the power was broken. Xiao Han was hit by the palm. Pfft! He spat out 3 liters of blood. Xiao Han's organs, meridians, and bones seemed to have exploded all at once. He was sent flying and his aura was weak. If not for the nourishment of the indestructible golden body, Xiao Han would have exploded a long time ago. Even so, his body was still covered in densely packed cracks. It was a ghastly sight. It was as if he would shatter with a single touch. Bang! Xiao Han happened to fall in the area where the heavenly wilderness demonic fruit forest was planted. His injured body smashed into the ground, creating a human-shaped pit. Chapter 245. Xiao Han and the transformed Azure Dragon Demon Emperor clashed head-on. That allowed Xiao Han to thoroughly experience the ferocity of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Strictly speaking, Xiao Han and the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor had similar abilities. They both relied on their physical bodies and brute force. However, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's intrinsic demonic technique was to transform his demonic body into the ancient Azure Dragon's physique. The power of the ancient Azure Dragon could easily move mountains and fill up seas. A casual attack from him could cause the dust of history and the endless vicissitudes of life. The civilization of the dragon race was among them. All of a sudden, Xiao Han was beaten to the point where he wished he was dead. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels felt like they had been smashed into paste. Even his tough body was nearly blown apart. The surface of his skin was full of cracks, like broken porcelain. The difference in battle prowess between the two was indeed too great. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. Xiao Han was sent flying, and the place where he landed happened to be the demon fruit woods of heaven wasteland behind the scorched earth mountains. All of this seemed to be the result of precise calculations. The heavenly wilderness demon fruit forest was shielded by the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor using a special method so that ordinary people could not see it at all. However, Xiao Han had the demonic eyes that could see through everything. Bang! Xiao Han's injured body sank into the ground, forming a human-shaped pit that was half a meter deep. Blood spurted out. Now, Xiao Han was really angry and on the verge of death. There were spider web-like cracks all over his body, and it seemed like his body would shatter if the wind blew. However, Xiao Han's will was as firm as a knife. Although his body was covered in wounds and his bones were about to break, he still held his breath. His breath did not weaken, and his mind and soul still maintained a trace of clarity. Too terrifying. I was so close to dying. I really gambled too much this time. However, now that things have come to this, how can I retreat? Invincible golden body, heal. Xiao Han's mind moved, and the invincible golden body in his body let out a surging sound. The warm current began to nourish Xiao Han's injured body from the inside out. The dense cracks on the surface of Xiao Han's skin also began to heal inch by inch. Meanwhile, the demonic monarch tattoo on his left arm began to emit a vortex-like suction force. Even the heavenly desolate demon fruit woods that were hidden in the cracks of space were affected by the black hole-like suction force. The densely packed black heavenly desolate demon fruits let out rustling sounds and were on the verge of falling. Suck. Whether the left arm of the demon monarch could successfully steal the heavenly desolation demonic fruit and use the heavenly desolation demonic fruit to replenish the dried-up demonic meridians so that every demonic meridian could be filled with demonic energy again would be the key to his life and death. It's also one of the most important parts of this bet. Between life and death, Xiao Han's mind became calmer and clearer. The demonic sovereign left arm palm continuously exerted a suction force, pulling the heavenly desolate demonic fruit in the spatial crevice. Greed and need, hunger and thirst unbearable. Moreover, Xiao Han had used the spirit turtle's true qi to completely seal up his presence. Even his eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and tongue were sealed up. He could not breathe at all. He seemed like a withered rock, which would make people believe he was already dead. Dead? The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor sneered. The green dragon scales on its right arm faded and returned to normal. You're overestimating yourself. How dare you try to kill me with such little strength? That's the biggest joke in the world. If everyone on the human demon hero ranking is as stupid as him, it's only a matter of time before the demon race unifies the world. Forget it. I'll go devour this brat's corpse first. I'll get the secret from him. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor slowly walked towards the place where Xiao Han had fallen. The demon monarch palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm was still sucking the heavenly desolate demonic fruit forest crazily, causing the entire forest to make rustling sounds. At this moment, boom! The demonic egg that was hibernating in Xiao Han's heart suddenly released a strange suction force. All of a sudden, a heavenly desolate demonic fruit flew out from the spatial crevice. It fell right into the deep pit where Xiao Han was buried. Buzz, the demon monarch palm on Xiao Han's left arm disintegrated the heavenly desolate demonic fruit almost immediately like a hungry tautai. The heavenly desolate demonic fruit turned into rays of demonic light and completely dissolved into the withered demon monarch palm. Something miraculous happened. Xiao Han's demon monarch palm on Xiao Han's left arm suddenly expanded and was surrounded by a brilliant demonic light. Thousands of withered demonic meridians were reignited and burned with a glass-like demonic force. The demonic force was extremely pure. It caused Xiao Han's left arm to be covered in a layer of mist and demonic aura with demonic words flowing on it. All of a sudden, the 3 demon emperor crystals became as bright and beautiful as the stars in the sky. Then, Xiao, the second heavenly desolate demonic fruit was pulled out. The third heavenly desolate demonic fruit was pulled out. The fourth, the fifth, and the sixth. In just 2 to 3 breaths' time, all the heavenly desolate demonic fruits on the branches of the heavenly desolate demonic fruit forest were extracted from the spatial crevice by Xiao Han's demon monarch palm and the demonic egg that was hibernating in his heart. Not a single one was left. The human-shaped pit that Xiao Han was in had been filled up into a fruit hill. There were over 10,000 heavenly desolate demonic fruits. Meanwhile, the heavenly desolate demonic fruit forest was already barren. Only the helpless branches and leaves were left. The sudden change of events caused the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor to be confused, causing him to stop in his tracks with a dumbfounded expression. This is... All of a sudden, the Azure Dragon Monarch Beast sensed a hint of a scheme. Damn it. Idiot. Xiao Han. You're not dead. How dare you steal my heavenly desolate demonic fruit? Oh. This emperor understands, this emperor completely understands. You schemed for so long and were sent flying by this emperor precisely because you wanted to approach this heaven wasteland demon fruit forest and steal it. You're too cunning. You're too cunning. The azure dragon monarch beast felt like he was being teased. How shameful. How humiliating. Roar. The azure dragon monarch beast let out an angry roar. The mountains and rivers were destroyed, and the mountains and orchards in all directions were destroyed. A large number of people who were working in the withered stone tribe were killed by the aftermath of the demonic aura. However, the azure dragon monarch beast soon calmed down. His face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Enough. Shao Han, you don't have long to live. This emperor can beat you to death with one hand and consign you to eternal damnation. Stealing the heavenly desolate demon fruit is completely useless. The heavenly desolate demonic fruit is indeed a sacred treasure to us demons, but it's worthless to you humans. Now, I'm going to eat you. I'm going to eat you alive. I'm going to drink your brains dry. I'm going to chew your bones. I'm going to suck your blood dry. I'm going to eat your heart raw. At this moment, boom. The heavenly desolate demonic fruits that were piled up like a hill disappeared all of a sudden. They were kept in Shao Han's storage ring. Cough cough, cough cough. Shao Han slowly climbed out of the deep pit. His body was in a mess, and his flesh was badly mutilated. However, a visible airflow was quickly healing Shao Han's injuries. The heavenly desolate demonic fruit is indeed a sacred treasure of the demon race. It's like a precious medicine. I've only absorbed 9 heavenly desolate demonic fruits, and I've already replenished the demonic power in this demonic meridian. I've heard that in the demon world, ordinary low-level demon emperors, middle-level demon emperors, and even high-level demon emperors aren't qualified to plant the heavenly desolate demonic fruit forest. It's obvious how precious the heavenly desolate demonic fruit is. Now, I've obtained all the heavenly desolate demonic fruits in this heavenly desolate demonic fruit forest. There's a total of 10,000 heavenly desolate demonic fruits. In this way, I don't have to worry about my demonic power being depleted. I can even perform demonic skills continuously. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Shao Han let out a maniacal laugh of satisfaction and satisfaction. Shao Han, what are you talking about? The azure dragon monarch beast was furious. What demonic meridian? What replenishing demonic power? He, originally, my chances of winning this gamble were very small. However, with these heavenly desolate demonic fruits, my chances of winning are now close to 50%. Good, very good, very good. All of a sudden, Shao Han closed his eyes. Azure Dragon Monarch, do you know how many contribution points you're worth? As long as I kill you, I'll be able to return to the demonic hero pagoda and receive 10,000 contribution points. 10,000 contribution points. All of a sudden, Shao Han opened his eyes. There was a fierce look in his eyes, as if he had nothing to lose. You've lost your mind. You're a lunatic. Alright, I'll eat you right now. The Azure Dragon Monarch beast felt like he was being provoked by a tiny worm. He flew into a rage and slapped Shao Han with his palm. As soon as he slapped his palm, the shadow of green dragon scales appeared in the air. The roars of the ancient dragons could be heard. It was so powerful that it could destroy everything. Shao Han remained motionless. Puff! The palm hit Shao Han's body. Shao Han was smashed into pieces. An afterimage? There's also a strong demonic wave. This makes me feel the aura of a demonic emperor. It's a low-level demonic emperor. The aura of a low-level demonic emperor. The Azure Dragon Monarch beast suddenly turned around. Shao Han had already appeared behind him. At this moment, Shao Han's left arm was surrounded by a demonic aura. Shao Han took out another heavenly desolate demonic fruit from his storage ring and broke it up so that the demonic emperor palm could absorb it to replenish the demonic power that he had used to cast the illusionary movement. Now that Shao Han had enough ammunition, he could deal with the Azure Dragon Monarch beast. Kid! You're a monster. You're a low-level demonic emperor. The Azure Dragon Monarch beast was stunned. That was the Beixian demonic emperor's natal demonic skill, illusionary movement. He. I'm a human hero. I'll kill monsters in my life. The human race and the monster race are irreconcilable. How could I be a demonic emperor? Die. Azure Dragon Monarch Beast, I'm going to kill you today to complete this heaven-defying mission. The demonic aura on Xiao Han's left arm burned and all the demonic power in the demonic meridian on the demonic emperor palm was instantly sucked out. A bright demonic light flashed in Xiao Han's left hand and a blood moon scimitar appeared in his hand. The scimitar was curved like the moon and released a beautiful and pure demonic light. The body of the scimitar was engraved with countless ancient demonic runes and talismans that described the civilization of the monster race. The demonic fire was burning. There was also an evil eyeball embedded on the body of the scimitar. Its demonic aura soared into the sky and devoured everything in the world. The eyeball blinked and devoured all the space, time, light, air, and life aura. Demon Emperor Qing Lin's apocalyptic demonic saber? The Azure Dragon Monarch Beast was completely shocked. Demon Emperor Qing Lin is my good friend. Why is his apocalyptic demonic saber in your hands? What's going on? He, after you're killed by me, you can personally ask Demon Emperor Qing Lin in the Netherworld why his world-destroying demon blade appeared in my hands. Die. Apocalyptic demonic saber. Pfft, a demonic and beautiful saber radiance flashed out from Xiao Han's hand. The saber radiance was poignant, sad, desperate, and heartbreaking. It was a beauty that surpassed any worldly beauty. Its speed was a few hundred times faster than the speed of sound. Everywhere the saber radiance passed, the world was in chaos, and everything was sucked out. Everything turned into nothingness. The air was chaotic and collapsed, and there were signs of withering in all directions. The demonic power is too weak. Sky Demon Subduing Dragon. Break. The Azure Dragon Monarch Beast bared his teeth and struck out with both palms at the same time. His left and right arms had both transformed, and green scales were rolling. His palms shook the mountains and destroyed the vitality within a radius of dozens of kilometers. After the Azure Dragon Monarch Beast transformed his demonic body into the primordial Azure Dragon's physique, his physical body was so strong that it could destroy the world and crush everything. Boom! The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor pushed his palms forward and clashed with the apocalyptic demon saber that Xiao Han had slashed out. A large part of the green dragon scales on his left and right arms were torn apart by the saber radiance, and there were some hair-like cracks on his strong demonic body. The saber attack caused the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor to be slightly injured. However, the saber radiance was still crushed by the Azure Dragon Monarch Beast. However, as soon as the saber radiance disappeared, a gigantic demonic talisman descended from the sky. The gigantic demonic talisman contained a powerful sealing power. It could seal humans, gods, ghosts, and demons. Heavenly Demon Investiture. Xiao Han did not lack the Heavenly Wilderness demonic fruit at all now. Once his demonic power was drained, he quickly took out the Heavenly Wilderness demonic fruit and replenished his demonic power in a breath. He struck out 3 demonic techniques consecutively. Even someone as powerful as the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was flustered. Boom! The demonic talisman enveloped the Azure Dragon Monarch Beast and sealed it. However, Xiao Han's demonic power was far inferior to that of the Azure Dragon Monarch Beast. Moreover, the Azure Dragon Monarch Beast's bloodline was more noble and there was a possibility of mutation. Therefore, the Heavenly Demon Investiture could only seal the Azure Dragon Monarch Beast for a short period of 2 breaths. Alright. Let's end this. 2 breaths of time should be enough. The demonic arch palm tattoo on his left arm absorbed the Heavenly Wilderness demonic fruit again, and the demonic power was instantly replenished. Xiao Han pulled out the apocalyptic demonic saber again and was ready to slash out. Enough. Yes, it's over. It's time to end this. Xiao Han, it's really not easy for you to force me to this extent. However, it's all over now. Die. The ultimate profundity of the Heavenly Demon Subduing Dragon. Green Dragon Possession. The Azure Dragon Monarch beast was really aggrieved. Initially, he had an ammunition warehouse after planting the Heavenly Wilderness Demonic Fruit Forest. As long as he fought near the Heavenly Wilderness Demonic Fruit Forest, he would be able to absorb the Heavenly Wilderness Demonic Fruit Forest at any time to replenish the demonic power that he had consumed. In that case, he would be invincible even if he was surrounded by a team of human heroes. However, the Heavenly Wilderness Demonic Fruit Forest had been stolen by Xiao Han. Besides, Xiao Han knew 3 demonic techniques that allowed him to attack, defend, and even escape. Most importantly, Xiao Han had stolen all the Heavenly Wilderness demonic fruits, so there was no possibility of him running out of demonic power. If the battle continued, the Azure Dragon Monarch beast would gradually be at a disadvantage. The Azure Dragon Monarch beast was indeed a mighty figure of the demon race. He made a prompt decision and directly drained all the demonic power in the 9,999 demonic meridians to unleash the ultimate technique. It was the ultimate technique of the heavenly demon subduing dragon, Azure Dragon Possession. His entire body transformed into a dragon. His demonic body transformed into the primordial Azure Dragon. Roar! Roar! From the center of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's eyebrows, an ancient demonic light was emitted and directly destroyed Xiao Han's Sky Demon God conferring technique. A massive Demon Emperor crystal appeared from the center of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's eyebrows. The Demon Emperor crystal was twice the size of the Qing Lin Demon Emperor crystal. It was amber in color, beautiful beyond compare, flawless and without any impurities. It looked like the most gorgeous gem in the world. In the amber Demon Emperor crystal, there was a ferocious, evil, and murderous Azure Dragon sealed. Every scale of the Azure Dragon was covered with demonic and evil demonic runes, and there seemed to be countless demons praying and chanting. All of a sudden, the ferocious Azure Dragon sealed in the Demon Emperor crystal was forcefully squeezed out and integrated into the Azure Dragon Monarch beast's body. 2 merged into 1. A monstrous demonic aura was emitted from the Azure Dragon Monarch beast's body, mixed with the roar of the primordial dragon. The sky and the sun were completely covered by the demonic aura, and the world seemed to have fallen into boundless and hopeless darkness. Roar! The Azure Dragon Monarch beast's face began to contort, convulse, and his muscles began to roll like waves. His entire body began to convulse. At the next moment, pft, 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 pft. The surface of the Azure Dragon Monarch beast's skin was covered with dazzling green dragon scales. His body began to grow taller. 10 feet. 20 feet. 30 feet. 100 feet. 150 feet. 200 feet. 300 feet. 500 feet. His head had turned into a dragon's head. His entire body was covered with green scales. His tail had transformed into a dragon's tail. In an instant, the majestic aura of the primordial wilderness erupted completely and engulfed the world. Dragon roars sounded. Finally, the Azure Dragon Monarch beast had completed his transformation and turned into an Azure Dragon. At this moment, an Azure Dragon that was 100 feet long coiled above Xiao Han's head. The Azure Dragon had a long body like a snake, the head of a qilin, and the tail of a carp. It had a long beard, horns like that of a deer, 5 claws, and a majestic appearance. It clearly had the terrifying power of an ancient remnant beast. An extremely dangerous aura filled the entire world. This aura was incomparably evil, and it emitted a savage and murderous aura. It was also high and mighty, representing nobility. It looked down on everyone, disregarded all life, and had a kind of dignity that stood above all other living beings. This is the Azure Dragon. The primordial Azure Dragon. It's even more terrifying than the pure-blooded Swanee and pure-blooded heavenly dragon that I've refined. This is the Azure Dragon Monarch beast's innate demonic technique. It's definitely 1 to 2 levels more powerful than Demon Emperor Qing Lin's apocalyptic demonic saber. Even though he was mentally prepared, Xiao Han was still shocked when he saw this insufferably arrogant Azure Dragon with his own eyes. Ha 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 ha. Shao Han, are you afraid now? Ha 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 ha. Of course you're afraid. The green dragon spoke in the human language. It was the voice of the green dragon demon emperor. His voice was muffled and sounded like thunder. Then, I'll just eat you like this. Everything is over. In the face of absolute strength, a scum like you can only die. I'll devour all the secrets you have. Ha 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 ha. I've already won half of this gamble. The other half depends on this. Shao Han calmed down all of a sudden. In fact, his cerebral cortex was heating up, and his entire body was surging with an inexplicable excitement. I'm waiting for you to transform. When you completely transform into an azure dragon. Then. Myriad Beast Devouring Formation. Boom! The myriad beast devouring formation that Shao Han had been preparing for a long time was suddenly unleashed. The immortal aura was ethereal, and the immortal talismans were shining brightly. Chapter 246. When the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor completed his transformation and transformed into a primordial azure dragon, Ho Shao Han cast the 10,000 beast devouring array. It was definitely not a coincidence or a flash of inspiration. He had been planning it for a long time. Before coming to the Withered Stone tribe, Shao Han had been thinking about how to deal with the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Shao Han knew very well that the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was far more powerful than the Great Sun Emperor and the Qinglin Demon Emperor at his peak. Under normal circumstances, Shao Han would definitely die if he fought against the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. There was no way he could turn the tables. Although Shao Han was eager to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor to increase his combat strength, he would not be so foolish as to court death by overestimating his own abilities. Who didn't cherish their own lives? However, according to the information provided by the Demon Hero Pagoda, Shao Han learned that the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's trump card was to transform into a primordial azure dragon. Within a short period of time, he would possess the power of a primordial azure dragon and be invincible. The 10,000 beast devouring technique could refine all beasts, including pure-blooded beasts, sacred beasts, and even divine beasts. In that case, would the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor be able to activate the 10,000 beast devouring array to refine him after he transformed into a dragon? It was worth a try. If he failed, he would die in the hands of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. However, if he succeeded, he would have supreme combat strength that was comparable to a powerhouse at the peak of the expanded aperture realm. It would be like a pie falling from the sky, and he would become fat in one bite. When the benefits reached a certain level, people would be willing to gamble with their lives. Shao Han did not hesitate to take the risk. Now that the bet had been placed, it was time to open the cup. Countless immortal characters formed the 10,000 beast devouring grand formation, emitting an ancient and mysterious aura. Immortal energy was everywhere, and the mist was thick. Inside the grand formation, there were wind, clouds, thunder, palaces in the sky, mountains of treasures, oceans, galaxies, universes, many strange phenomena. Spiritual chi and immortal chi rolled on it. The essence of the sun and moon, as well as the spatial storm, were all within. The 10,000 beast devouring array immediately shrouded the azure dragon's head. What's this? The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's voice was like thunder, filled with a majestic aura. It's useless, Shao Han. This emperor will eat you. This is your fate. In this emperor's eyes, all stubborn resistance and tricks are so childish and insignificant. As he spoke, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor also attacked. Boom! An azure dragon claw slashed towards Shao Han. A powerful demonic aura and an ancient dragon roar pierced through time and space, sealing off a large part of the sky. As fast as lightning, ancient beams of light violently twisted around Shao Han, revolving around him. The entire space was filled with the low roar of a dragon, trying to forcefully transform this part of the world into the primordial chaos. However, Finally, the 10,000 beast devouring array that Shao Han cast covered the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's head, which was the dragon's head. At this moment, the Green Dragon Demon Emperor initially wanted to dodge, but he realized that he couldn't escape from the formation no matter how he tried. The 10,000 beast devouring formation was like a predestined fate for him, and he couldn't avoid it. As soon as he came into contact with the 10,000 beast devouring formation, the Green Dragon Demon Emperor had an ominous feeling that he had never felt before in his life. Roar! The Green Dragon Demon Emperor let out an uneasy howl. Almost out of instinct, the primordial azure dragon immediately rushed into the clouds and broke through the space crystal wall in an attempt to escape. Xiao Han, you actually have such a technique. What is this? Forget it, this time I... What? Ah! All of a sudden. Bang! The space seemed to shrink inwards all of a sudden, and with a loud bang, a mighty and mysterious force pressed down from the sky. It was irresistible, causing the Green Dragon Demon Emperor, who had already flown up into the sky, to be forced back to the ground. Buzz buzz buzz, the 10,000 beast devouring formation seemed to have been deeply embedded into the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's head, brain, and soul. It was shining brightly, and the celestial civilization was flashing. Ah! Roar! No! No! Ah! The Green Dragon Demon Emperor let out a blood-curdling shriek like a pig being slaughtered. The cry of the cuckoo and the wail of the ape were heart-wrenching and tragic. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor's body began to tremble and spasm. It was obvious that he was in great pain and was restrained. He could no longer fly high into the sky. Moreover, his powerful body seemed to have been grabbed by an invisible hand that kept rubbing and ravaging it. Roar! No! No! Bang! 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 The huge green dragon, a symbol of nobility and glory, was now like a drunkard. It swayed and fell, rolling on the ground and crushing a large area of the ground. The mountains were flattened, and the dragon's head was inserted into the ground, shaking as if it was having a seizure. Oh! The 10,000 beast devouring technique is indeed effective on the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. Ha 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 ha. I've lost control. I've completely lost control. In Xiao Han's heart, there was a kind of ecstasy that came from surviving a disaster. Xiao Han knew that he had made the right bet. He had won. He had turned the tables in a desperate situation. It was completely heaven-defying. Xiao Han dodged far away and looked at the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor who was going crazy with excitement. No! Xiao Han. Stop it now. I won't eat you anymore. I'll leave the Heavenly Dragon Empire and return to the depths of the great wilderness. Ah! No! No! Xiao Han. I admit defeat. I'll bow down to you. Stop it now. Stop it now. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor was suffering from purgatory, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. In the next moment, boom! The primordial green dragon that was hundreds of feet long turned into a ball of flickering light that kept wriggling, and finally transformed into the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's true form. At this moment, the demonic power of the 9,999 demonic meridians in the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's body had been completely drained. The radiant demonic body had also dimmed, and his body was covered with cracks. His handsome facial features had shifted. He lay on the ground and kept panting, trying to get up with his palms on the ground. However, he failed after trying several times. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor's natal demonic technique was directly broken by Xiao Han's beast's devouring technique. Everything had its vanquisher. However, the beast's devouring technique did not refine the primordial green dragon. That was because it was not the real primordial green dragon, but a transformation of the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's natal demonic technique. Pfft! A large mouthful of demonic blood spurted out of the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's mouth. His demonic tail had already been broken. He looked extremely disheveled, and his breath was weak. He was no longer as majestic as he used to be. He looked like a tiger that had landed on the plains, and a dragon that was swimming in the shallows. Cough cough. Xiao Han leisurely walked over. The wounds and cracks on his body had yet to be completely healed. His entire body was covered with cuts and bruises, and he was still coughing out blood non-stop. However, the fire of life in his eyes was burning brighter and brighter, showing no signs of extinguishing. Moreover, his left arm was flashing with demonic aura and demonic radiance. Green Dragon Demon Emperor, your demonic power has been exhausted, and you're seriously injured. You're going to die soon. He, how does it feel? Now that you've lost the supply of heavenly wilderness demonic fruit forest, you have nowhere to run, and only death awaits you. Ha. I can't believe that your natal demonic technique, a domineering trump card, is actually restrained by my cultivation technique. Ha. A high-level demon emperor has actually become my, Xiao Han's, prisoner. Ha. Xiao Han laughed maniacally and proudly. Now, the life and death of a high-level demon emperor that might have mutated was in Xiao Han's hands, causing him to feel extremely subtle and indescribable joy. Moreover, Xiao Han was not complacent because he was a villain. It was due to Xiao Han's great wisdom and courage, as well as his determination to fight for his life. It was definitely not due to luck. No. Xiao Han, you can't. You can't kill me. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor looked at Xiao Han in horror. His demonic eyes were filled with hostility and ferocity. He looked like a ferocious beast that was on the verge of death, but there was more fear and despair in his eyes. All right, Xiao Han, if you let me go now, I'll pay the ransom. Xiao Han, that senior demon hero Li Fanming once framed you, causing you to fall into the hands of Tsang and almost die in the stomach of a pure-blooded Swanmi. You must hate Li Fanming, right? How about this, I'll kill Li Fanming for you and avenge you. What do you think? Also, I can destroy the Heavenly Dragon Empire and swallow the whole Tsang clan. Shut up. You're a demon, and I'm a human. Moreover, I'm a demon hero. It's only right and proper for me to kill you. What a joke, a demon actually wants to negotiate with me. Ha. How ironic. As for Li Fanming, I'll naturally kill him myself. Then, Green Dragon Demon Emperor, your life will end now. Xiao Han walked towards the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor could feel Xiao Han's determination to kill him. His eyes were filled with ferocity as he roared. I'm a noble among the demons and I'm protected by the demon god. I'm only one demon meridian away from mutating. I can't die in the hands of a puny human like you. Fate won't arrange it this way. This is ridiculous. Roar. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor roared and squeezed out all his remaining demonic power. His demonic body soared into the sky, trying to escape. Green Dragon Demon Emperor, your fate has come to an end. You can't escape anymore. Die. Xiao Han slapped the demon god's palm with his left hand. The power was like a dragon that pierced through the sky. Boom. He slapped the Green Dragon Demon Emperor who was flying into the sky down. No. I'm going to mutate. How can I die? Demon God above. May your glory protect your people. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor bawled and barked incessantly. Die in my hands. Become a stepping stone for me to rise. Xiao Han struck out with the demonic monarch palm on his left arm again. The demonic meridian was filled with demonic force and thunderbolts rumbled in the air, tearing apart everything in its path. His left palm struck the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's body continuously. Pft. 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 Although the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's body was impregnable, it still couldn't withstand Xiao Han's violent beating. Dense cracks appeared on his body, and it was a ghastly sight. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor lay on the ground and kept howling and struggling. Die. Suddenly, Xiao Han stepped on half of the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's demonic body into the ground. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor's body trembled and broke into pieces. A huge Demon Emperor crystal came out from his eyebrows. Shao Han grabbed the Demon Emperor crystal with his backhand. The Demon Emperor died just like that. He was beaten to death by Shao Han. I've finally obtained the Green Dragon Demon Emperor crystal that I've been dreaming of. It can improve my combat strength. Shao Han licked his lips. Chapter 247. The 10,000 Beast Devouring Sutra happened to be the perfect counter to the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's demonic technique. It allowed Shao Han to complete an impossible task. He successfully hunted the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. With the death of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, the mission panel and Shao Han's Inxia token began to tremble. Auspicious clouds and auspicious chi flashed and a notification was triggered. The mission to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor had been completed by Shao Han alone. Now, Shao Han could return to the Inxia Pagoda to receive 10,000 contribution points. However, Shao Han was not in a hurry to return to the Inxia Pagoda. He held the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal in his hand. The amber-colored Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal was clear and flawless, like the most beautiful gem in the world. It was a priceless treasure that was hard to get even with money. In the Demon Emperor crystal, there was a primordial azure dragon with a horn on its head, emitting a terrifying sense of danger and primordial aura. There were also densely packed demon runes flickering, and one could vaguely hear the sound of demonic singing. The tattoo on the palm of the demon, the arch on his left arm, throbbed with greed and desire, wanting to devour the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal directly. I'll find a place to hide and recuperate. I'll also refine the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal and the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's corpse at the same time. Let's see how many benefits I've gained now. I wonder how strong my combat strength will be after this seclusion. I'm really looking forward to it. Although he had killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, Shao Han had also paid a terrible price. His body was covered with terrifying cracks, and the heat flow of the indestructible golden body could not completely repair it for a while. He needed to rest. If Shao Han got up and returned to the Inxia Pagoda now, it would be really dangerous. Not to mention encountering Li Fanming, even Zhou Chuan and Nie Sainer, who were at the expanding acupoint realm, could kill Shao Han. The aftermath of the true qi could shatter Shao Han's injured body. After the fortuitous encounter, I have to be even more cautious. I can't make any mistakes. I have to tread on thin ice. If I'm killed at this time, I'll be a fool. After thinking about it, Shao Han directly activated the demonic monarch palm on his left arm and dug a pit that was dozens of feet deep. He brought the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor's corpse and went underground. He then activated his genuine qi to move the scorched earth mountains over and filled the deep pit. He then poured all the gravel and soil on the ground into the pit and filled it with genuine qi so that ordinary people would not be able to see any traces of it. Moreover, after entering underground, Shao Han used the spirit turtle's true qi to seal up his eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and tongue, entering a profound state of suspended animation. Not a single aura leaked out. Even his body temperature was sealed up perfectly. The demon qi from the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor corpse was also trapped by the spirit turtle's true qi. Underground. There was dead silence. It was no different from a tomb. Shao Han absorbed the benefits of this fortuitous encounter as much as he could. First of all, Shao Han was going to embed the Green Dragon Demon Emperor crystal perfectly into the palm of the demon, the arch left arm, to learn the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's natal demonic technique. However, something strange happened. Clang! The Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor crystal was directly absorbed by the demonic monarch palm and was about to be inserted into a notch on the demonic monarch palm. However, as soon as it was inserted, it was bounced out. Huh! Shao Han was stunned. What's going on? I've obtained the demonic emperor crystal 3 times in the past. It was naturally inserted into the demonic monarch palm and completely refined for my use. But this time? Shao Han did not believe it. It was impossible that the demonic monarch palm could not refine a demonic emperor crystal. Try again. Whoosh! The Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor crystal was absorbed again and integrated into a notch on the demonic monarch palm. However, as soon as it was inserted, it was bounced out again. This is strange. Xiao Han was puzzled. However, he did not give up. He tried again and again, but failed again and again. After an hour, Xiao Han finally understood the reason for his failure. The reason why the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Crystal could not be inserted into the Demonic Monarch Palm and could not be refined is not because the Demonic Monarch Palm rejects this Demonic Emperor Crystal, but because my demonic meridians in the Demonic Monarch Palm are not awakened enough. That's right. The quality of the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Crystal is much higher than the North Mystic Demonic Emperor Crystal and Qing Lin Demonic Emperor Crystal. If they were to fight, even if the North Mystic Demonic Emperor Crystal and Qing Lin Demonic Emperor Crystal teamed up, they would not be able to defeat the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Crystal. Now that my demonic meridians have awakened in my Demonic Monarch Palm, it's still not enough to refine the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Crystal. Xiao Han played with the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Crystal for a while and a lot of enlightenment flashed through his mind. In order to activate the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Crystal's ultimate skill, the Azure Dragon Possession, I'll need to absorb all the demonic energy contained in the 90,000 demonic meridians. In other words, in order to perfectly embed this Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Crystal into the Demonic Monarch Palm and refine it, I'll have to awaken at least 90,000 demonic meridians in the Demonic Monarch Palm. I understand now. I completely understand now. Xiao Han smiled and temporarily put the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Crystal away. Alright, let's refine this Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Corpse first and see if I can awaken 90,000 demonic meridians. With a thought, the Demonic Monarch Palm tattoo on the Demonic Monarch Palm on Xiao Han's left arm was triggered and shot into the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Corpse, causing it to break down and turn into thousands of bright and beautiful rays of demonic light that flowed into the Demonic Monarch Palm on Xiao Han's left arm. The demonic meridians kept awakening. The Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor's bloodline was indeed noble, at least one level higher than that of Qing Lin Demonic Emperor. It was indeed worthy of being a high-level demonic emperor that had the chance to mutate. Moreover, awakening 9,999 demonic meridians was no trivial matter. Therefore, the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Corpse contained the essence of the demonic clan, which was extremely rich and pure. After absorbing it, the Demonic Monarch Palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm would naturally awaken the demonic meridians. The awakening was unstoppable. It would never weaken. Moreover, while refining the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Corpse, the heat from the indestructible golden body was constantly nourishing Xiao Han's injured body, allowing him to recover bit by bit. Yaoxia Region. Yaoxia Pagoda. Yaoxia Pagoda. It was a comfortable resting area with a comfortable environment. It was an elegantly decorated private room filled with green potted plants. It was just right for the occasion. The air was filled with a delicate fragrance that could melt one's soul. On the edge of the bed sat a man who looked to be 27 or 28 years old. He was gentle and his eyes contained the majesty of a deity. His true chi was restrained, but his body was rolling with the dazzling luster of pearls and jade. He was the king of the world. It was Li Fanming. He was a big shot ranked C on the Yaoxia leaderboard. He was a giant throughout the ages. At this moment, Li Fanming was naked and sitting on the edge of the bed with his legs slightly spread. Between his thighs, a beautiful girl was crouching. Her long, silky, dark green hair was trembling non-stop. She raised her head from time to time and stared at Li Fanming with her big, watery, and charming eyes before lowering her head. She was young and beautiful, and her eyes were full of spirit. She was truly a peerless beauty. The entire private room was filled with the muddy sound of walking on a country road in boots on a rainy day. Phew, Li Fanming let out a long sigh of relief and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. He was very satisfied and comfortable. He couldn't help but gently brush the long hair of the stunner with his hand in a very intimate manner. This time, I traveled a long distance to the Heavenly Dragon Empire to hunt down the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. I thought I could capture him easily, but I didn't expect that. I didn't even see the shadow of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. This made me extremely annoyed and I need some gentleness to adjust my mood. Only then can I calm my emotions. Little beauty, as long as you can please me and make me relax my heartstrings and reduce my worries, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. You should know who I am, Li Fanming said softly. The frequency of the stunner's hair shaking suddenly increased. Phew, Li Fanming's body trembled slightly. He closed his eyes and the expression on his face became extremely relaxed. Immediately after, Li Fanming flipped his right hand and a Yaoxia token appeared in his hand. I'll return from the Great Wilderness first, leaving Yuming, Zhou Chuan, and Nia Sainer to continue searching for the whereabouts of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor in the Great Wilderness. I don't know if they found any clues. I've been in a bad mood recently, so I've turned off the communication function of the Yaoxia token. Now, I'll turn on the communication function to see if there are any messages from Yuming and the rest. However, I guess they won't be able to find the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. I'll send them a message to return to the Yaoxia Pagoda. Li Fanming seemed to be talking to himself. With a thought, he scanned the area with his mental energy and turned on the communication function of the Yaoxia token. Suddenly, he received a message from Yuming. Brother Li Fanming. I died so tragically. Brother Li Fanming, please avenge me. The culprit who killed me is Xiao Ah. At the end of the message, there was an extremely miserable howl. Then, the voice stopped abruptly. What? Yuming? Yuming met with an accident. He was killed. Who was it? Xiao. Xiao what? Could it be? Damn it. Yuming, what are you trying to tell me? Who is the culprit? Xiao. Is it Xiao Han? That shouldn't be possible. Investigate thoroughly. I must get to the bottom of this. Yuming and I have cultivated together since we were young and we grew up in the same sect. Although he had an ordinary physique, our friendship made me want to avenge him. No matter who killed Yuming, I won't let it go. Li Fanming's expression changed suddenly and the murderous intent in his eyes surged. Even that stunningly beautiful woman was shaken away. Da Huang. Heavenly Dragon Empire. Withered Stone Tribe. Deep underground. There was no time in the underground, and a dream had lasted for 1,000 years. A whole month passed in the blink of an eye. In that 1 month, Xiao Han's injured body had been completely healed by the indestructible golden body. His body was full of vitality and his skin was crystal clear without any flaws. Moreover, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's corpse had been refined by Xiao Han. He had awakened 50,000 demon meridians. It was no small matter. As a result, there were a total of 9 demon meridians awakened on Xiao Han's left arm. The number of demon meridians had already surpassed Qinglin Demon Emperor at his peak. In other words, if Xiao Han used up all his demon power and slashed out with the apocalyptic demon saber, its power would surpass Qinglin Demon Emperor at his peak. Good. As expected of a high-level demon emperor that is about to mutate. It's so nourishing. I have benefited a lot from it. Moreover, I have met the requirements to refine the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's crystal. Let's refine the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's crystal and obtain its natal demonic skill. Xiao Han's lips twitched into a smile. He held the beautiful Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's crystal in his hand and flicked it lightly. A demonic light flashed. Clang! The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's crystal was embedded into a notch on the left arm of the Demon Emperor. In an instant, strings of demon clan runes rose up and some enlightenment flowed into Xiao Han's mind. An illusory azure dragon coiled around Xiao Han, spinning non-stop. A primordial, desolate aura suddenly spread out. Great. Magnificent. Ancient. Chapter 248. Refining the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's corpse allowed Xiao Han to awaken 9 demonic meridians in his left arm. In terms of demonic power, he had already surpassed Qinglin Demon Emperor at his peak. In other words, if Xiao Han were to encounter the Great Sun Emperor again, he wouldn't have to feel aggrieved anymore, In fact, he would even be able to suppress the great Sun Emperor. Advancement by leaps and bounds. All of this was like a dream. However, Xiao Han soon calmed himself down and began to refine the Green Dragon Demon Emperor crystal. As long as the number of awakened demon meridians on the left arm of the monarch beast's palm reached the 3, the basic condition would be met. Then, refining the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal would be a piece of cake. He didn't need to go through much trouble. Rays of beautiful demonic light surrounded Xiao Han's left arm. Crimson clouds burned and mist surged. Dense demonic runes flickered, accompanied by the murmurs of the primordial dragon clan. It was a spectacular sight. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor crystal no longer flew out of the groove, but fused perfectly. It was inseparable from Xiao Han's demonic god left arm, becoming one with Xiao Han. Moreover, many secrets and mysteries about the Green Dragon Demon Emperor crystal surged into Xiao Han's mind like a clear spring. It allowed Xiao Han to perfectly master the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's natural demonic technique. However, perhaps because Xiao Han was not a demon, his understanding of the natal demonic art contained in the Green Dragon Demon Emperor crystal was different from that of the Green Dragon Demon Emperor, perhaps because he was not a demon. When the Green Dragon Demon Emperor used the demonic technique, he could complete partial transformation as he pleased. For example, he could transform one hand into a green dragon claw. However, the demonic technique that Xiao Han comprehended only had one move: Green Dragon Possession. In other words, it would directly transform his entire physique into that of the primordial green dragon and transform his body into a dragon. It was impossible to carry out partial transformation. It seems that there are still some flaws in inheriting the secret technique of the demon race as a human. After all, the body structure of humans and demons are very different. Xiao Han shook his head helplessly. However, being able to learn this move, Azure Dragon Possession, is sufficient for my combat prowess to soar for a short period of time. When the Azure Dragon descends, it will sweep through the 3,000 great realms, sweeping through the sun and moon, illuminating the 9 provinces for eternity. This move, Azure Dragon Possession, drains all the demonic energy contained in the 90,000 demonic veins, turning the physical body into a 300-meter-long azure dragon. The strength of a single strike can reach 10,000 ding. Furthermore, the defense of the dragon scales is extremely monstrous, almost indestructible and indestructible. However, the duration of the transformation was only 10 breaths. After 10 breaths, the demon power and the energy of the body would be exhausted, and the person would be completely exhausted. This was the price of summoning the immemorial Azure Dragon. However, I have enough heavenly desolate beast fruits, almost 10,000 of them. I can carve them at any time to replenish my lost beast chi. Well, after a month of closed-door training, my injuries have healed, and the Green Dragon Demon Emperor's corpse and Green Dragon Demon Emperor crystal have been perfectly refined. It's time to go out. Suddenly, Xiao Han's stomach made a grumbling sound. His stomach was also shriveled and twitching. Xiao Han's stomach was rumbling with hunger. In the past month, Xiao Han had been in closed-door training underground and had not seen the light of day. There was no food stored in his storage ring and true acupoints. Xiao Han had not eaten a single drop of water or a single grain of rice. It was entirely because he was in a state of suspended animation, which was similar to hibernation of animals. His need for food was very low, which was why he did not starve to death. However, he was now extremely hungry and thirsty. Now, Xiao Han just wanted to eat to his heart's content. If you gave him a big one, he would be able to roast it alive. Let's go out. Xiao Han's body moved slightly, boom. He directly rushed into the ground. At this time, it was a sunny afternoon outside. The golden sunlight was like fine wine, intoxicating people. The color of the leaves in all directions became darker. The strong fragrance of melons and fruits drifted with the wind. However, the entire withered stone tribe was dead silent and lifeless, like an uninhabited ghost town. A month ago, when Xiao Han fought with the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, the aftermath of the battle affected the people in the tribe, causing them to flee in fear and panic. Forget it, I'll get some delicious fruits to satisfy my hunger, then leave the great wilderness and return to the demon hero pagoda to receive the reward of 10,000 contribution points. Xiao Han strode out of the tribe. Along the way, he passed by an orchard and picked fresh fruits. He wolfed them down to fill his stomach. This time, not only did Xiao Han forcefully complete the impossible task of killing the green dragon demon emperor, he also obtained enough heavenly wilderness demon fruits. In the future, he would not be in an awkward situation where he would run out of demonic power. Most importantly, Xiao Han had awakened his demonic meridians and his demonic power had doubled. He had also learned the demonic technique of the green dragon demon emperor, which greatly increased his combat power. This trip to the great wilderness was a fruitful one. It was a worthwhile trip. At this moment, Xiao Han's luck seemed to have reached an extremely dense state. He had turned danger into safety, encountered fortuitous encounters, and advanced bravely. As a result, his entire aura was imposing. When he walked with a majestic gait, like the sun and moon in the sky, the stars shining down, and the rivers flowing on the ground. His entire body was flawless and his hair was light. He could be described as handsome and radiant. Without the seal of the spirit turtle True Qi, one could see endless demonic light surging and flickering on Xiao Han's left arm, emitting 4 blurry halos that represented 4 types of demonic techniques. The movement was illusory: the heavenly demon apotheosis, the apocalyptic demon blade, and the green dragon possession. In the entire world of the demons, any high-level demon emperor could only produce 1 demon emperor crystal and master 1 demonic technique as long as they did not mutate. It was definitely rare to see someone like Xiao Han, who only opened 9 demonic meridians and had 4 demon emperor crystals and mastered a demonic technique. It was unimaginable. I wonder if the sect master, senior brother Dongfang, senior brother Fang Ling, and senior brother Xiao Mingchu will be shocked when I return to the Pure Maiden sect this time. He, the sect master didn't think that I would be able to complete the mission of killing the green dragon demon emperor. I wonder what the sect master's expression will be when I return. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh. Devil Hero Domain. Devil Hero Tower. Resting area. The 38th floor. In a private room. Li Fanming had already sent the stunning beauty away. At this moment, Li Fanming stood straight like a javelin in front of the window. He was already furious. The entire private room was flashing with runes, as if it could explode at any time. In Li Fanming's godlike eyes, there was a frenzied rage brewing, emitting a terrifying light that could overturn everything. To Li Fanming, Yu Ming's death was tantamount to a public provocation. That was because in the Devil Hero domain, most of the Devil Heroes knew that Yu Ming was Li Fanming's man. Yu Ming was Li Fanming's most loyal follower. Li Fanming held the Devil Hero token in his hand and was communicating with Nia San, and Zhou Chuan, who were also in the wasteland. Nia San, Zhou Chuan, Yu Ming has already been murdered. Li Fanming said sternly. This, no wonder, in the past few months, Yu Ming's communication function has been turned off. I thought he had already returned to the Devil Hero Tower. I didn't expect him to actually. Big brother Li Fanming, did Yu Ming die in the hands of the demon race? Zhou Chuan sent a message to Li Fanming while trembling with fear, as if he was treading on thin ice. It's not the demon race. The culprit who killed Yu Ming is a human, and his surname is Xiao. He's a devil hero, right? It's impossible for an ordinary true energy realm to kill Yu Ming. After all, Yu Ming is also a devil hero of the expanded cave realm, and his ranking on the devil hero ranking is not too low. How dare this? In the devil hero domain, who doesn't know that Yu Ming is Li Fanming's man? I dare to say that even the ancient big shots on the devil hero ranking would not easily make a move. Killing Yu Ming would more or less give me, Li Fanming, some face. The one with the surname Xiao. Zhou Chuan pondered for a few breaths. Big brother Li Fanming, among the devil heroes that I know or have heard of, there aren't many with the surname Xiao that have the strength to kill Yu Ming, at least within the ranking. Right, could it be Cloud Sect's Xiao Mingchu? I heard that Shao Han, that fellow, is also a disciple of Cloud's sect. Could it be that Shao Han sent some information to Xiao Mingchu before he died? I heard that Xiao Mingchu also roams around the wasteland all year round. Xiao Mingchu is an ancient big shot, he can instantly kill Yu Ming. Xiao Mingchu. The possibility of this person is not high. In recent years, this person has been in a state of seclusion, and his communication function has been turned off. With his temperament, it's not very likely for him to come to Heavenly Dragon Empire's territory just to kill Yu Ming. Li Fanming muttered. Shao Han. It's also impossible for Shao Han. He had long died in Heavenly Dragon Empire's totem habitat and was eaten by pure-blooded Swanee and pure-blooded Sky Dragon. Not even his bones were left. At this time, Nya Sainer's voice rang, and he also sent back a message. His tone was very anxious. He was flustered and exasperated. Bad news. Bad news. Big brother Li Fanming. A few months ago, Shao Han actually ran out from Heavenly Dragon Empire's totem habitat, and even killed pure-blooded Swanee and pure-blooded Sky Dragon, wreaked havoc in Heavenly Dragon Empire's Imperial City, killed countless people, and bathed the Imperial City in blood. This brat actually did not die. And he must have had some fortuitous encounter. He must have had a fortuitous encounter from pure-blooded Swanee and pure-blooded Sky Dragon. Could it be Shao Han? Could it be that the one who killed Yu Ming is Shao Han? Zhou Chuan blurted out. Shao Han. Li Fanming was enraged, and his voice was like the roar of the mountains, rumbling, and the entire private room started shaking. Could it be this brat? Zhou Chuan. Nya Sainer. All of you listen up, gather all the devil heroes nearby and investigate. Investigate thoroughly. We must definitely get to the bottom of this. If this brat Shao Han is still in the wasteland, we must find him even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. If he really killed Yu Ming, then he will not be able to escape death. Even the Pure Rain sect cannot protect him. Killing a devil hero on the devil hero ranking can be a big or small matter. Once the higher-ups ask, Shao Han will be sentenced to death. All of you listen up, right now. I, Li Fanming, will personally offer a reward of 200,000 contribution points to capture Shao Han. Zhou Chuan, Nya Sainer, send out my message through the Devil Hero token. Search for the devil heroes in the wasteland, and put up this bounty. Humph. As long as Shao Han is still in the wasteland, he will not be able to escape. 200,000 contribution points is enough to make countless devil heroes scramble for it. Alright, brotherly Fanming, we understand what you mean. Don't worry, we will immediately contact the nearby devil heroes. 200,000 contribution points, maybe even the ancient devil heroes will not be able to resist the temptation to capture Shao Han. To the ancient devil heroes, this is as easy as lifting a finger. I will also seize the time to go to the wasteland personally. Shao Han. You cannot escape. If I find out that you plotted against Yu Ming, I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Night. Shao Han hunted a 3-zhonglong sika deer and barbecued it at the foot of a barren mountain. Shao Han hummed a little tune, feeling very happy. Suddenly. Ah-achoo, Shao Han sneezed. He mumbled. Could it be that someone is talking bad about me behind my back? Chapter 249. At night in the great wilderness, the stars were bright, and the moon was ethereal. It was exceptionally enchanting, like a charming and affectionate young woman. Shao Han started a bonfire and roasted a 3-zhonglong sika deer, which he then ate heartily. After eating and drinking, Shao Han lay on the lawn and stared at the deep and beautiful night sky. Then, Shao Han took out the Inxia token and turned on the messaging function. He also received some messages. Among them, Xiao Mingchu, who was also in the great wilderness, sent a message to Shao Han, junior brother Shao Han, I have left the ancient village and went to the depths of the great wilderness with a few old friends. Are you safe in the Heavenly Dragon Empire? Kill the Green Dragon Demon Emperor if you can. If you can't, return to the Cloud sect immediately. don't be greedy. Remember, remember. Oh. Eldest senior brother has entered the depths of the great wilderness? That is an extremely dangerous place. It is said that there are many mutated demon emperors there. Xiao Han's heart sank. Soon, he sent a message to Xiao Mingchu. Eldest senior brother, be careful. However, Xiao Mingchu had already turned off the messaging function, so he could not receive Xiao Han's message immediately. In addition to Xiao Mingchu, Wu ***, Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling, Mo Qintong, Xiao Yinrong, and the others also left messages for Xiao Han. Don't worry, everyone. I am safe and sound. I will leave the great wilderness immediately. Xiao Han reported that he was safe. Finally, Xiao Han turned off the messaging function. He did not want the chivalrous knights around him to know his whereabouts through the chivalrous knight token's ability to locate the nearby chivalrous knights. This was also the experience that Xiao Mingchu taught Xiao Han as an experienced demon hero. Now, I wish I could grow a pair of wings and reach the demon hero tower in an instant. Hee hee. 1,000,000 contribution points, I will have fun. Xiao Han was eager to return home. The next day, when the first rays of dawn appeared, Xiao Han jumped up from the lawn and stretched his body. Let's go. Let's hurry and leave the great wilderness as soon as possible. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, thousands of rays of light and treasured light shot out from Xiao Han's body. Immediately, they turned into a spirit turtle that shook its head and tail with an ancient aura. Go! Xiao Han leapt onto the turtle shell, and with a thought, the spirit turtle had already turned into a streak of light, directly flying out of the great wilderness like a comet. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the turtle shell, feeling very happy. With the speed of the spirit turtle, it'll take us a few days at most to fly out of the great desolation weave. Xiao Han also had an idea. After flying for a few hours, suddenly, Xiao Han saw a golden rainbow flash in front of him. It was so bright that it pierced through the sky. A huge wave of true qi fluctuated, producing a whistling sound. A tangible and tangible pressure rushed towards Xiao Han like a mountain. Oh! Xiao Han thought for a bit and stopped his genuine qi. The spirit turtle seemed to be frozen in the air and did not move an inch. Such a blatant and oppressive aura was, in fact, tantamount to a direct slap to the face and provocation. This caused Xiao Han to feel slightly uncomfortable in his heart. However, Xiao Han's battle strength was not the same as before. He had a strong foundation and backing. Not only did he not panic, but he also calmed down and looked forward with interest. At this moment, the golden rainbow dispersed and a middle-aged man in a golden robe walked out. He had the air of an immortal, and his body was full of treasure light. His body was like an abyss, and Xiao Han could not see how deep it was. His eyes were like gemstones, emitting a bright and clear light. This person was empty-handed and did not carry any weapons. However, he had a deep and dignified aura, as if he was in control of the universe. Xiao Han. The middle-aged man's expression was meticulous as he indifferently said to Xiao Han. Huh? Xiao Han was startled and murmured. Yes, I am Xiao Han. However, I don't seem to know you. Not only do I not know you, I've never even seen you before. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way and releasing your aura? What do you want? Good, good, very good. The golden-robed middle-aged man repeatedly applauded. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Han. Suddenly, his expression became as sharp as a messenger from the heavens. He looked deeply at Xiao Han as he announced his name. His voice was indifferent, without the slightest emotion. Jin Shanxiong, rank 2778 on the Monster Hero ranking. After a pause, his voice turned low and a faint smile flashed across his face. I want to buy a divine weapon found in the ancient ruins, the heavenly halberd. I still need 180,000 contribution points. Good, very good. Li Fanming is really generous. To deal with such a rookie, he actually offered 200,000 contribution points as a reward. He's really rich. Xiao Han licked his lips. Boom, in the western horizon, swoosh 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 swoosh, a total of 4 sword chi, from 1,000 miles away. In an instant, the sky and the earth were all filled with Gingjin chi. In the sword chi, there were 4 youths strolling out, all of them arrogant, eyes full of killing determination. In the pupils, very strong sword will, all of them. From the fluctuation of their breath, they should be from the same sect. These 4 people, as soon as they arrived, looked at Xiao Han again and again, then looked at each other and nodded. Luo Huanshan, ranked 2999 on the Monster Hero ranking. Su Wen, ranked 3000 on the Monster Hero ranking. Lian Xiao, ranked 3001 on the Monster Hero ranking. Zhu Sihai, ranked 3002 on the Monster Hero ranking. The 4 young men also announced their names and their rankings on the Monster Hero ranking. Oh. The 4 heroes of Luyan Mountain? When the 4 of them work together, they can form a sword formation. They once fought Zhou Donglong, who is ranked 2500 on the Monster Hero ranking, for a day and a night without a clear winner. Jin Shanxiong was slightly surprised. You guys are here too? Brother Jin, nice to meet you. The 4 of us were doing a mission nearby and received this bounty. We just wanted to have some fun. However, since we found Xiao Han, it's also a stroke of luck. 200,000 contribution points isn't a lot, but it's not a small amount either. Ha 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 ha, I'm so poor recently. Why don't you give these 200,000 contribution points to me? How about it? Let's make a deal. Take pity on me, a poor man. A lazy voice rang out. Then, a slovenly middle-aged man walked out from the eastern horizon. He yawned repeatedly, and his jet-black eyes revealed an unrestrained and carefree feeling. He looked at Xiao Han, nodded, and then shook his head. Young man Xiao Han, the biggest dark horse in this year's Monster Hero Selection Contest. His talent is outstanding among the young people in the world. Good, very good. However, it seems that he offended someone he shouldn't have offended. What a pity. Oh right, I'm Yang Hong, ranked 2700 on the Monster Hero ranking. Ahem, I'm just a small character, not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Xiao Han, my young friend, come with me. We'll go back to the Monster Hero Tower together. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. The sloppy middle-aged man, Yang Hong, said to Xiao Han with a smile. Ha 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 ha. Brother Yang, first come, first served. It's unreasonable for you to take Xiao Han away like this. Ha ha ha. Jin Shanxiong laughed loudly, as if there was no one else around. Boom. Suddenly, a turbulent air wave exploded in the sky, blowing up countless white clouds, and the weather changed. A middle-aged man in white tore apart the clouds with his hands and walked out with a majestic gait. His face was long and narrow, and his eyes were filled with hostility. He had the temperament of a battle-hardened veteran. He grabbed a ball of air with his right hand and directly squeezed it until it exploded. His right palm was more than twice the size of an ordinary person. He actually had 7 fingers, and each finger seemed to be surrounded by lightning. What? Lei Qiji, ranked 2487th on the Monster Hero ranking. I didn't expect you to come too. Jin Shanxiong and Yang Hong exclaimed at the same time. Judging from their appearance, it was obvious that they were very afraid of this Lei Qiji. The 4 sword cultivators exchanged glances with each other. Oh, it's just a coincidence. Lei Qiji said sinisterly. Then, he used his eyes to constantly sweep across Xiao Han's face. Young Xiao Han, I've seen your matches. You're indeed charming for a while, but you're still too young. In front of us, you can't even withstand a single blow. Now, don't say anything and don't argue. Obediently surrender. That's the best. I'll also leave you with some dignity. I'll only bring you back to the Monster Hero Tower. I won't ask about other matters, and I won't deal with you. I won't attack you. Of course, if you don't know what's good for you, then you'll have to suffer some physical pain. The way Lei Qiji looked at Xiao Han was as if he was looking at his prey. It was extremely disdainful. Ha ha ha. No way. Xiao Han was happy and fearless. He actually laughed out loud. I don't understand. We're all monster heroes. We're like brothers and communicate with each other. If we encounter a big demon that's hard to deal with, we'll form a team to hunt it down and help each other. Now that you've surrounded me, I wonder what's the matter. Oh. Xiao Han, you're just a rookie who has just become a monster hero. What qualifications do you have to talk about forming a team with us? Talking about equality? Talking about brothers and sisters? Jin Shanxiong said in a serious tone. Moreover, it's not that we want to make things difficult for you. It's that an ancient giant has issued a bounty to capture you and bring you back to the Monster Hero Tower to await punishment. Xiao Han, I've heard that you're a cunning and quick-witted person. However, in front of us, you'd better keep it to yourself. An ancient giant wants to capture me? When Xiao Han heard this, he finally realized what was going on. It seemed like it was Li Fanming's group that was causing trouble. Could it be that I killed Yu Ming and was discovered by Li Fanming? But that shouldn't be the case. When I killed Yu Ming and the other monster heroes, I didn't leave behind any flaws or traces. Ha 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 ha. It's Li Fanming who wants to capture me, right? Yes, Li Fanming is ranked within the top 1,000 of the monster hero ranking list. He has a high position and power. I, Xiao Han, am just a rookie. But even so, Li Fanming doesn't have any reason to capture me for no reason, right? He's not an ancient giant, nor is he one of the higher-ups of the Monster Hero Tower. Xiao Han. Don't try to argue. Those who do evil will bring about their own destruction. You have the ambition of a wolf. How dare you murder Yu Ming? Do you know your crime? Xiao Han. It's a big crime to murder a monster hero ranked within the top 5,000 of the Monster Hero ranking list. Even your 9 generations will be wiped out. Your sect won't be able to protect you. Now, you're a sinner. We'll take you back and wait for your punishment. If you resist, we'll kill you on the spot. 2 fierce and furious voices rang out. Then, Nya San and Zhou Chuan came together. Oh. Xiao Han smiled awkwardly. Nya San, Zhou Chuan. He, you actually want to frame me, Xiao Han, with a groundless crime. That day in the imperial city of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, you sold me to Tsang Yun. Isn't that a crime? As for me, I want to return to the Monster Hero Tower immediately. However, I'm not going to be taken back by you. I want to go back in a dignified manner. You said that I killed Yu Ming? Words don't have any proof. Show me the evidence. If there's no evidence, everything is nonsense. All of you, get out of here. If you continue to talk nonsense, I'll beat you to death. Chapter 250. Xiao Han's words stunned the group of veteran heroes. He was too stubborn. He was surrounded by 9 of the top 4,000 heroes on the Monster Hero ranking, and yet he was still so stubborn. He was a rare weirdo. It should be noted that the 9 chivalrous swordsmen present were not only ranked highly on the chivalrous swordsman leaderboard and had reached the expanded acupoint realm. Furthermore, all of them had gone through mountains of blades, seas of fire, mountains of stone, and seas of bones. They had killed demons and schemed against other chivalrous swordsmen. None of them were simple. All of them were proud and arrogant. There were more than 5 million heroes in this world. For these people to be ranked in the top 4,000, they must have had many fortuitous encounters, turned misfortunes into blessings, and were extremely lucky. They were geniuses among geniuses. Otherwise, they would not have been able to reach this stage. A rookie who had just become a monster hero, and his true chi cultivation was a mess, dared to roar in front of such a group of people without batting an eyelid. This was crazy. The expressions of the 9 demons changed drastically. Even the seemingly lazy and aloof devil hero Yang Hong had a rare murderous look in his eyes. Moonlight rolled around his body, giving off a strong pressure. Monster hero Jin Shanxiong stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes narrowed and glowed. Looks like this kid needs to be taught a lesson. Waves of true qi surged like the tide, locking down the entire area and trapping Xiao Han. It was like catching a turtle in a jar, making it impossible for Xiao Han to escape. However, under such circumstances, Xiao Han was calm. His face was calm, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He had always been a man of strong character. He would not give in easily. He had always dared to fight and fight. Now that he had a fortuitous encounter and his battle power had increased, he would not hold back. Instead, he was tempted. He wanted to attack fiercely. On one hand, he wanted to test his current battle power. On the other hand, he wanted to show these veteran heroes that he was not a pushover. Xiao Han. Nia-san was enraged by thunder and lightning. He glared at Xiao Han with his eyes wide open. Who do you think you are? How dare you challenge us here? We know what you're capable of. It wasn't even worth mentioning. Oh, that's right, you were thrown into the Heavenly Dragon Empire's Imperial City's totem dwelling. I don't know what kind of crafty plot you used, but you actually managed to escape. You even dared to bathe the Heavenly Dragon Empire's Imperial City in blood. You must have had some fortuitous encounter. That's why you are acting so arrogantly in front of us. How childish. There are 9 of us here, and all of us are at expanded acupoint realm. Among them, there are also masters ranked in the top 3,000 on the Hex ranking list. It will be a piece of cake for them to deal with you. Humph. Lei Qiji coldly snorted. Lightning was brewing in his eyes. Between his eyebrows, there seemed to be a world of lightning hibernating. Puny ant. You think you can bully me just because you have a high ranking? It didn't make sense. It was still the same sentence. All of you, scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you. Xiao Han flicked his fingernails. Shut up. You plotted to murder Yu Ming, this is a heinous crime. You still dare to boast here? You're completely courting death. Zhou Chuan roared furiously. Nonsense. You said that I killed Yu Ming. Show me the evidence. Xiao Han's eyeballs moved slightly. Xiao Han thought. If the other party really had the evidence that he killed Yu Ming, they would not be wasting time here. They would come to capture him directly. Moreover, the higher-ups of the Hex Hero Pagoda might even send people to capture him. Therefore, Xiao Han asked for the evidence. You. How stubborn. Zhou Chuan and Nia-san's expressions froze. That's right. They really couldn't bring out any direct evidence. After all, before Yu Ming died, he only sent out a message saying that the culprit who murdered him was Xiao. As for who Xiao was, he didn't have the time to say it. In this world, there were many martial artists with the surname Xiao. On the Hex ranking list, there was no lack of Hex heroes with the surname Xiao. Even among the ancient giants, there were also people with the surname Xiao. Whoever dared to say that it was Xiao Han who killed Yu Ming? If Yu Ming had died a breath later, he might have been able to say the name of the murderer in one breath. Now, Zhou Chuan and Nia-san's original intention was to use words to scare Xiao Han so that he would admit defeat. Then, they would forcefully bring Xiao Han back to Li Fanming and torture him until he confessed. At that time, it didn't matter if Xiao Han was the real murderer or not. He would not be able to escape death. However, Xiao Han was stubborn. He didn't fall for it at all. Looking at Zhou Chuan and Nia-san's expressions, Xiao Han knew that they couldn't bring out any evidence. All of a sudden, Xiao Han was completely fearless. He no longer had any scruples. Let's not talk nonsense. Bring him back to Li Fanming first. Let's not argue about it. Let's split the 200,000 contribution points. In any case, it's a windfall. There's no need to ruin our relationship over this. Luo Huanshan of Mount Luyan's 4 heroes urged. The truth of this matter has nothing to do with us. We're just giving face to Li Fanming and earning some contribution points. Xiao Han, don't force yourself. Let's go back to the Devil Hero Pagoda first and confront Li Fanming face to face. Lian Xiao of the 4 heroes of Mount Luyan said indifferently. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han looked up to the sky and laughed. From your tone, it seems that you're confident that I, Xiao Han, will die. You've gone too far. According to my temper, I would definitely fight to the end with you. However, now that I'm a devil hero and you're devil heroes, I'll hold back a little. It's the duty of a devil hero to hunt demons. It's unreasonable for us to fight each other with our lives. How about this, let's fight. If I can win, all of you will get lost and stop bothering me. Don't accuse me of anything. If I lose, I'll go with you. If you say that I'm the real murderer of Yu Ming, I'll admit it. How about that? This time, Xiao Han also learned his lesson. If he really fought and killed 1 or 2 of these chivalrous heroes, once they sent out the message before they died, he would really be in serious trouble. He might really be punished by the higher-ups of the chivalrous hero tower, and the loss outweighed the gain. He might as well arrange a fight. If someone died, he would be tracked down. He also had an explanation. Oh. You want to fight with us? Let's decide the winner by force. The 9 veteran swordsmen looked at each other. Then, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. He's too arrogant. He's so arrogant. He's so young and has just become a devil hero, but he's so arrogant. Looks like his brain is indeed flooded with water. He's seriously ill. The group of senior devil heroes all laughed mockingly. In their eyes, Xiao Han was nothing more than a nouveau riche who came from a poor family but had many fortuitous encounters and rose in a short time. He didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, stirring up trouble everywhere and offending people he couldn't afford to offend. Everything he did was courting death. Naturally, they would not take Xiao Han seriously. Hee, Xiao Han. How do you want to fight? Jin Shanxiong asked eagerly. How about this? 1-on-1 or a group fight? It's up to you. Xiao Han smiled. What does 1-on-1 mean? What does a group fight mean? Yang Hong sneered. 1-on-1 means that among you, choose anyone to fight me 1-on-1. We'll decide the winner in one fight. If it's a group fight, it means that you all come at me together and I'll finish you all at once. Xiao Han smiled innocently. Make your choice quickly. I'm in a hurry to get back to the Devil Hero Pagoda. Don't waste time. How dare you? Hearing Xiao Han say, 1-on-1 and group challenge, with a straight face, this group of veteran heroes was so angry that they jumped up and down. They had never been provoked like this by such a rookie. Interesting. Suddenly, Lei Qiji took a step forward. His aura was extremely fierce. There was lightning rolling on the surface of his body, and the sound of thunder was like a tide. Xiao Han, since you're courting death, you can't blame others. Oh. You're called Lei Qiji, right? Why, you want to fight me 1-on-1? Xiao Han smiled. I thought you would choose a group fight. Xiao Han, don't be so glib. Since you're the one who suggested a 1-on-1 fight, you can't blame me for bullying the weak. Moreover, when we fight, don't be afraid and don't think about escaping. Of course, you have no chance to escape in front of me. Also, I, Lei Qiji, usually don't fight, but when I do, I will go all out. If there are any injuries during the fight, don't blame others. Don't expect your sect or the Devil Hero Pagoda to avenge you. You asked for it. Life and death are decreed by fate. If you're killed by me, it's because you're not as good as others. You only have yourself to blame. I don't want the 200,000 contribution points. Today, I'll kill you. You're a very annoying person. If I don't kill you today, I won't be able to think straight. Very well. Xiao Han also took a step forward. If I remember correctly, Lei Qiji, you're rank 2487 on the Devil Hero ranking list. Among this group of Devil Heroes, you're ranked the highest. It's best if you stand out and fight me one-on-one. To me, you're the best choice. You can make a show of strength. You. Don't worry. If I'm killed by you, I deserve it. I won't send a message to my sect or the Devil Hero Pagoda. However, if you're killed by me, it's your fate. You can't blame me. After saying that, Xiao Han took a few steps forward and walked towards Lei Qiji. All of you, move away. This ignorant madman is still wet behind the ears. His mouth is very annoying. He made me really angry. Now, I want to take his life with my own hands. All of you, move away. Lei Qiji was full of killing intent. Heh. Lei Qiji is angry. Forget it, let's all move away. Jin Shanxiong shook his head and laughed. He took a few steps back. Yang Hong thought for a few breaths and took the opportunity to move away. The 4 heroes of Mount Luyan also moved away. This. Big brother Lei Qiji, big brother Li Fanming said he wants him alive. This. Do you think we should just cripple him and leave him alive? Yes, big brother Lei Qiji, you can ravage him and cripple him, but leave him alive so that we can report to big brother Li Fanming when we return. Zhou Chuan and Nie San said at the same time. Shut up. Lei Qiji's anger soared to the sky. Today, I won't give face to anyone. I've said it before. If I don't kill this kid, I won't be able to think straight. Today, he will die for sure. This. Zhou Chuan and Nie San were speechless. However, Lei Qiji's cultivation and ranking were much higher than theirs. They didn't dare to say anything. Everyone retreated, leaving a large space for Xiao Han and Lei Qiji to fight. This Xiao Han is dead for sure. He might be killed instantly. Lei Qiji was ranked 2487th on the Devil Hero ranking. He was definitely not an ordinary person. He opened 58 acupoints in his body and expanded them 8 times, which was 33 times. His true qi was as deep as the ocean and immeasurable. Moreover, he cultivated the thunderous great true qi, and was born with the bloodline of thunder. He could communicate with the thunder and lightning in the sky. No calamity would befall him and he would live a peaceful life with great luck. As long as he opened 2 more acupoints and expanded them 2 more times, he would have the chance to enter the top 1500 of the Devil Hero ranking. If he went one step further and condensed his true qi into talismans, he would be qualified to compete for the position of the ancient powerhouse. How could a small fry like Xiao Han be a match for Lei Qiji? They are not on the same level. It will definitely be an instant kill. There's no doubt about it. Yes, Lei Qiji is so angry that he didn't even give face to Li Fanming. He didn't even want the 200,000 contribution points. He will definitely use a killing move. He is not playing with Xiao Han. It would be strange if he didn't kill him instantly. The Devil Heroes who were watching were also discussing. Ignorant kid. He will die immediately. Thunderous great true qi. Suddenly, Lei Qiji's right hand grabbed towards Xiao Han's head. A large area of space suddenly turned into a world of thunder and lightning. Flashes of lightning were like snakes, dragons, and dragons. They rolled and rolled, choosing their targets to devour. The sound of thunder swept across, destroying people's organs. The 7 fingers of Lei Qiji's right palm turned into 7 huge ancient thunder mountains, crushing towards Xiao Han. Waves of thunder and lightning swept out. The entire space was torn apart by the thunder and lightning. It collapsed, dismembered, and caved in, turning into a dense electric light. Behind Lei Qiji, a vast and boundless world of thunder and lightning appeared. His will shocked the ages, shook the heavens and earth, and destroyed all living things. Xiao Han. It is a worthy death for you to die in the hands of Lei Qiji. Aren't you known for having a tough body? Today, I will destroy your body. I will destroy your bones. What the F***ck, you scolded the one next door. World-destroying demon saber. Suddenly, Xiao Han's left arm flashed with a demonic light. All the demonic energy contained in the 93,000 demonic meridians was sucked dry. Pooh, a demonic and beautiful saber light flashed out from Xiao Han's hand. This saber was poignant, beautiful, sad, desperate, and heartbreaking. It was a beauty that surpassed any secular world. Its speed was hundreds of times faster than the speed of sound. Demonic aura soared into the sky. Yin and yang were reversed, day and night were indistinguishable, and the heavenly Tao was in chaos. The entire world seemed to have sunk into eternal darkness. There was no day, only night. Xiao Han's world-destroying demon saber had 93,000 demonic meridians as its foundation. Its power had already surpassed Qing Lin Demon Emperor at his peak. The demonic aura was murderous, and it sucked away all the vitality in the world. The light was distorted, and the thunder and lightning attack and the world of thunder and lightning were all absorbed, leaving nothing behind. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that Lei Qiji's body was directly pulled by the demonic saber light, as if it was about to be sucked into the saber light. No! Lei Qiji let out a heart-wrenching scream. Shockingly, bang! Lei Qiji's arms exploded, and his flesh, bones, and skin scattered in all directions. Roar! Lei Qiji let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his figure retreated rapidly. In a breath's time, he turned into a ray of lightning and disappeared without a trace. After destroying both of Lei Qiji's arms, the world-destroying demon saber finally dissipated. One move. Xiao Han actually defeated the person ranked 2487th on the demon hero ranking with one move. Of course, this saber was the condensation of all the demonic aura in Xiao Han's body. He used all of his strength and did not hold back. However, it was not enough to kill Lei Qiji, and only made him retreat with serious injuries. However, this result was enough for him to be proud of. The whole place was in absolute silence. I've said it before. Wouldn't a group fight be better? But you guys just had to fight one-on-one. Hee hee, who else wants to come up? Xiao Han smiled bitterly. Moreover, he quickly took out a few heavenly desolate demon fruits from his storage ring, and quickly replenished his demonic aura. His eyes swept across the rest of the demon heroes. Looking down on the world. Chapter 251. Qing Lin Demon Emperor's natal demonic skill, the apocalyptic demonic saber, was indeed brutal. This demon emperor had killed countless demons with this slash, leaving their corpses scattered across thousands of miles. In the past, when Xiao Han's demonic power was not as strong as Qing Lin Demon Emperor's, the slash was still immature and shallow. But now, Xiao Han's demonic power had surpassed Qing Lin Demon Emperor's. When he used the apocalyptic demonic saber again, he managed to kill a veteran demon warrior who was ranked 7th on the demon ranking with just one slash. The demon warrior's arms exploded, and he fled in a sorry state. It was too powerful, too domineering. Xiao Han hovered in the air and looked down at the world. He completely revealed the spirit and aura of a great expert. He had developed a kind of atmosphere and a subtle sense of control. Ha 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 ha, the remaining demon warriors were all dumbfounded as if they had facial paralysis. Their throats even let out the sound of owls. The next moment, good, good, good. Xiao Han, you are indeed powerful. You are a genius, a young hero. We are no match for you. Impressive. You have cultivated to this level at such a young age. It is really shocking. You will definitely be famous in the future. Sooner or later, you will occupy a place on the demon ranking. Sorry for offending you. Let's go. The 4 heroes of Mount Luyen did not say anything. They burned their true qi and turned it into 4 rays of golden gung qi. The sword radiance traveled 1,000 miles and they escaped in the blink of an eye. It's a demonic technique. Xiao Han, you have gone astray. I will complain to the higher-ups of the Demon Hero Tower about this. Let's see how you deal with it then. Jin Shanxiong also used his strongest movement technique and escaped. I will not get involved in this. But Xiao Han, remember, evil is self-destructive. You have cultivated demonic techniques and abandoned yourself. You will definitely be punished. Yang Hong also flashed past. Xiao Han, you are dead meat. As long as you dare to return to the Demon Hero Tower, there will naturally be people who will deal with you. Humph. This demonic power is comparable to that of a high-level demon emperor. It is not something that humans can control. In order to obtain power, you have gone berserk. You will become the public enemy of all demon warriors. Everyone has the right to punish you. Take care of yourself. Nia San, and Zhou Chuan also roared fiercely, then used everything they had to flee for their lives. In the blink of an eye, the group of demons who had surrounded Xiao Han in a menacing manner and were shouting to kill him fled as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions. Xiao Han didn't chase after him. Forget it, I won't chase after these guys. After all, they were all villains, so it was unreasonable for them to chase after him relentlessly. However, if they provoke me again in the future, they'll either be crippled or dead in my hands. Xiao Han smiled. Afterwards, he materialized his true chi again and released the spirit turtle, continuing on his way. When I was fighting Garen in the Hex contest, I used the world-destroying demon blade. It seems that no one came to question me or make things difficult for me. It seemed that I had nothing to worry about. He would return to the Yaoxia Tower and collect the 1 million contribution points first before deciding on his next move. Or continue to accept missions, or use these contribution points to visit the various secret cultivation rooms in the Yaoxia Pagoda to see if I can make a breakthrough in the cultivation of true qi. The spirit turtle turned into a streak of light and flew straight out of the great wilderness. Xiao Han didn't plan to visit the villagers and Princess Mo Hen for the time being. On the one hand, Xiao Mingchu had already left the ancient village. On the other hand, Xiao Han had made many strong enemies. If people knew that he had a great relationship with the ancient village that stood aloof from worldly affairs, it might bring disaster to the ancient village, a paradise. 3 days later, Xiao Han finally flew out of the great wilderness. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han didn't rush back to the Pure Rain sect. Instead, he went straight to the Yaoxia region. Yaoxia Tower. The 5th floor. The mission issuance area. This was a misty space filled with treasure clouds and red light. The artistic conception was very profound. It was beautiful and spectacular. In the void, there were many announcement boards floating like fireflies. They were full of spirit chi and glistened like an immortal board. There were many demons here, using their spiritual waves to scan each announcement board and choose the mission that was suitable for them to complete. The person in charge of the mission issuance area on this floor was a middle-aged man in linen. He had a terrifying aura and his whole body was surging with golden light. There were suns and moons floating in his eyes. At this moment, the middle-aged man in linen stood with his hands behind his back straight like a javelin. At this moment, pang, a huge announcement board suddenly exploded in the void. It was colorful. The light was intense. It was a spectacular sight. A paragraph of text suddenly appeared. Mission 1. Kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. 2. Destroy the Heavenly Wilderness Demon Fruit Forest planted by the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor in the Heavenly Dragon Empire of the Great Wilderness. Mission status: completed by unranked demons, Xiao Han completed alone. Any reward: OC 10,000 contribution points. As soon as the news spread, all the chivalrous heroes on this level were stunned. None of them moved at all. Their eyes were fixed on the void, and they were lost in thought. Ha 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 came from their throats. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed their throats. The middle-aged man in linen was also dumbfounded. He even seemed to have lost his wits and was speechless. The originally lively and noisy environment suddenly quietened down. Everyone was suffocating. After 100 breaths of time, what? The mission to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor has been completed? Oh my god. This is really, really, unbelievable. I heard that the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor hid in the heavenly dragon empire of the great wilderness and took a treasure to conceal his demonic aura. Several demons died in the heavenly dragon empire one after another. Even Li Fanming, who was ranked on the demon hero ranking, had to return in defeat. This mission was almost considered to be impossible to complete. In fact, there were even rumors that a few powerful figures couldn't bear it anymore and were preparing to leave the mountain. Now, the mission has actually been completed. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor has been eliminated. Who did it? To be able to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, it must be one of the top demons. It might even be one of the top demons. No. Didn't you see? It was Xiao Han who killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. You should be familiar with the name Xiao Han, right? He's the biggest dark horse of this year's demon selection. He suddenly rose up and crushed everything in his way to become a demon. He's said to have a bright future. I didn't expect him to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor as soon as he became a demon. That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable. This person is really a demon. What? Xiao Han? That young man? Impossible. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is a high-level demon emperor. Among the demons, his bloodline is noble and there's a possibility of mutation. His combat power is comparable to the demons on the demons ranking. Moreover, once he mutates, he can compete with some of the demons. Such a great demon can shatter mountains and rivers with a roar. How can he be killed by a rookie like Xiao Han? It's impossible. Nonsense. The demon token will record the true situation of the mission immediately and send the mission information back to the demon tower within a certain period of time. In the endless years, there has never been a mistake in the mission information. All right. Don't be so noisy. Something big. This is a big thing. I'm going to report this to the higher-ups immediately. There's going to be a peerless genius among the human demons. Heaven and earth. He killed a high-level demon emperor who might have mutated as soon as he became a demon. That's just. It's rare. In that case, Xiao Han has the quality to become an immortal. Is there going to be another immortal among the human race who will never die? No. I'm going to report this directly to the higher-ups. The middle-aged man in linen roared hysterically. He had lost control of his emotions. On the highest floor of the demon tower. On this floor, there was a group of old antiques with powerful auras. They were all senior demons who used to be famous in the world. However, they had all retired and even gave up their positions on the demons' ranking. They were in charge of some internal affairs in the demon tower, which was considered a carefree life. In the recent years, on a whim, this group of seniors had actually gathered infants with superb physiques and bloodlines from all over the 4 regions and the Grand Wilderness, and then they'd nurtured them with great care, allowing them to create a group of extraordinary geniuses that were renowned throughout the ages. After their efforts, they had selected the best from this group of talents to participate in this year's demon trial. They were going to amaze the world. Among them, there was a genius named Garen, who was believed to be a peerless genius who would become an immortal in the future. He had a bright future. However, all of this was completely destroyed by a young man called Xiao Han. Garen had died. All the contestants in the demon domain were either dead or dead. The rest were all eliminated. This caused the group of ancients to lose all face, and they'd practically lost all standing and reputation. In the huge demon tower, they didn't dare to look up after being criticized. Naturally, they hated Xiao Han and the people related to Xiao Han to the bone. At this time, Li Fanming, why did you come to us? An old antique looked at Li Fanming indifferently. Li Fanming stood in the hall, neither servile nor overbearing, and smiled. Seniors, I have a matter to report. I'm sure that all the seniors here will be very interested in this matter. Oh. What's the matter? It's related to Xiao Han. A straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. Li Fanming, also know that if it wasn't for Xiao Han, the disciples of all the seniors would have already become Hex heroes. 3 to 5 years later, they would definitely be ranked on the Hex hero ranking. Especially Garen, it would only be a matter of time before he becomes a giant or even an eternal giant. But, because of this Xiao Han, all of the plans of the seniors became nothing more than an illusion. Ha ha ha. The hatred that the seniors have towards Xiao Han, I'm afraid that even if you use the waters of 3 rivers and 5 lakes, it would still be difficult to wash it off, right? Li Fanming said unhurriedly. At the mention of Xiao Han's name, this group of antiques was furious. The runes in their eyes flickered and light surged, as if they were going to turn the hall upside down. Li Fanming, don't keep us guessing. What do you want to say? Just say it, an old antique said coldly. What do you know about Xiao Han? Well, seniors, you have been holding back. I think you are waiting for an opportunity. Once you get hold of Xiao Han's weakness, you will definitely step on him and make him doomed eternally. Now, I will tell you a piece of news. Don't wait anymore. It's time for revenge. Say it. Say it. In the wilderness, Xiao Han used a powerful demonic technique to severely injure Lei Qiji, who is ranked 2487th on the demon ranking. What? Xiao Han can defeat Lei Qiji? Li Fanming, are you joking? How is that possible? Seniors, please don't doubt me. This information was sent to me by a few of my subordinates at the first possible moment. It is impossible for there to be any mistakes. It is absolutely true. Li Fanming smiled. Li Fanming, what do you want us to do? Humph. Li Fanming's tone became completely cold. Since ancient times, there have been thousands of human demons. Each of them had their own adventures and trump cards. Among them, there are many demons who have studied demonic techniques and even mastered demonic powers. But as far as I know, there are no demons who can use demonic techniques and demonic powers to such an extent as Xiao Han. Xiao Han's true qi cultivation is trash, only at the 4th level. All of his trump cards are related to the demons. Therefore, I have great doubts about this person. Even if he isn't a spy for the demons, he must be closely related to the demons. My words don't carry much weight, so I can't report this directly to my superiors. Seniors, please take this opportunity to report this matter. Let the superiors investigate Xiao Han. Investigate to the end. After a pause, Li Fanming lowered his voice. Everyone, the human race and the demons have always been irreconcilable. We are mortal enemies. Xiao Han's current demonic power is equivalent to that of a high-level demon emperor. Once the superiors investigate him, even if he doesn't die, he will lose a layer of skin. Even if it is proven that he isn't a spy for the demons, he won't be able to bear the consequences. I also have some grudges against Xiao Han. I want to take this opportunity to make Xiao Han suffer. I wonder if any of you are interested? These old antiques looked at each other and exchanged glances. Yes, this is an opportunity. Then, let's collectively complain to the superiors. That's right, we, the group of old antiques, will fight to the death with that thief Xiao Han. We won't let go of even the slightest opportunity. We'll make him suffer. Li Fanming, don't worry, we'll report this matter now. The news you brought is really satisfying. Thank you, seniors. Southern Region. Sect. Sect leader, Dongfang Qin, and Fang Ling were walking in the garden. Sect master, junior brother Xiao Han's 2 wives have adapted to the life of our pure maiden sect and are well behaved. However, they seem to be depressed all the time. They must be worried about junior brother Xiao Han, Dongfang Qin said with concern. Junior brother Xiao Han has been in the Great Wilderness for a few months. I don't know if he has encountered the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. A few days ago, junior brother Xiao Han sent us a message to tell us that he is safe. However, we won't be at ease as long as he doesn't return. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is extremely dangerous. Junior brother Xiao Han was also full of pride and bravery, and he dared to fight and fight. Now, what I'm most worried about is that junior brother Xiao Han hasn't given up on the mission to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. I've sent a message to Xiao Han many times to ask him to come back, but... Sect leader was angry, but there was worry in his deep, vast, and misty eyes. At this moment, sect leader's expression changed drastically and his body trembled. What? How is this possible? His jet-black eyes were wide open. He had completely lost his composure. What's going on? Sect leader? Elder, what's wrong with you? Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling were both shocked. They had never seen sect leader lose control of his emotions in their lives. Sect leader's body trembled violently and he fell into a state of madness. He couldn't control himself. After a dozen breaths, he said with a trembling voice. Something big happened. Xiao Han. Xiao Han. Xiao Han killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. According to the news from the Yaoxia Pagoda, Xiao Han completed the mission to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor alone. Ah. Hearing that, Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling almost fainted. They felt dizzy and could not stand properly. Chapter 252. Xiao Han was eager to return home. He rode the spirit turtle and flew out of the wilderness like a meteor. He then crossed the north region and the west region, and then the south region. He was about to reach the pure land of this world, the Devil Hero region. In a few hours, I will fly into the territory of the Devil Hero region. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the turtle shell and slowed down a little. He flew at a steady pace and was very calm. In his mind, he was constantly thinking. Let's go straight to the Devil Hero Tower. I have completed the mission of killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, which will definitely cause some shock. After all, I've just become a Devil Hero, and I've already killed a high-level Demon Emperor at its peak. It's fine if I don't make a name for myself, but once I make a name for myself, I'll probably become famous. However, these were all illusory, like fleeting clouds. The most important thing is to get the contribution points. With so many contribution points, I can go to those strange secret training rooms that the clan leader mentioned. It was said that there was a hyperbolic time chamber, a gravity chamber, and an illusory secret cultivation chamber. Interesting, just thinking about it makes me feel interesting. I will send a message to the clan leader and the others now and ask them to go to the Devil Hero Tower. After I receive the contribution points, I will treat the clan leader and the other senior brothers well and let them enjoy themselves in the rest area. The rest area of the Devil Hero Tower has a top-notch environment. Xiao Han was very excited. He took out the Devil Hero token and turned on the communication function. However, as soon as Xiao Han turned on the communication function, he first received a message, Xiao Han. It was a strange voice that Xiao Han had never heard before. It was a man's voice, and his tone exuded a sense of indifference and superiority. Who are you? I don't seem to know you. Also, I didn't add you in the communication bar, why can you talk to me? Xiao Han immediately replied with a message. He was full of doubts. Soon, the unfamiliar voice transmitted a message to him. Oh. Xiao Han, a few months ago, you posted a mission in the Devil Hero Tower's mission release area, right? You want to find a Devil Hero who is proficient in the reincarnation divine fire to treat the poison on your friend's face. You haven't forgotten about this, have you? Oh. Yes, I posted this mission. Yes. I am looking for a hero that is proficient in reincarnation god fire. Friend, do you know reincarnation god fire? Xiao Han immediately became excited. The sores on Ah Chao's face were incurable. The only way to restore Ah Chao's appearance was to use the reincarnation divine fire to burn the scars on his face. The scar on Ah Chao's face was really scary, it was too hideous and disgusting. It made one's hair stand on end when one looked at it, it was very uncomfortable. However, Cho was Xiao Han's best friend, the two of them were as close as brothers. Xiao Han was determined to help Cho recover his handsome appearance. Xiao Han did not dare to forget about this at all times. Yes, I'm untalented, but I happen to cultivate the divine reincarnation flame, the voice said slowly. Moreover, from his tone, it was as if he had Xiao Han in his grasp. Xiao Han, as far as I know, there are not many heroes that cultivate the reincarnation god fire in the entire Yaoxia region. It's as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. Moreover, even if you cultivate this martial art, I'm afraid you won't have the leisure to help your friend cure his hidden illness. I, Huang Taiyuan, want to make friends with you, Xiao Han, so I reluctantly accepted this mission. Xiao Han understood the meaning of the song. This Huang Taiyuan said a lot of nonsense. It was nothing more than a rare commodity. He wanted to ask for a sky-high price. Heh. It's okay. Friend Huang Taiyuan, I, Xiao Han, am not a stingy person. How much do you want? You can tell me. If it's not beyond my range, I'll accept it. Is this enough for a friend? Xiao Han sent a message. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. Huang Taiyuan laughed dryly. All right, Xiao Han, about the matter of the reward, let's talk about it face to face. How about this? I have time now. I'll wait for you in the Celestial Dragon Town, outside the Yaoxia region. You can rush over immediately, no problem, right? After we meet, everything can be discussed. Okay. I'll reach the Celestial Stone Town in about 4 hours. We'll talk face to face then, Xiao Han answered very straightforwardly. All right, Xiao Han, I'll wait for you. Huang Taiyuan smiled again. Both sides ended the communication. It seems that this Huang Taiyuan is definitely going to extort me. He wants to extort money from me. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. However, it's just to let him treat senior brother Chow's injury on his face and release a little reincarnation divine fire. It'll be done effortlessly. How much can he extort from me for such a simple matter? Even if he's asking for an exorbitant price, tens of thousands of contribution points should be enough. If I kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, I'll get tens of thousands of contribution points. It's not a big deal to be extorted by him. As long as it can cure the hidden illness on senior brother Chow's face, it's worth it. Xiao Han's heart was full of anticipation as he muttered to himself with a smile. Senior brother Cho, you're worried that you'll continue to be so ugly and picky in this life. However, I will definitely not leave you be. Watch carefully, this time, I will make sure that you'll have an end to your bitterness and happiness. From now on, you'll be able to raise your head and not be looked down upon by others. Yaoxia region. It was an elegant restaurant. In a private room by the window. In the private room, there were a total of 7 men sitting around a square table. All of them had sharp gazes, their bodies were glistening, and their true chi was smooth and flawless. Among them, there were 3 acupoint expansion realm experts whose bodies were as deep as the sea and their true chi was strong and surging like dragons. The leader of the group was a man in his 30s. He was short and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, giving off the impression that he was cunning and intelligent. Between his eyebrows, flames rose. These flames formed a hexagonal star, shooting up in a crisscross pattern. The star flames scattered in all directions, like thousands of golden bugs dancing in the sky, or like fireworks on a New Year's Day. It was a beautiful sight. Brother Huang Taiyuan, how did it go when you spoke to Xiao Han? Another acupoint expansion realm expert asked the short man. The short man was Huang Taiyuan, who had accepted the mission given by Xiao Han and cultivated the reincarnation divine fire. Heh. Xiao Han seems to be in a hurry. It's obvious that someone close to him is suffering from an illness and needs my reincarnation divine fire to treat him. He. Huang Taiyuan laughed sinisterly for a few times, and within his eyes, a plan was brewing. He looked unfriendly. Big brother Huang Taiyuan, are you preparing to extort a large sum of money from Xiao Han? Heh. It wasn't easy for me to cultivate the reincarnation divine fire. I obtained this mystic technique in the cave. You all know that I cultivated an ice-type mystic technique. In order to cultivate the reincarnation divine fire, I had to disperse my own mystic technique. Dispersing one's mystic technique is also a kind of torment, and the pain is not something that outsiders can understand. Furthermore, I recultivated my true chi and cultivated the reincarnation divine fire. It took me a cycle of 60 years to reach the beginner level. It was so difficult and full of ups and downs. How can I help Xiao Han for nothing with this mystic technique that I cultivated so hard? I'm not an idiot. Huang Taiyuan laughed coldly. That's right. A young man dressed in purple robes, who was elegant and suave, agreed. Brother Huang Taiyuan is right. Brother Huang is ranked first on the Devil Hero ranking and is also a top figure. In the Holy War a few years later, Brother Huang's ranking will definitely move up a bit. Right now, it's Xiao Han who needs Brother Huang's help. He is a newcomer who hasn't even made it onto the Devil Hero ranking, so he should take out some contribution points and treasures to accept Brother Huang. Even if it's just a friendship, he won't be at a disadvantage. Moreover, the news that Xiao Han killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor has almost spread. Once he returns to the Devil Hero Tower, he will be able to earn tens of thousands of contribution points. The young man in purple robes narrowed his eyes. Tens of thousands of contribution points. He's now very rich. It's not easy to find this opportunity. Who else can we blackmail if not him? This is not appropriate. Immediately, a devil hero shook his head. Brother Huang, think about it. Xiao Han can even kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. I'm afraid we won't be able to suppress him even if we join forces. Moreover, he might retaliate and slap us in the face. In my opinion, it's okay to blackmail him, but we can't do it too harshly. Huang Taiyuan tapped the table with his knuckles and said while thinking. The news that Xiao Han killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor has spread like wildfire. Many devil heroes are talking about it. Basically, everyone thinks that it's impossible for Xiao Han to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Think about it. Although Xiao Han performed extremely well in the Devil Hero trial and became the biggest dark horse, he's still too inexperienced. He won't be able to do much. In terms of true chi cultivation, it's a mess. Although his physical body is strong, it's only a few million ding at most. It's just brute force and he won't be able to do much. He also knows some demonic techniques, but he's not a demon. Hence, it's a big problem for him to replenish his demonic power. He only knows 3 tricks that are more than enough to deal with those below the expanded aperture realm. However, it's not enough to deal with those at the expanded aperture realm. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is a high-level demon emperor that's about to mutate. His combat strength is above most expanded aperture realm cultivators. How long has it been since Xiao Han became a devil hero? It's only been a few months. How could he kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? Even if he's talented, it's impossible for him to increase his combat strength to such a level within a few months. Humans can be monstrous, but they can't be that monstrous. So, after intense discussions, many devil heroes came to a conclusion. It's impossible for Xiao Han to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. In that case, how do you explain Xiao Han completing the mission to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? Everyone's gaze was on the eloquent Huang Taiyuan. Some people said that the eldest disciple of the Pure Cloud sect, Xiao Mingchu, left the sect with Xiao Han and went to the Great Wilderness. Who is Xiao Mingchu? He's a powerhouse on the Devil Hero leaderboard. He could seal the Demon Emperor with one arrow. Xiao Han is extremely favored in the Pure Cloud sect. Hence, it's very likely that a super expert like Xiao Mingchu first injured the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor and handed him over to Xiao Han to kill him. He helped Xiao Han achieve his goal and made him famous. Brother Huang, that makes sense. Every word you say is a gem. I've already arranged to meet Xiao Han in the Celestial Dragon Town outside the Devil Hero domain. Let's go there together now. After meeting Xiao Han, we'll see how strong he is and see if he's strong enough. If he's really strong, I won't extort him. Instead, I won't take a single cent from him and treat his friend for free. That way, he'll owe me a favor. However, if I find out that Xiao Han is just an empty shell, I'll extort him. He. Didn't he kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? I don't want anything else, including contribution points. I just want him to hand over the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal. Hiss. Brother Huang, you have a big appetite. You're actually coveting the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal. That kind of high-level Demon Emperor crystal can be exchanged for more than 10,000 contribution points. The other devil heroes gasped. All in all, it's better to move forward. Although the world is big, there are very few martial artists who are good at the divine reincarnation fire. I happen to be one of them. I'm a rare commodity. The initiative is in my hands. I'm now advancing step by step and steadily killing Xiao Han. I won't be at a disadvantage. Let's go to the Celestial Dragon Town. The group of devil heroes left the restaurant under Huang Taiyuan's lead and went straight to the Celestial Dragon Town outside the devil hero domain. Chapter 253. Xiao Han was anxious about Ah Chao's illness for many years, so he rushed to the town in a hurry. The Celestial Dragon Town was adjacent to the Yaoxia region. It was a pure land where there were no demons. The sky was clear, and the fragrance of rouge flowed in the air. Xiao Han walked in the Celestial Dragon Town and looked around. There were many buildings made of agarwood in the town. They were exquisite and extremely beautiful. Those who walked in the town were all Yaoxia. However, most of them were below expanded acupoint realm, and their auras weren't too powerful. Zhang Xian reckoned that most of them weren't ranked on the devil ranking board, and they weren't ranked at all. There were a lot of Yaoxia in this world. There were about 5-6 million of them. Those who could get a place on the Yaoxia leaderboard were, after all, very few. However, in the Celestial Dragon Town, there were many expanded point realm experts, but they were few in number. Every one of them was worshipped by the other low-level Yaoxia. It seems that I have to get a place on the Yaoxia leaderboard. The higher the ranking, the better. If I get a high ranking, I won't get the respect of other Yaoxia, but at least there won't be so many trash provoking me, right? Xiao Han suddenly thought. If there's a chance, I must get a place on the Yaoxia leaderboard. If I can use demonic techniques, it shouldn't be a problem to get a place on the leaderboard. Xiao Han. It's Xiao Han. That's right. I've seen the video of this year's Yaoxia trial. That person is Xiao Han. A young hero. Xiao Han, the hero who killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor and has been in the limelight recently. He looks travel-worn. He should have just returned from the wilderness. Let's go and take a look. It'll be best if we can befriend him. Xiao Han's appearance caused a commotion in the town. A large number of low-level Yaoxia swarmed over like a tide. A few expanded point realm Yaoxia immediately turned their attention to Xiao Han. They observed and evaluated him with interest. However, they didn't rush up to him because of their status. Xiao Han. A white-clothed girl blushed and played with the corner of her clothes while mustering her courage. Xiao Han, can we be friends? Xiao Han. I heard that you killed the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. You're really powerful. You are indeed a young hero. Now that I've seen you in person, I finally know that you, Xiao Han, are as fast as lightning and have an extraordinary aura. Xiao Han, let's be friends. I'm Ma Sanyu. Currently, I don't have a ranking on the monster ranking list, but I'm a promising young man. I'm very motivated, and I'll make a name for myself sooner or later. Be friends with me. Xiao Han. Let me introduce my younger sister to you. Xiao Han, I have an elder sister who is extremely charming. I wonder if you're interested? Xiao Han, you are so talented. In the future, you will definitely be an overlord that will shock the world. You will shine brilliantly. You will be my boss. For a moment, Xiao Han was surrounded by 3 layers of people. The densely packed low-level chivalrous spirits flattered him and sang his praises. It was extremely corny and made Xiao Han's hair stand on end. He said hurriedly, Do you guys know that I killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? It's been spread out for a long time. A slender young man said non-stop. Brother Xiao Han, you're now an influential figure. You've become the focus of the entire chivalrous region. How did you manage to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? Can you tell me about it? You're a genius. Quickly tell me about the process of killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Don't worry, I've always been eloquent. I'll definitely exaggerate it for you. I'll give a speech everywhere and make your name even more famous. Spread it far and wide. Sweat. This is not necessary. I killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor by luck. It's a stroke of luck. There's no way to stop it. How should I put it? When I killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, he was already seriously injured and on the verge of death. There's really nothing much to say. Luck. If it were you guys, it would have been a piece of cake for you to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor under those circumstances. Xiao Han finally understood the true meaning of the saying, a man is afraid of fame just as a pig is afraid of being fat. Hence, he lied to them and tried to get rid of these overly enthusiastic fellows. Everyone, please make way, I still have important matters to attend to, Xiao Han. Luck is also a form of strength. No matter what, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor died in your hands. I'm afraid others don't have your luck. A loud and clear voice rang out. Immediately after, a tangible aura swept towards Xiao Han. The low-level heroes surrounding Xiao Han all stepped aside and looked in the direction of the voice. Huang Taiyuan. Xiao Han recognized the voice. It was the voice of the person who had just sent a message to him, claiming that he had accepted the mission he had issued. It was the voice of the person who was proficient in the reincarnation divine flame. Xiao Han also looked over. Xiao Han saw a total of 7 people walking toward him. Among them, 3 had bodies as deep as the ocean. Xiao Han could not figure out their cultivations. At the very least, he was at Aperture Expansion Realm. The leader had black hair that fluttered in the wind. Although he was short, his entire body contained an indescribable aura. Although he did not show his power, the low-level demons around him all retreated. In a short period of time, everything was silent, making him the only one in the world. He stood out from the crowd, extraordinary and refined. In between his eyebrows, a strange flame was brewing. It was more dazzling than fireworks, but it was obvious that it was not an ordinary true fire. Reincarnation Divine Flame? This is the Reincarnation Divine Flame? Xiao Han was stunned. Immediately after, he quickly made an evaluation of Huang Taiyuan. This person is undoubtedly at Aperture Expansion Realm, and not an ordinary one at that. His cultivation is not inferior to that Lei Qiji. Logically speaking, there should be many people on the demons' ranking. They are fresh troops to kill demons and have endless potential. What a coincidence. Treating senior brother Ah Cho actually attracted such a powerful person. But it's okay. Although his aura is strong, Xiao Han, am not necessarily afraid of him. I just have to be careful. While Xiao Han was observing and evaluating Huang Taiyuan and the others were also analyzing Xiao Han. At this moment, Xiao Han had only sealed the power of his flesh shell, and his true qi cultivation was exposed. The quality of his jinqi wasn't very high either. It was only at Duan 4. It was sloppy and ordinary, and it was easy to see with a single glance. Oh. Level 4 True Qi. He opened 36 True Qi points, a rookie among rookies. That's right. Maybe his flesh shell is different from ordinary people, but for us martial artists, cultivating true qi is the way to become an immortal. Everything else is unorthodox. This Xiao Han is obviously putting the cart before the horse. Now that I have seen him with my own eyes, I don't think that he is a good person. Garen's death was really unjust. He was actually killed by such a person. What a pity. That's right, Brother Huang. Hearing about Xiao Han is not as good as seeing him in person. This Xiao Han is indeed a little unbelievable. Actually, looking up, down, left and right, no matter what, I can't relate him to anyone. Amazingly talented, and other similar words were linked together. Could it be that he really lives up to his reputation? I also think that he couldn't have killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. This person's aura is too ordinary, and he looks silly. He doesn't look like a shrewd person, but more like a country bumpkin. What he said just now is probably the truth. When the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was seriously injured, he happened to bump into him and killed him with one strike. Once and for all. Huang Taiyuan and the others were also using the evil hero token to communicate telepathically. Finally, the two sides met. Hello, Xiao Han. Huang Taiyuan said indifferently. Xiao Han did not move and smiled faintly. My friend Huang Taiyuan, my friends, hello. Xiao Han, you're the one who issued the mission to find the evil hero who is proficient in the divine reincarnation fire true qi to treat the poison on your friend's face, right? Huang Taiyuan squinted at Xiao Han. Yes, I'll have to trouble my friend Huang Taiyuan to help me with this matter. We're all evil heroes, and we'll take care of each other. However, my friend Huang Taiyuan, don't worry. I'm Xiao Han, and I'm not a reckless person who doesn't understand etiquette. As for the reward, I'll definitely satisfy you. Ha 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 ha, no problem, no problem. Huang Taiyuan said with a fake smile. Alright, let's find a restaurant and discuss this matter while drinking. After saying that, Huang Taiyuan exchanged glances with the other evil heroes. Xiao Han immediately understood that Huang Taiyuan was not a person who was easy to talk to. This person was cunning and intelligent, and he had an expression that liked to take advantage of others. Xiao Han was not willing to deal with such a person, but for the sake of senior brother A Chao's hidden illness, Xiao Han could only force a smile and feign civility. Soon, Xiao Han, Huang Taiyuan, and the others came to a private room in a restaurant. My friend Xiao Han, you've become famous after killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Come, let's toast to you. Huang Taiyuan raised his cup. Huang Taiyuan's friends also pretended to raise their cups and wanted to get close to Xiao Han. Xiao Han became anxious and reluctantly drank a cup of wine with these people. My friend Huang Taiyuan, let's talk business. About my friend's injury on his face, this. It's okay. It's still early. Let's talk slowly. My friend Xiao Han, the few of us sincerely accept you. Huang Taiyuan waved his hand and interrupted Xiao Han's words. My friend Xiao Han, please don't take offense to what I said, but your true qi cultivation base is indeed a little inferior. Currently, your true qi cultivation base is only at level 4. Among the millions of evil heroes in the entire evil hero world, I'm afraid you're at the bottom. My aptitude is poor. I've cultivated for as long as the others, but I've achieved very little. Xiao Han smiled faintly. Another cave expansion realm evil hero's eyes were filled with arrogance. In that case, Xiao Han, how did you kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? Did you just rely on the strength of your body? That's unbelievable. I've said it just now. When I killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, he was already at his limit. I was just lucky. Xiao Han said anxiously. Did Xiao Mingqiu help you kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? Huang Taiyuan stared at Xiao Han. Xiao Han was really annoyed by the pestering. It was impossible for him to tell a group of irrelevant and annoying people how he was imprisoned in the Heavenly Dragon Empire's Imperial City's totem habitat, how he devoured pure-blooded sky dragons and pure-blooded swanni, how he risked his life to kill Azure Dragon Xiao Han, and how he killed him. Therefore, Xiao Han casually agreed. How do you know that it was my big senior brother Xiao Mingqiu who helped me? Yes, that's what happened. Senior brother Xiao Mingqiu's godly arrow was invincible. He injured the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor with one arrow, which allowed me to kill him easily. Are you all satisfied with what I've said? Alright, let's get down to business. Everyone, what price do you need to pay to heal my friend's injury? I don't like to beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. My friend Huang Taiyuan, how many contribution points do you need to be willing to help? Name a price, and we'll negotiate. Ha 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 ha. As I expected, it was Xiao Mingchu who helped me. Huang Taiyuan was relieved. Then, he raised his eyelids slightly. Xiao Han, you have to know that it's extremely rare to find a hero who is good at the reincarnation divine fire in the entire world of heroes. I found the reincarnation divine fire in a cave. It's rare to see a swordsman with a fortuitous encounter like mine. Let's put it this way. Other than me, Huang Taiyuan, who can heal your friend's injury, other heroes who are stronger than me might not be able to heal him. Heh. How much do you want? Xiao Han's face darkened slightly. Huang Taiyuan looked at Xiao Han meaningfully. Xiao Han, I admire you very much. I want to be friends with you so that we can take care of each other in the future. How about this? I don't want the contribution points. However, since you killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, can you lend me the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal for a few days? Xiao Han was instantly enraged when he heard that. His expression changed slightly, and the tattoo on the demon monarch's palm on his left arm moved slightly. It emitted a dangerous aura. Oh. Xiao Han, what's with that expression? Why are you showing us such an expression? The other acupoint expansion realm cultivator said sternly. Xiao Han, you have to understand the situation. You're the one who needs our help, not the other way around. Moreover, Brother Huang has made it very clear that only Brother Huang can heal your friend's injury. There's no other way. Now, you're refusing to lend me the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal for a few days? Then, there's no room for negotiation. Brother Huang, let's go. Bang! Suddenly, Xiao Han slammed the table, and the wine cups and plates on the table were shattered into pieces. Your wishful thinking is really brilliant. Blackmail people? Blackmail me, Xiao Han. How dare you ask for my Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal? Are you trying to bully me because I don't have a temper? Xiao Han's face turned ashen as he stood up. Huang Taiyuan, whether you agree or not, you have to heal my friend's face. If you agree, everyone will be happy. If you don't, I'll beat you until you agree. It's fine if I, Xiao Han, don't cause trouble, but someone actually dares to offend me? It's fine if you're some ancient powerhouse, but you're just a few small fries. How dare you? Do you believe that I can break your limbs at any time? A murderous aura burst forth from Xiao Han's body. His aura, which had previously been harmless, suddenly became majestic. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Chapter 254. Xiao Han flew into a rage. When he met Huang Taiyuan, Xiao Han had already expected that he would be extorted by Huang Taiyuan. At that time, Xiao Han thought that Huang Taiyuan was asking for an exorbitant price and that it would at most be tens of thousands of contribution points. However, he did not expect Xiao Han to ask for the Green Dragon Demon Emperor crystal. This was simply going too far. He had completely treated Xiao Han as a sucker. This was intolerable. Huang Taiyuan and the others were also shocked. They hadn't expected that Xiao Han would turn hostile so quickly. Not only did he roar at them, but he also threatened to kill them. His killing intent was so strong that Huang Taiyuan were shocked. Bang! Huang Taiyuan slammed the table and stood up abruptly. Several of his chivalrous hero friends also took advantage of the situation and stood up, their faces all ferocious. They had observed Xiao Han for a while. They felt that Xiao Han was too ordinary and there was nothing special about him. His aura was too mediocre. He was only able to kill the Green Dragon Demon Emperor because of Xiao Mingchu's help. If Xiao Han's battle prowess was truly outstanding, his aura was vigorous, and he could move like the wind with lightning, then it would be fine. They could just bear with it and talk to Xiao Han politely. However, Xiao Han was just a good-looking but useless embroidered pillow, deceiving the world to gain fame, so there was no need for them to be polite to Xiao Han. Xiao Han. I, Huang Taiyuan, accepted the mission you issued out of goodwill, and did not hesitate to consume my hard-earned true qi to heal your friend. Not only did you not appreciate my kindness, but you also spoke ill of me and made a false countercharge. What is the meaning of this? Huang Taiyuan pointed at Xiao Han and laughed viciously. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Xiao Han, you're unruly and arrogant. You think that you've had some fortuitous encounters. Do you want to behave atrociously? Your true qi cultivation is a mess and you're worlds away from the expanded acupoint realm. With your aptitude, you'll need decades or centuries to reach the expanded acupoint realm. Everyone knows that everything is just empty talk if you don't reach the expanded acupoint realm. You probably relied on your connections in the sect, Xiao Mingchu, Wu Bo, and so on to swindle people. Save it. If you really think you're capable. I'd like to see how powerful you are. Another cave-expanding realm fiend. He also couldn't stop sneering. Xiao Han. You probably thought that in the Hex Hero trials, you defeated the group of young people from the Hex Hero region. You think you can rule over an area just because of that? Ha 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 ha. What a joke. To tell you the truth, those little bastards, including Garen, are nothing more than a bunch of good-for-nothings. A silk pants raised by a group of old antiques. How arrogant. How could he be compared with us, who fought with our fists and kicks? Ever since we were young, we've been diligent in our cultivation, slaying demons and eradicating devils. We've been tempered into steel. It's no big deal for you to defeat those good-for-nothings. Only by defeating us can you call yourself a genius. How about it? Do you dare to play with us? If you are defeated by us, let's play with that Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal for a few days. What do you think? Do you have the guts? If the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal were to be exchanged for contribution points in the Yaoxia Pagoda, it would definitely be worth millions of contribution points. Its value was much greater than the mission of killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Therefore, Huang Taiyuan and the other swordsmen were going all out. They had to get the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal no matter what. They were completely blinded by greed. Xiao Han didn't move. He rolled his eyes a few times and sneered. I heard that it's strictly forbidden to fight among swordsmen. How do you want to fight? Do you want to go to the Yaoxia Pagoda to apply for a fight? Ha ha ha, are you scared? Are you scared now? Weren't you very impressive just now? Huang Taiyuan said disdainfully. Let me tell you, as long as you don't kill anyone, it's okay to play with the rules between swordsmen. Don't worry, we won't kill you. We'll just teach you a lesson and polish your edges so that you can learn to be tactful and judge the situation. In the future, when you go out, you'll know how to behave and how to be reserved. This is also a good thing for you. Let's fight in this celestial dragon town. How about it? Huang Taiyuan's attitude was completely aggressive. He almost didn't allow Xiao Han to object. It was as if he wanted to kill Xiao Han. Ha ha ha. You can play with the rules? Xiao Han burst out laughing. Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Han, our ranking on the list of swordsmen is neither high nor low, and you don't even have a ranking. We can just fight casually, and the higher-ups don't have the time to care about us, another swordsman shouted impatiently. Oh. In that case, that's exactly what I want. It saves me from having to worry about anything. Since you want the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal, come and get it with your real ability. However, don't refuse to treat my friend's injury after I defeat you. You're also famous people on the list, and I don't think you'll go back on your words. Xiao Han stretched his body. Let's go. Let's fight in the back mountain of the Celestial Dragon Town. Finish it quickly. Hee, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal is mine. Huang Taiyuan flicked his sleeves and went down the restaurant with a few swordsmen. Xiao Han followed closely behind. They all went down the restaurant, and all of them were full of murderous intent as they walked toward the back mountain of the celestial dragon town. Xiao Han's face was gloomy, and Huang Taiyuan and the others were livid. They all looked unfriendly. Along the way, many low-level swordsmen began to discuss with each other. Xiao Han. That's Huang Taiyuan, ranked 2598th on the list of swordsmen. He was also a hero and an arrogant person. Xiao Han and Huang Taiyuan are together? No, why are they so aggressive? It seems like they have a grudge against each other. Wait, they didn't say a word and went to the back mountain. Are they going to fight? Let's follow them. Why? Are we going to watch a fight? Let's go. I haven't seen such a fierce fight for a long time. One of them is a genius who has been in the limelight recently, and the other is a senior swordsman. If they really fight, it'll be a good show. It'll be a waste not to watch. The behavior of Xiao Han, Huang Taiyuan, and the others not only attracted a large number of low-level swordsmen, but also a few cave expansion state swordsmen in the celestial dragon town. Therefore, Xiao Han and the others walked in front of them. A large group of swordsmen followed behind them. When they arrived at the back mountain, there were already hundreds of swordsmen behind them. There was a huge empty space in the back mountain. It was 100 acres of flat land. Xiao Han, let's fight here. Since you're so arrogant, I, Huang Taiyuan, will teach you a lesson. Huang Taiyuan licked his lips. I told you to finish the fight quickly. That's right. But don't worry, I won't kill you. After saying that, Huang Taiyuan stood on the empty ground. His true qi surged, and countless reincarnation divine fires surrounded him, making him look dreamy. Huang Taiyuan crooked his finger at Xiao Han. Come on, Xiao Han, let's fight. Don't be afraid. After saying that, Huang Taiyuan was in high spirits. He glanced at the swordsmen who were watching. Then, he pretended to speak in a loud voice. Xiao Han, you're still young. You're still young. Your headstrong and self-opinionated personality will only make you suffer. Fight with me. It's nothing. At most, you'll suffer some superficial wounds. You'll learn from your mistakes. You won't be so arrogant when you go out. It's better than being killed by the enemy or eaten by the demons, right? I'm teaching you a lesson, not bullying you. You have to be clear about this. After he said that, the onlookers were in an uproar. He's really going to fight? TSK, Huang Taiyuan's words are so high-sounding. He said that he's going to teach Xiao Han a lesson. This Xiao Han is really a restless person. Recently, he became famous after killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Now that he's back, he's going to fight Huang Taiyuan, who's ranked 2598th on the swordsman leaderboard. This person really likes to be in the limelight. At this moment, Xiao Han walked into the empty ground slowly. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. He looked at Huang Taiyuan and said, Huang Taiyuan, there are 7 of you. Including you, there are 3 acupoint expanding realm cultivators. How about this? I'll save myself some trouble. The 3 of you can come at me together. As for the other 4 who are at level 5 true qi, I'm not interested. After he said that, the onlookers were dumbfounded. Wasn't he a little too arrogant? He actually dared to say that he wanted to fight 1 against 3. A Duan Forjanshi newbie was challenging 3 expanded point realm experts at the same time. This was simply a miraculous event that was rarely seen throughout history. After all, no one had witnessed Xiao Han killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor with their own eyes. Just as everyone had analyzed, there might be something fishy about it. Besides, Xiao Han admitted that he was lucky to have killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Yet, the sight of Zhang Xian facing off against 3 acupoint expansion realm cultivators happened right before the eyes of the spectating demonic heroes. This caused many people to think that Xiao Han was being too reckless and overestimating his own capabilities. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han. I think you're hopeless. He's seriously ill. The other two acupoint expansion realm cultivators who came with Huang Taiyuan couldn't help but take a step forward. One of them was like a peerless sword hidden within its sharpness, wanting to slay everything in its path. His entire body released a majestic sword intent, giving him the demeanor of a grandmaster of the way of the sword. Hu Xiaofeng, ranked 3222nd on the Monster Warrior leaderboard. One of the spectating demonic heroes called out his name. The other one had a full forehead and great ambition in his eyes. His Jinqi was like a huge river, creating huge waves one after another. Zhou Donglai, ranked 3401 on the Monster Warrior leaderboard. The three acupoint expansion realm cultivators glared at Xiao Han, preparing to attack. At this moment, all right. Let's fight. If I, Xiao Han, want you to lose, you will lose. Suddenly, Xiao Han let out a ferocious roar. The next moment, an obscure wave of demonic aura shot up into the sky. Demonic aura lingered, imprisoning for eternity. In an instant, 3 ancient demonic talismans came crashing down. These 3 ancient demonic talismans were ancient, mysterious, and contained the terrifying power to seal people, ghosts, immortals, and gods. Sky Demon God Seal. Xiao Han directly drained the demonic energy in his 93,000 demonic meridians and used them to create 3 talismans, shrouding his 3 opponents. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. Sparing no demonic energy. End the battle quickly. Boom. 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 The 3 monster warriors, Huang Taiyuan, Zhou Donglai, and Hu Xiaofeng, did not even have time to react before they were sealed. Huang Taiyuan was sealed for 2 breaths. Zhou Donglai was sealed for 4 breaths. Hu Xiaofeng was sealed for 4 breaths. Xiao Han did not hesitate to attack. Furthermore, he had been hiding his strength well and admitted that the Green Dragon Demon Emperor was injured by Xiao Mingqiu, so he went to pick up the slack. This made Huang Taiyuan and the others think that Xiao Han was very weak. Therefore, they did not guard against him and fell into his trap. Roar! Xiao Han let out a shrill roar and charged at Huang Taiyuan, tearing through the air. The power of his flesh shell surged like thunder, and he slapped Huang Taiyuan in the face. Pooh! Huang Taiyuan felt as if he was struck by lightning. Blood splattered everywhere, and all his teeth were broken. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He landed heavily on the ground and kept coughing out blood. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, Zhou Donglai and Hu Xiaofeng were also slapped to the ground. Their bodies were bent over, twitching and moaning in pain. Xiao Han had slapped 3 monster warriors in one go. His moves were clean and precise, and the whole place was silent. You are just a few useless people. How dare you try to blackmail me? Xiao Han's lips curled up. He was indescribably arrogant. However, since we are all monster warriors, I will show you mercy. I will only let you suffer a little. Otherwise, I will beat you to death or cripple you. Chapter 255. Xiao Han first used the Sky Demon investiture technique to seal his opponent's Jinqi and movements. Then, he used the power of his flesh shell to send his opponent flying. The combination of demonic arts and the power of his flesh shell complemented each other perfectly. The 3 expanded acupoint realm demon heroes were all respected figures in their own regions. In the secular world, they were worshipped by the commoners. However, in the blink of an eye, they were knocked to the ground by Xiao Han. They didn't even have the chance to resist. Everyone was shocked. The low-level heroes, as well as the few expanded acupoint realm heroes, who had been chattering non-stop a moment ago, had all shut up. All of them were staring at Xiao Han, dumbfounded, as though they had seen a ghost. Heh! I've said it before. If you want to extort me, I'll beat you up. Xiao Han harumphed and walked towards Huang Taiyuan, who was wriggling on the ground like a maggot. Xiao Han had a good grasp of his strength when he knocked down Huang Taiyuan and the other two. He wouldn't kill or cripple them. At the very most, he would only make the three expanded acupoint realm demon heroes temporarily lose their ability to fight. Of course, they would still suffer physical pain and bone pain. However, the expanded acupoint realm demon heroes had vast amounts of jinqi. Even though their flesh shells weren't as strong as the barbarians of the Great Wilderness, they could still use their jinqi to temper their bodies. Xiao Han walked to Huang Taiyuan's side. He bent down. All of Huang Taiyuan's teeth had been shattered, and his entire body was spasming. Snot and tears flowed from his nose, and his eyes were filled with fear and despair. Blood frothed at the corner of his mouth, and a gurgling sound came from his throat as he spoke in a feeble voice. Xiao Han, you, what else do you want to do? You are actually so powerful. I miscalculated. Xiao Han. Don't do anything rash, please don't kill me. It's not easy for me to cultivate to this level. I was wrong this time. There will be places where you will appear in the future. I will definitely disappear. How about it? I've completely given in to you, please let me off. Huang Taiyuan's heart was filled with bitterness. Initially, he wanted to make a plan before taking action. He thought that Xiao Han was just a conceited and arrogant person. That was why he was certain that he would defeat Xiao Han. He was prepared to extort the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor Crystal. But unexpectedly, Xiao Han actually killed the three expanded acupoint realm cultivators in an instant. It didn't matter what methods he used. An instant kill was an instant kill. There was no doubt about that. Moreover, Huang Taiyuan was an experienced cultivator. He knew that if it wasn't for Xiao Han's mercy, the three of them would already be cold corpses. At this point, Huang Taiyuan finally believed that the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor should have been killed by Xiao Han. It was impossible for him to have been killed by someone else. Huang Taiyuan cursed in his heart. Pretentious. This kid is too pretentious. Xiao Han is too pretentious. If this kind of person goes out, I don't know how many people will die from his schemes. I am convinced this time. This guy is destined to be a formidable character. I will be defeated by his hands. I can Xiao Han will spirit Xiao Han is Luo Qi. Is in the future, wherever he is, I'll just have to avoid him. In this life, I won't be his enemy. Xiao Han Demon Hero, Xiao Han. Xiao Han, Xiao. And, one of, clan, Xiao Han of. Xiao Realm Cultivators. One of. Of Xiao of them. Of. Our common enemy is the demon clan. I'm not interested in killing each other. I hate it. Huang Taiyuan, my friend, when you are free, can you make a trip to the southern region Fire Beacon Empire's Pure Cloud sect? There is a person called Ah Cho in the outer sect of the Pure Cloud sect. He is a good friend of mine. Senior Martial Brother Ah Cho has a hidden illness on his face. He has a poisonous sore. I need to use the reincarnation Divine Fire True Qi to burn off Senior Martial Brother Ah Cho's poisonous sore. Hearing this, Huang Taiyuan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He had completely survived the disaster and quickly interrupted Xiao Han. All right. Xiao Han, I will go to the Pure Cloud sect tomorrow to treat your friend Ah Cho's face. Don't worry, leave this matter to me, Huang Taiyuan. There won't be any slip-ups. If I can't treat Ah Cho's face, you will blame me. How about that? I will leave tomorrow. Good. That's for the best. Thank you, my friend Huang Taiyuan. Don't worry. I will not mistreat you. Tens of thousands of contribution points is not a problem. Xiao Han smiled. I don't dare. I don't dare to ask for a reward from you. Huang Taiyuan said in fear. I won't take a single cent. I won't take a single cent. After negotiating with Huang Taiyuan for a while, Shao Han stood up and left the immortal dragon town. He walked towards the Devil Hero region. Countless low-level devil heroes were intimidated by Shao Han's imposing manner. They automatically made way for Shao Han. Everyone held their breath. After Shao Han left, some of the devil heroes started to whisper to each other, "Amazing. Too amazing." He killed without hesitation. In just one move, he killed 3 experienced expanded point realm devil heroes. He is a genius. From what I can see, there will be a promising young man on the devil hero ranking. However, it seems like Shao Han used a demonic technique. His demonic strength is comparable to a high-level demon emperor. I wonder if this is against the rules. Devil Hero Pagoda. The top floor. There was only one room on the top floor of the Devil Hero Pagoda. The thick metal door was tightly shut. Countless ancient characters and talismans were engraved on the metal door. There were also star veins extending on the metal door. All kinds of strange phenomena could be seen. There was a holy light as vast as the sea. There were even traces of immortal chi. It was supreme. If anyone looked at the door for a long time, they would feel a suction force that would suck their soul into a vast and mysterious world. Strands of destructive aura lay dormant within the door, and it caused the heavens and the earth and the universe to tremble before it. No one could go against it. It was as if there was a group of ancient gods inside the door. A group of old antiques knelt outside the door, trembling in fear as if they were walking on thin ice. All of them kept quiet out of fear. Although they were separated by a metal door, these old antiques were still suppressed by the terrifying aura inside the door. They held their breath and did not dare to breathe too loudly. "My lords, this is the strongest young man in this year's selection competition, Shao Han. This is an anomaly. He actually used demonic magic wantonly and fought with many evil heroes. Moreover, I heard that his demonic power is not inferior to that of an advanced demon emperor. This is the first time in the history of our human clan. This is rarely seen in the history of the human clan. My lords, the human clan is the human clan, and the demon clan is the demon clan. It is absolutely impossible for the human clan to master the secret methods and skills of the demon clan so perfectly. Shao Han's world annihilation demon saber is on par with demon emperor Qinglin. This is extremely unimaginable. I hope that all of you can understand it. This is not because Shao Han has a grudge against us and we are taking revenge on him. It's related to the rise and fall of the entire human clan. We all suspect that Shao Han is a spy of the demon clan. One of the old-timers reported in a pained voice. Inside the metal door, there was silence for dozens of breaths. Then, a godlike voice came out. "All of you, leave. We will deal with this matter." Yes, yes, yes. The group of old antiques left one after another. Inside the metal door. It was an extremely mysterious space. It was almost boundless. In this space, there were continuous divine mountains and illusory palaces. Powerful spirit storms were rolling and sweeping. There were even strands of immortal chi and intertwining immortal talismans. Divine lights that were rarely seen in the history of the world were bursting out everywhere. Wind, cloud, thunder, water of the yellow spring, eternal divine wind, space cracks, all of them appeared. It made people feel that those in this space shouldn't be mortals, but immortals. Divine light surged, and mist rolled. In this space, there were more than a dozen spirit storms that were as powerful as ancient giant gods. They were squirming and releasing some power of rules and laws. They were just spirit storms, but no physical bodies could be seen. "Shao Han. What do you think?" A faint voice was heard. This voice alone was enough to shatter the void. If it was a little louder, it would definitely change the wind and clouds and cause a catastrophe. It was almost an invincible voice. Indeed, there was no trace of a physical body. There were only a dozen spirit storms talking wantonly and saying what they wanted. The aura of these spirit storms was just like that of the great ancient gods and immortals, shocking the world and destroying the 9 continents. Moreover, the aura of these spirit storms was high and mighty, and it didn't show any human emotions. At every moment, it revealed the combination of the heavenly Tao, rewarding good and punishing evil, and enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. All kinds of rules were set by one hand and controlled by the other. The development of things has deviated from what we imagined. No, to be serious, there has been a huge deviation, another spirit storm said in a serious tone. We all watched Xiao Han's battle against Garen in the Hex Hero preliminaries. At that time, Xiao Han's demonic power could only be said to be ordinary, about the same as that of a low-level demon emperor. But now, Xiao Han killed the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor was a high-level demon emperor, and he had a mutated bloodline. How could he be killed by Xiao Han? Another spirit storm joined in. According to the information we have, Xiao Han defeated a senior hex hero in the Great Wilderness with one move. The demonic power he displayed was already that of a high-level demon emperor. In other words, this young man improved from a low-level demon emperor to a high-level demon emperor in just a few months. As soon as he said that, the dozens of spirit storms in the entire space fell silent at the same time. After a few hundred breaths, his progress is too fast. From a low-level demon emperor to a high-level demon emperor, it only took a few months. Such a monstrous growth rate was rarely seen in the demon clan. Even those creatures with the bloodline of the demon clan emperor can't grow so fast. Could it be that Xiao Han will mutate his bloodline and control the demonic power of a mutated demon emperor? Then, he will go through a second mutation, an ultimate mutation, and finally possess the destructive demonic power of the demon clan emperor? If that's the case, it looks like we're nurturing a tiger that will invite disaster. Our judgment may be a little off. I didn't expect Xiao Han to be able to control such a huge amount of demonic power in such a short time. Now, it seems that we have to kill him in the cradle. We can't let him continue to grow. Yes. The world is ever-changing. Throughout history, there have been many catastrophes that eventually led to disasters because of small things that didn't attract enough attention. The collapse of an ant's nest. Even a small ant's nest can cause the collapse of a dam. Well, I support killing Xiao Han now. That's what I mean too. Xiao Han has returned to the Devil Hero domain and is heading to the Devil Hero Tower. He's probably going to get some contribution points after killing the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. Let's order a few of the top 1,000 powerhouses on the Demon Warrior leaderboard to take action. Okay. I'll pass on the order now. It was better to nip the trouble in the bud than to nip it in the bud. So that there won't be any big mistakes in the future. Among the dozens of spirit storms, 6 of them unanimously decided to kill Xiao Han. Wait. Another spirit storm kept expanding and wriggling, and the immortal talisman kept flickering as if it could explode at any time. What nonsense. Xiao Han is only about 20 years old, but he can already kill an advanced demon emperor alone. Moreover, in the Hex Hero preliminaries, he was brave and resourceful. This kind of genius is hard to come by in tens of millions of years. But now, instead of attaching importance to him, you want to kill him? What kind of logic is that? Bullsh*T logic. If you do this, the human race will go extinct sooner or later. We'll be killed by the demons sooner or later. Yes, tell me, in the entire history of the human race, has there ever been a 20-year-old teenager who killed an advanced demon emperor alone? Definitely not. It's not easy for the human race to have an unprecedented genius, but he was killed just like that. You guys can bear to do it, but I can't. So what if Xiao Han used demonic techniques? All the paths lead to the same destination. As long as Xiao Han is loyal to the human race and takes killing demons as his responsibility, there won't be a problem. We shouldn't kill him. In my opinion, we should focus on training him instead. This will allow him to improve even further. Yes, Shao Han might have had an internal conflict with many demon warriors and injured some of them, but he killed the Green Dragon Demon Emperor, which is enough to make up for his mistakes. I don't think there's a problem. To put it bluntly, Shao Han didn't do anything out of line, but he was executed for no reason. It's infuriating. In this way, the demon warrior pagoda will lose cohesion and the people will be divided sooner or later. Among the dozen or so mental storms, 6 of them opposed Shao Han's execution. At this moment, there was a dispute among the supreme mighty figures about how to deal with Shao Han. They had different opinions. All of a sudden, the atmosphere became tense. Boom! Runes intertwined, thunder roared, lightning flashed, the sun and the moon rose and fell, and a huge mental storm let out an angry roar. Ridiculous. Do you expect Shao Han to become the future leader of the human race? That's a joke. How stupid. According to the intelligence, Shao Han's demonic power was boundless, but his true chi cultivation was trash. Now, explain to me why a human's true chi cultivation is a mess, but his demonic power and demonic techniques have improved by leaps and bounds. Why is that? There must be a reason behind this abnormality. In my opinion, Shao Han is a spy for the demon race. He must be executed. His soul must be destroyed. He'll be doomed eternally. Bullsh *T. Divine light surged, the mountains and seas roared, and the entire space trembled. It was also an extremely powerful mental storm. If Shao Han is a demon spy, why would he kill the Green Dragon Demon Emperor? Injuring oneself to gain the confidence of the demon race. This is the demon race's trick of injuring oneself to gain the confidence of the demon race. Sacrificing a high-level demon emperor will allow Shao Han to gain our trust. How ambitious. Shao Han must be executed. There's no other possibility. Shao Han must die. Forget it, let's send an ancient giant to kill Shao Han with a flick of our fingers. Who dares to kill Shao Han? An ancient giant? I'll say this first, if any ancient giant dares to make a move, I'll kill his entire family. Shao Han can't be killed. Kill. We must not kill him. The group of top figures of the human race actually had an internal conflict and quarreled with each other. Chapter 256. In this vast and mysterious space, more than a dozen extremely powerful spiritual storms. At the highest floor of the Yaoxia Tower, there was a serious difference in their opinions. They even broke out into a fierce quarrel that was rarely seen. In the entire space, more than a dozen golden suns burst out. The blazing light burst out and rumbled, shocking the universe. There were 6 mental storms that agreed to destroy Shao Han. There were exactly 6 mental storms that wanted to protect Shao Han, no more, no less. They argued endlessly. There was even a feeling that a big fight was about to break out. At this moment, enough, all of you, shut up. In this space, there were a total of 13 mental storms, which seemed to represent 13 ancient gods. Among them, 12 mental storms formed 2 camps, opposing each other on how to deal with Shao Han. However, the 13th mental storm kept silent. Only when the 2 sides were arguing endlessly did the 13th mental storm make a sound. The 13th mental storm had the most terrifying aura. It expanded like the core of a planet, and violent airflow surrounded this mental storm. Every airflow was faster than the speed of light, and every airflow burst out with a long roar, shocking the heavens and earth, like a dragon or a crane. This mental storm that was like the core of a planet seemed to have established a mysterious connection with the universe. Dense brilliance radiated from this mental storm. Rays of great power that could collapse the sky and destroy the ages were wriggling. Countless holy lights and all kinds of runes intertwined like rainbows. This caused this mental storm to have an aura that dominated the universe, and it even gave people a feeling of immortality. Finally, there was a burst of sound in this mental storm, and it made the other voices in the mental storm all shut up. A supreme and irresistible majesty suddenly bloomed. This caused the two sides that were arguing to shut up. Not only that, but after feeling the wrath of the 13th group, the other 12 groups started to feel uneasy and fearful. Pagoda Master, please calm down, the Supreme Psychic Storm said harshly. Don't argue anymore. How can there be an internal conflict because of such a small matter? What a disgrace. You have cultivated for so many years, and you still can't hold it in? Facing the scolding of this mental storm, no one dared to refute or talk back. Regarding the matter of the youth Xiao Han, I already have a plan. It was impossible to kill Xiao Han directly. Yes, Xiao Han had indeed made rapid progress. From the demonic power of a low-level demon emperor to that of a high-level demon emperor, it had only taken him a few months. This was truly heaven-defying. If there were no accidents, many years later, Xiao Han would definitely look down on the world and become a supreme being. If we were to strangle this kind of world-shaking talent just because of a small sign, it would indeed be a reckless waste of God's gifts. Some of you are worried that Xiao Han is a spy for the demon race. If we allow him to grow, he will eventually harm the human race. This kind of worry is not without reason. However, everything is still firmly under our control. Xiao Han is a flame of hope, burning brighter and brighter, but we can extinguish this flame at any time. Don't make a mountain out of a molehill. Even if Xiao Han possesses the demonic power of a great demon emperor, it would only take a single thought for us to eliminate him. Of course, when Xiao Han returns to the Yaoxia Pagoda this time, I'll personally release a spiritual wave to pry into the secrets of the demon clan hidden in him. If he's indeed a spy of the demon clan, I'll personally take action and clean him up. However, if he's not, then there's another story. Yes, the Pagoda Master personally observed Xiao Han and could see all his secrets at a glance. Whether he's a spy of the demon clan or not, he can't hide it from the Pagoda Master. Xiao Han entered the Yaoxia domain from the celestial dragon town. He controlled his true qi and flew straight to the Yaoxia Pagoda. At the same time, Xiao Han had already taken out the Yaoxia token and used the communication function to send a message to Wu Yu, Dongfang Qin, and Fang Ling, Sect Master, Senior Brother Dongfang, Senior Brother Fang Ling, I'm about to enter the Yaoxia Pagoda. I've completed the mission of killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. In a very short period of time, Wu Yu replied to Xiao Han. Okay, Xiao Han, we already know about this matter. We're on our way to the Yaoxia domain. We'll arrive soon. Xiao Han, you're very good. You've made the sect proud. I'm very happy. Wu Yu's tone was a little shaky. Okay, Sect Master, I'll go to the 5th floor of the Yaoxia Pagoda first to collect the contribution points reward for killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Xiao Han sent a message. Not long after, Xiao Han finally flew to the Yaoxia Pagoda, which was known to be indestructible. It was lofty, enormous, ancient, elegant, magnificent, and stretched on for a few thousand kilometers. It emanated a scholarly aura, and it carried the aura of civilization and enlightenment. It caused the heavens and the earth to be filled with strands of righteousness, and it simply aroused respect in the hearts of all. Xiao Han landed in a square in front of the 1st floor of the Yaoxia Pagoda. There were many Yaoxia standing in groups of 3 to 5 in the square, communicating with each other. Some of them were walking out of the Yaoxia Pagoda in a hurry, as if they were in a hurry to do something. The Yaoxia that appeared near the Yaoxia Pagoda all had an extraordinary aura. Their bodies were full of true qi, and they were surrounded by divine light and precious clouds, making it difficult for people to see through them. However, they were definitely powerful figures who were famous in the mountains and rivers. At this moment, when the Yaoxia saw Xiao Han, their eyes were burning with curiosity. Some even blurted out, Xiao Han. The young man who killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, Xiao Han, who has been in the limelight recently. That's right, it's this kid. Good lad. It seemed that he had rushed back from the great wilderness to collect the reward for the mission of killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. How many contribution points was it? A total of 10,000 contribution points. Moreover, The value of the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Crystal and the Azure Dragon Demonic Emperor Corpse was far more than that. This Xiao Han has struck it rich. He has become a nouveau riche. Ha ha ha. I'm not some local tycoon. It's just a few million contribution points. I'll be able to enter some special secret cultivation room. There was nothing left. Or you can buy a Fusion Shi's secret manuals, but there won't be much left. Don't brag. This Xiao Han has just become a devil hero. He doesn't even have a ranking, but he has already earned millions of contribution points. It's already very heaven-defying. You can't say that. You'll definitely have to risk your life to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. It's only natural for him to obtain millions of contribution points. Don't be jealous and jealous. Xiao Han did not want to become the focus of discussion, so he quickly lowered his head and rushed into the Yaoxia Pagoda. Then, at the teleportation area on the first floor, he spent 50 contribution points and teleported to the 5th floor of the Yaoxia Tower. The floor where he received the mission to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. On the 5th floor of the Yaoxia Pagoda. Mission Release Area. Treasure clouds and crimson light were surging. There were notices floating in the void like fireflies. Some of the devil heroes were scanning the notice with their mental energy in this area, looking for missions that were suitable for them. The manager of this floor was a middle-aged man in linen clothes. His aura was as strong as the sea, and his body was surging with golden light. There were suns and moons floating in his eyes, and he looked dignified. At this moment, he was pacing back and forth restlessly, mumbling to himself. Why isn't this kid coming to claim his reward yet? He seemed to be waiting for someone. At this moment, a ray of treasure light bloomed on this floor. There were ripples in the air, and a humanoid silhouette immediately wriggled. Someone had teleported to this floor. Huh? The middle-aged man in linen clothes stopped in his tracks and looked at the humanoid silhouette with an expectant expression. Many of the devil heroes who were browsing the missions on this floor also looked over immediately. They had lost count of the number of times they had repeated the same expression and action today. Finally, the humanoid silhouette solidified. It was Xiao Han. Ah! Xiao Han. The middle-aged man in linen clothes immediately shouted and walked towards Xiao Han excitedly. Good. Good. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ha 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 ha. You've been waiting for me for a long time? Xiao Han was stunned. He is indeed a promising young man. He can be said to be handsome and spirited. Not bad at all. I didn't expect that you would be able to complete the mission of killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor that so many experienced devil heroes couldn't complete. The middle-aged man in linen clothes' eyes were full of admiration. Even Li Fanming, who has been in the limelight in recent years, failed. Xiao Han, if there were more talented young people like you in the human race, sooner or later, the demon race would be completely driven out of this continent. All the devil heroes on this floor stared at Xiao Han deeply, which made him feel even more pressured. Well, actually, it was just a fluke, Xiao Han stammered. The middle-aged man in linen clothes looked at Xiao Han meaningfully and said in a low voice. I heard that Lei Qiji was defeated by you in one move. That's not a fluke. Xiao Han, you're hiding your strength, don't be too humble. Alright, collect your contribution points. Give me your devil hero token and follow me. Okay, Xiao Han was only concerned about the 10,000 contribution points. At this moment, he was refreshed and quickly handed the devil hero token to the middle-aged man in linen clothes. The middle-aged man in linen clothes took the devil hero token from Xiao Han's hand, turned around and walked towards a shining house on this floor. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor Crystal and the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor Corpse can also be exchanged for contribution points. They can be exchanged for 4 million contribution points. Well. Xiao Han was stunned. Then he mumbled. Senior, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor Crystal and the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor Corpse, this. Oh right, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor Crystal has been shattered. It's not complete. I didn't bring it back, so I threw it away. You shattered the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal? Hearing this, the middle-aged man in linen clothes was shocked. He turned around and looked at Xiao Han in shock. Xiao Han had a headache. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor crystal and the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor corpse had been refined by Xiao Han, so he couldn't take them out. He was just about to think of an excuse to pass the buck. At this moment, boom! In the unseen world, a great spiritual wave suddenly swept down. It was just a wisp of spiritual wave, but it turned into a turbulent spiritual storm. It tore the empty space apart and enveloped Xiao Han. In an instant, Xiao Han felt that the world was spinning. Everything around him became dark. It was as if Xiao Han was the only person left in the world. Moreover, it was freezing cold. Snow was falling everywhere, making Xiao Han feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It was freezing cold. Of course, Xiao Han understood that he was not sent to a dark and uninhabited world. There was no snow around him. Everything was a hallucination on the spiritual level. Xiao Han's spirit and soul could be said to be indomitable and impregnable. However, at this moment, they were easily affected and destroyed by a wisp of spiritual wave. It's too scary. Who is this? Right now, Xiao Han's whole body was trembling with fear. He didn't know about other things, but he knew very well that the person who triggered this psychic wave must be a big shot who could pluck the stars and grab the moon. Their true chi was boundless and invincible. If such a person wanted to kill him, it would definitely be a piece of cake. This aura is even more terrifying than that of the sect leader. Xiao Han was shocked. At the same time, this wisp of spiritual wave also made Xiao Han feel that if he was not careful, his body, will, soul, blood essence, and true chi would be ignited all at once. Then, he would be burned into ashes and would no longer exist in this world. This was a spiritual wave that could not be desecrated or resisted by others. The next moment, there seemed to be a pair of invisible eyes observing Xiao Han. Xiao Han felt as if every inch of his body was being seen through. His flesh, bones, skin, hair, blood, cells, true chi, even his soul, everything was seen through. He couldn't even hide it. Xiao Han's heart beat faster. This situation was a bit like doing something wrong and being caught in the act. Suddenly, this pair of eyes, this spiritual wave, penetrated into the demon god's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm. This spiritual wave directly penetrated into the demon god's palm tattoo and began to sweep through every demon vein. 9 demon veins were swept through one by one. The 4 demon emperor crystals had nowhere to hide. Beads of sweat began to appear on Xiao Han's forehead, but he couldn't resist. The difference between the two of them was really too big. This made Xiao Han a little suspicious that this wisp of spiritual wave was made by the legendary immortals. Otherwise, Xiao Han believed that he wouldn't be suppressed to this extent. Now, not to mention resisting, he couldn't even move his body or think a little bit. The spiritual wave of the strongest and supreme martial artist stayed on Xiao Han's left arm for more than 100 breaths of time. Then, it suddenly penetrated into Xiao Han's heart. Oh no! Xiao Han was horrified. Xiao Han's biggest secret was hidden in his heart. That demon egg. And the densely packed seals on the surface of the demon egg. On every seal, there seemed to be some martial arts secrets recorded. However, this spiritual wave seemed to have discovered that Xiao Han's heart was extraordinary. It was like a troop of iron and blood, marching straight into Xiao Han's heart. Xiao Han's heart was filled with fear. Xiao Han knew that the demon egg in his heart could fool most powerful people, but it definitely couldn't fool the owner of this spiritual wave. The only defense on the surface of Xiao Han's heart was the spirit turtle's true chi that shielded demon chi. However, in front of this spiritual wave, the spirit turtle's true chi was nothing. The spiritual wave penetrated the spirit turtle's true chi effortlessly. It was like entering an unstoppable state. That wisp of spiritual wave suddenly became extremely powerful. After penetrating the spirit turtle's true chi, it completely enveloped Xiao Han's heart. It was about to penetrate Xiao Han's heart. That demon egg was embedded in Xiao Han's heart. However, just as that wisp of spiritual wave was about to pierce through Xiao Han's heart, a turbulent wave of demon chi suddenly surged out from the cracks of the demon egg. In that instant, the sky changed color. Rays of glass-like demon chi rolled out from Xiao Han's heart. A vast demon might surged into the sky, suddenly erupting with a peerless majesty, as if a god had suddenly awakened. With a single thought, boundless God's punishment descended. Everywhere in the void was trembling. That wisp of spiritual wave, under the assault of this terrifying demon chi, was actually forced to retreat, showing signs of collapse and destruction. The overwhelming demon chi was almost invincible, crushing that wisp of spiritual wave until it was finally destroyed. In other words, when that wisp of spiritual wave was about to enter Xiao Han's heart to see what was going on, the demon egg in Xiao Han's heart released a godly demon chi from the cracks of the eggshell, destroying that wisp of spiritual wave, causing it to be unable to see what was going on inside the heart. For example, the demon egg in the heart was automatically protecting its owner, protecting Xiao Han. Of course, it was also a kind of self-protection. In the end, the wisp of demon chi returned to the cracks of the eggshell, and the densely packed seals on the eggshell trembled a few times. The spirit turtle true chi stuck on the surface of the eggshell hurriedly blocked the cracks. All the abnormalities disappeared from Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han was scared out of his wits. He wiped the sweat on his forehead, and his heart was filled with fear. It's over. The secret in the heart, I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I'm afraid that it's been exposed. Although that wisp of spiritual wave didn't manage to enter the heart and detect the demon egg and the seals, but the counterattack of the demon chi is enough to put me in danger. Oh no, what should I do now? Xiao Han, what's wrong? The middle-aged man in linen clothes frowned and asked. No, nothing. Xiao Han stammered. On the top floor of the Demon Hero Tower, there were 13 groups of invincible spiritual storms. Tower Master, how is it? Among them, 12 groups of spiritual storms revolved around the most blazing, magnificent, and powerful spiritual storm. Tower Master, you've already personally observed Xiao Han. What did you find? Is he a spy of the demon race? The most prosperous spiritual storm in the middle kept wriggling, but it didn't send any message or sound. All of a sudden, silence occupied everything. After a few hundred breaths, what exactly is going on? Tower Master, could it be that you found something? Things have already exceeded our imagination. Finally, the powerful spiritual storm made a sound. It was extremely serious. However, if one listened carefully, one would find that in this supreme invincible voice, there was actually a heart palpitation that was rarely seen in the history. I've discovered something. The powerful spiritual storm seemed to be organizing his words. After a long while, he finally said, a few scary things, terrifying. This word caused the other 12 spiritual storms to wriggle and expand rapidly, and they all sent out waves of shock and confusion. Chapter 257. It was the master of the Monster Hero Pagoda who had scanned Xiao Han's vitality and secrets with his spirit wave. He was the supreme figure who had created the Monster Hero Pagoda. He was invincible. He was the most mysterious and powerful figure of the human race in the world. It was said that he had become an immortal long ago. On the highest floor of the Monster Hero Pagoda, the giant spirit storm that represented the master of the pagoda radiated aurora like the core of a star. After observing Xiao Han, he actually used the word terrifying. Something that could make such a figure, who could cover the sky with one hand and the mountain and sea prison, say, terrifying, that was really terrifying, enough to shock the world. Pagoda. Pagoda Master, just what is going on? Please explain. The other 12 spirit storms were all panicking. Silence. A suffocating silence. After 100 breaths, I have observed young Xiao Han's skin, membrane, bone, marrow, essence, qi, spirit, blood, organs, and tendons. All of them are human. It can be said that Xiao Han is a pure human. In his blood, there is no filth and corruption of the demon race, the master said very seriously. It is a very basic common sense. The blood of our human race is absolutely different from the blood of the demon race. No matter how well a demon disguises himself, it is impossible to change his blood to human blood. Moreover, young Xiao Han is full of vigor and has a kind of righteousness that prevents all evils from invading. Hearing this, the spirit storms that were determined to kill Xiao Han were embarrassed. On the contrary, the spirit storms that wanted to protect Xiao Han were relieved. At this time, the master changed the topic. However, young Xiao Han has the secret of the demon race. I don't know what method he used, but in his left arm, he even refined the hand of a demon emperor, awakened 9 demon veins, and inlaid 4 demon emperor crystals of different sizes. Hiss. Awakened 9 demon veins? This lad really had the demonic power of a high-level demon emperor. Furthermore, in the demon realm, a demon emperor whose bloodline had not mutated could only produce 1 demon emperor crystal. However, Xiao Han had 4. In other words, he could release the demon emperor's secret skill. This kind of combat power is the top among the high-level demon emperors. To be honest, Xiao Han is a high-level demon emperor now. Of course, the Tower Lord said that he is still a human in his bones, and he is full of righteousness. This is really contradictory. He is indeed a human, but his true qi cultivation is not good, but his demonic power and demonic magic are outstanding. He is a rare weirdo. Suddenly, the pagoda master's voice became extremely stern. However, the greatest secret of young Xiao Han is not the demon race great emperor's palm that his left arm has refined, but his heart. In Xiao Han's heart, there is a kind of demonic origin energy. This energy overflowed the heavens and the earth. Demons were kings, and nothing in this world could match them. It could be said to be heaven-defying. Even I can't see through the depth of this energy. This energy lay dormant deep within Xiao Han's heart. When my mental fluctuations were about to seep into Xiao Han's heart, that energy launched a brazen counterattack. It burst out from Xiao Han's heart, vast and demonic, boundless, raging like the wind and scudding clouds, shining through the ages. Even this Lord's wisp of spirit fluctuation was destroyed by this demon race's source energy. Hiss. The sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air could be heard from the 12 mental storms. Pagoda. Pagoda Master. What kind of power is hidden in Xiao Han's heart? It can actually smash the Pagoda Master's mental fluctuations. There should not be such a horrible power in the mortal world. I can't see through it. This energy is fused with Xiao Han's heart. It protects Xiao Han's heart, making my mental fluctuations and thoughts unable to smoothly enter Xiao Han's heart. After the conversation, the scene fell into silence again. After a few hundred breaths, a spiritual storm said tentatively, "Pagoda Master, you said that the demonic origin energy hidden in Xiao Han's heart belongs to the demonic race?" "Yes," the Pagoda Master muttered. He seemed to be thinking about something. "Pagoda Master, if I may be so bold as to guess, could it be that there is a powerful expert of the demonic race who has reached some kind of agreement with Xiao Han? Could it be that a ball of demonic origin energy, which is above all living beings, was fused into Xiao Han's heart, allowing Xiao Han to effortlessly grasp all kinds of demonic techniques, awaken the demonic veins, cultivate demonic aura, and obtain demonic power? In other words, Xiao Han has already become a puppet of the demonic race? Just now, I have said that Xiao Han is full of righteousness. His essence, qi, and spirit are all very righteous. From top to bottom, there is not a trace of darkness or filth. This kind of person is unlikely to make a deal with the demonic race, and he should not be a spy of the demonic race. He has no ulterior motives. He is open and aboveboard. There is even a trace of a clear conscience. the pagoda master said slowly. In that case, Xiao Han is not a spy of the demonic race. It is possible that he unintentionally obtained a ball of demonic origin energy. However, pagoda master, the ball of demonic origin energy hidden in Xiao Han's heart can even destroy your spirit wave and will. That is simply too heaven-defying. This person, Xiao Han, is like a ticking time bomb at all times. Once the ball of demonic origin energy in his heart has its own consciousness and wakes up, there is a possibility that it will possess Xiao Han's body and use Xiao Han's body as its home. At that time, a great demon will appear out of nowhere. Between heaven and earth, there will be a storm of blood, the yin and yang will be reversed, and even the heavenly Tao will be thrown into disorder. Pagoda Master, the consequences will be unimaginable. Pagoda Master, let me think about it. It is possible that even Xiao Han himself does not know about the evil and terrifying consequences of the ball of demonic origin energy in his heart. That ball of demonic origin energy is too powerful. If it wants to possess someone, it must choose a body that is equally powerful. Only then will it be able to complement each other. Right now, Xiao Han is still too weak and has a long way to go. If it were to possess someone at this time, Xiao Han's body will definitely explode. In that case, can you understand that the ball of demonic origin energy is waiting? Waiting? All the mental storms were aghast. Their thoughts raced as they continued to ponder and deduce. In other words, that ball of demonic origin energy has chosen Xiao Han and will help Xiao Han to become stronger. When Xiao Han is strong enough, he will meet the requirements of the ball of demonic origin energy to possess him. Then, something terrible was about to happen. The demonic origin energy will completely occupy Xiao Han's body and soul, causing Xiao Han to die and leaving behind a body controlled by a great demon. To bring disaster to the world. Your analysis is very reasonable. It is the same as what I have thought. The pagoda master said seriously. Pagoda master, what do you think about this? Force the ball of demonic origin energy out of Xiao Han's heart. This way, we can not only eliminate the root of the disaster, but also save Xiao Han. After all, if this goes on, the stronger Xiao Han becomes, the more dangerous it will be for him. The more he will be possessed. No. The pagoda master said decisively. That demon clan's origin energy has already merged with Xiao Han's heart and is inseparable. It is inseparable and has become a part of Xiao Han's heart. Even if I do it myself and try my best, I won't be able to drive that ball of demonic origin energy out of Xiao Han's heart. One mistake and Xiao Han's heart will be broken and he will die. In other words, that ball of mysterious and evil demonic origin energy was somehow refined by Xiao Han? You can say that. Silence. Silence again. After a long time, Pagoda Master, make a decision now. He might as well destroy everything indiscriminately, directly killing Xiao Han. Xiao Han was blasted into pieces, his soul dispersed, and the demonic clan's origin energy in his heart also vanished. Once and for all. Of course, this was very unfair to Xiao Han. But, it was better than sitting and waiting for death. If they waited for the great demon to take over the body, it would be a tragic scene where the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Even if they could kill the great demon, they would have to pay a terrible price. Who knew how many heroes and commoners would die in battle? Pagoda Master, don't be soft-hearted. How about this, after we execute Xiao Han, we will erect a monument for him so that everyone will know that he died for a righteous cause. Sacrifice for a noble cause. We can also write down Xiao Han's deeds and let them be passed down from generation to generation. We can build a cenotaph and a holy temple for him so that mortals can worship and worship him. How about that? We can even bury Xiao Han's body in the Devil Hero region so that many demons will worship him devoutly. In short, we'll make a grand arrangement for Xiao Han's funeral. Even we, the old antiques, who don't come out into the world, can come out and write funeral rites for Xiao Han. From now on, we will spare no effort to cultivate Xiao Han's sect. In this way, Xiao Han's death will be worth it. His death will be worth it. Yes. Shao Han died for the safety of the entire human race. More important than a mountain. 4 of the 6 groups of spiritual storms that originally wanted to protect Shao Han changed sides and agreed to execute Shao Han. After all, the demonic origin energy in Shao Han's heart was unbelievably powerful. It could wipe out the Pagoda Master's spiritual waves and will. This was unbelievable. It was better to nip the problem in the bud. They had to get rid of Shao Han together. Sigh, that's so high-sounding. Shao Han is innocent. Now that Shao Han is cultivating the true body double cultivation, his lifespan has increased greatly. He might even have a chance to become an immortal in the future and seek immortality. He was young, high-spirited, and happy to repay kindness and enmity. His time was endless, and he could enjoy the wonders of life without end. How could he be willing to die for no reason? He would definitely be unwilling. Also, can we really have a clear conscience if we execute Shao Han like this? There are no airtight walls. This matter will be leaked sooner or later. It's better to guard against people's mouths than to guard against a river. When that time comes, what can we use to block the mouths of the world? A spiritual storm said righteously. Pagoda Master, please think twice. Those who want to achieve great things don't care about trifles. You want to protect Shao Han? You can't. If you want to blame someone, blame him for refining the mysterious demonic origin energy. To put it bluntly, Shao Han wanted to rise to the top in one step, so he chose to take a shortcut. He gave up on cultivating true qi and went on to cultivate demonic arts in order to increase his combat power in a short period of time. In fact, he doesn't even know that he has already gone astray. What do you mean by going astray? Shao Han killed Qing Lin Demon Emperor and Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Is that what you call going astray? No matter what, he had made a great contribution to the war. I can't just let him die in such a muddle-headed manner. Enough. Shut up. The Pagoda Master roared. Up until now, do you still not understand the situation? It's not a matter of whether we kill Shao Han or not. The key is that if we kill Shao Han directly, the demonic origin energy in his heart will definitely go berserk and cause a backlash. Even I don't have enough confidence to firmly suppress the demon clan's origin energy that hibernates in Shao Han's heart. Once Shao Han's body explodes, that mass of origin energy will counterattack. Even I can't predict what will happen. It might bring about a catastrophe. Shao Han can't be killed so easily. Moreover, Shao Han is a human, not a demon. It's indeed unreasonable to kill him. Shut up and let me think about it. 100 breaths later. How about this, all of you keep your mouths shut. Don't say a word about this and don't look for Shao Han alone. Now, Shao Han has just become a devil hero and hasn't obtained a place on the devil hero ranking. So, first let him participate in a ranking competition, let him compete for a position, and then, let him complete that task. Huh? That mission, could it be? Yes, let Shao Han go to the demon metropolis and assassinate the greatest traitor in the history of the human race, Alchemist Yen. The Pagoda Master's tone became confident as if he had regained control of everything. The demon metropolis is the nest of the demons and the origin of the demon civilization. It's impossible for us to sneak in. Therefore, the mission to assassinate the traitor Yen is known as the most difficult mission in the history of the human race. Even the giants on the devil hero ranking can't complete it. Because the giants can't enter the demon metropolis safely. But Shao Han is different. The demonic origin energy in his heart can make him disguise as a demon. It's possible to not be discovered. This makes Shao Han the best candidate to complete this mission. The Pagoda Master paused. He sighed leisurely. Furthermore, if Shao Han's identity is exposed by the demon clan in the demon metropolis and a great battle breaks out, once Shao Han dies, the demon clan's origin energy hibernating in his heart will explode, causing an unimaginable disaster to the demon clan, severely injuring the demon race. Sigh. It's the same death. Xiao Han's death in the nest of the demon race and his death in the devil hero region are completely different. If he dies in the demon metropolis, it won't affect us at all. Maybe it will cause great damage to the vitality of the demon race. At that time, we can take the opportunity to attack the demon metropolis and completely destroy the demon race in this world. The pagoda master is really wise. This is a plan to kill two birds with one stone. Remember, before that, don't make things difficult for Xiao Han. And don't reveal anything in front of him. Even those giants on the devil hero ranking must be kept a secret. Don't let them know Xiao Han's secret. Now, go and arrange a ranking competition. Let Xiao Han get a ranking first. In this way, he will have the foundation to complete this mission and won't be suspected by other devil heroes. Yes. Chapter 258. The fifth floor of the Yaoxia Tower. Now, Xiao Han felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. Although that extremely powerful spirit wave didn't manage to penetrate Xiao Han's heart and discover the demonic egg in his heart, the demonic aura that shot out from the gaps of the eggshell had crushed the spirit wave. It must have shocked the owner of the spirit wave. To be honest, Xiao Han's biggest secret had been revealed. What should I do now? It must be the higher-ups of the Yaoxia Tower who are watching me. They've found some clues and will definitely deal with me next. I'm still young and can't compete with those giants. The situation can't be any worse for me. Could it be that I have to pack up and run away now? I'm not willing to leave like this. Besides, I'm afraid there's no place for me in this big world. It's not impossible for me to be chased by all the Yaoxia in the world. Xiao Han was suffering. However, the middle-aged man didn't notice Xiao Han's abnormality and urged him. Xiao Han, what are you thinking? Alright, get your contribution points. 10,000 contribution points is not a small number for a newcomer like you who just became a Yaoxia. Hearing this, Xiao Han steeled his heart. Damn it, who cares? I'll get the benefits I deserve first. Since I'm already here, I'll just take things as they come. The spiritual wave just now seemed to be from an immortal. I can't run away if I want to. Even if I run to the ends of the earth, I can't escape death. It's better to take things one step at a time. I'll deal with it when it comes. Xiao Han was ready to risk it all. He immediately said, Okay, Senior, I'll go with you to get my contribution points now. The middle-aged man in hemp garments smiled with gratification, and then he brought Xiao Han into a small room that was sparkling and translucent. Inside the room, there was a round stone full of immortal qi. Lines of data were rolling on the round stone, which was a spectacular sight. There were many markings on the round stone, dazzling Xiao Han's eyes. The middle-aged man held Xiao Han's Yaoxia token and brushed it on a scale on the round stone. There was a sizzling sound. A string of data flowed into Xiao Han's Yaoxia token. It's done. 1 million contribution points have already rolled into your evil hero token, Xiao Han. You can use your psyche to scan it now. There shouldn't be any mistakes, the middle-aged man in linen said with a smile as he returned the Xeno hero token to Xiao Han. Xiao Han, you can use these contribution points on any floor of the Yaoxia Tower. Oh. Xiao Han's mind wavered. He took over the chivalrous token and permeated his consciousness into it. Indeed, within the chivalrous token, it clearly showed that Xiao Han's contribution points had already exceeded 10,000. Phew. Senior, there's no problem. 1 million contribution points have already been displayed in Junior's Yanxiao token. Xiao Han said gratefully. Thank you, Senior. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han, you don't have to thank me. You deserve this. Young man, why don't you take on a few more missions to kill demonic monarchs and earn more contribution points? The middle-aged man said to Xiao Han in a half-joking, half-serious manner. You can even kill Azure Dragon demonic monarch. Ordinary high-level demonic monarchs are no match for you. TSK, you can hunt high-level demonic monarchs at the age of 20. You will definitely be famous in the future and shine brightly on the evil hero ranking list. By the way, you don't have a ranking on the evil hero ranking list yet, do you? You can try to apply for a ranking challenge. Generally speaking, a new evil hero must have 2 years of experience and pay 50,000 contribution points to be qualified to participate in the ranking challenge. However, you are really outstanding and powerful. Among the younger generation of evil heroes, no one can be compared to you. The higher-ups will probably make an exception for you and let you participate in the ranking challenge. Ranking challenge? Xiao Han was stunned. Yes, seriously speaking, a evil hero with a ranking is a evil hero that is truly recognized. The higher your ranking, the more privileges you have. When you go outside, you will not only be worshipped by everyone, but you will also be respected on the evil hero ranking list. No one will dare to look down on you anymore. Xiao Han, you don't have a ranking right now, so you can't avoid the harassment and provocation of some evil heroes. However, once you have a higher ranking, they won't even have time to hide from you. They won't come and cause trouble for you. The hemp-clothed middle-aged man said seriously. This. Xiao Han thought for a while, and silently nodded in his heart. That's right, if I get a decent ranking on the demon hero ranking board, then Li Fanming, Yu Ming and the other filthy demon heroes, I'm afraid they wouldn't even think about selling me out to the heavens. Lei Qizhi, Jin Shanxiong, and Huang Taiyuan wouldn't casually stick to me. As the saying goes, a man needs a face and a tree needs a skin. The ranking on the evil hero ranking list is equivalent to the face of an evil hero. Thank you for reminding me, senior. I've learned a lot, Xiao Han said sincerely. However, I want to be teleported to the 301-500th floor of the evil hero tower now. Oh. You want to rent a secret cultivation room? The middle-aged man smiled. Yes. Xiao Han nodded. The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Han solemnly. Yes, even though you've killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, such a powerful figure of the demon race, you're still neither arrogant nor rash, and you're still cultivating diligently. Good, you're indeed an outstanding genius. Xiao Han, I'm sure you don't know much about the secret cultivation room. Let me tell you a little about it. Thank you, senior. I'd like to hear more about it. Xiao Han nodded. The entire 200 floors of the 30,500th floor are all secret cultivation rooms. There are tens of thousands of secret cultivation rooms. Among them, there are many types. For example, if you cultivate an ice elemental true qi cultivation technique, you can choose an ice elemental secret cultivation room to refine your true qi. If you cultivate a fire elemental true qi cultivation technique, you can choose a fire elemental secret cultivation room. In the illusory secret cultivation room, you can roughly simulate the enemy you want according to your requirements. For example, a high-level demon emperor, a human cave expansion realm martial artist, or a human talisman transformation realm martial artist can be simulated according to your requirements and fight with them to improve your combat ability and accumulate some experience. The enemies and battles in the illusory secret training room are extremely realistic, and the degree of simulation is very high. Therefore, renting an illusory secret training room is not cheap. If you want to train your body, you can choose the gravity room. Among all the secret cultivation rooms, the time room and the space room are the best. For example, in the low-level time room, 10 days is equivalent to 1 day in the real world. 1 year in the time room is equivalent to 10 years in the real world, or even 100 years in the real world. Tisk, that's amazing. In other words, if you cultivate for 100 years in the time room, only 1 year might have passed in the real world. That's amazing. Xiao Han clicked his tongue. Hee. Although it's magical, it's just a one-time room. The rental fee is hundreds of millions of contribution points. It seems that only the outstanding big shots of the ancient times, or even the big shots of the ancient times, would be able to enter the time room to train. Xiao Han, just tell me what kind of secret cultivation room you need. Oh right, your chi and blood are vigorous and the strength of your body is comparable to the barbarians of the great wilderness. I guess you will choose the secret cultivation room to train your body. How about the gravity room? This. Xiao Han thought for a while. Senior, to be honest, Junior's chi cultivation has been stagnant for a long time. It seems that Junior has reached a bottleneck. Junior also knows that cultivating chi is a great way to become a deity. Cave expansion realm, talisman transformation realm, Junior yearns for them. Therefore, Junior wants to make up for the deficiency in chi cultivation and choose the secret cultivation room to raise chi cultivation. Oh. Raise chi cultivation? The middle-aged man tapped his forehead with his finger. To raise chi cultivation, it's nothing more than to keep bursting your acupoints. And the key to bursting acupoints is 1's accumulation and foundation, 2 is the ability to sense true acupoints, and 3 is mental power. After accumulating enough, one would be able to keenly sense the existence of each true acupoint as well as the exact location. Then, one would be able to temper one's mental power until it is flawless, untainted, impenetrable, and as sharp as a sword. With that, one would be able to burst acupoints one after another. To cultivate chi, the first way is to go to the illusion realm's secret cultivation room. Through continuous simulations of actual combat, one would be able to stimulate one's acupoints in order to burst acupoints. However, the effect isn't very obvious. The second way is to go to the spirit house. The main purpose of the spirit house is to allow one to concentrate, hold one's breath, and merge all three into one. One's thoughts would become smooth and sharp, and one would be able to sense the location of one's acupoints more clearly. Furthermore, the spirit house can greatly temper one's mental power, which is very effective for bursting acupoints. Furthermore, training in the spirit house is also very beneficial for martial artists who possess sword intent and blade intent. Is that so? Not only can it increase the success rate of bursting acupoints, it can also temper blade intent. All right. I choose the spirit house. Xiao Han immediately decided. Xiao Han, go straight to the 429th floor. There are 1,500 spirit houses there. Go take a look and see if there are any vacant ones that you can rent. The middle-aged man in linen clothes laughed heartily. Xiao Han, you go ahead. I won't disturb your cultivation anymore. Thank you for your advice, senior. Xiao Han nodded and stepped out of the house. As soon as he stepped out of the house, Xiao Han saw Wu Fu, Dongfang Qin, and Fang Ling appearing on this floor. The three of them had traveled thousands of miles from the southern region's cloud sect to rush here. Xiao Han felt a surge of warmth in his heart and hurriedly went forward to welcome them. Sect Master, you're here. Senior brother Dongfang, senior brother Fang Ling, you're here too. Good lad. You actually managed to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. You're really something. Dongfang Qin gave Xiao Han a bear hug. Junior brother Xiao Han, your battle prowess has improved by leaps and bounds. After eldest senior brother, our pure cloud sect has once again seen the emergence of an awe-inspiring demon hero. In the southern region, no one can look down on our cloud sect in the future. Good junior brother. Xiao Han, seriously speaking, you're even braver than senior brother in the past. Fang Ling's words were concise and his eyes were full of praise. Damn. Senior brothers, I don't even have a place on the demon hero leaderboard. Eldest senior brother is a giant throughout the ages, I dare not compare myself to eldest senior brother. I'm far from him. Xiao Han said repeatedly. Xiao Han, in the future, your achievements will surpass Ming Chu. Wu Fu stared at Xiao Han. I never expected you to be able to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. That's a heaven-defying feat. I'm proud of you. The entire Cloud sect is proud of you. Sect Master, you're too kind. Xiao Han hurriedly said. At this moment, Xiao Han almost told Wu Fu that he was scanned by the mental wave just now. However, after thinking about it, he held back and did not mention it. Sect Master, I want to go to the spirit house to cultivate now. Oh. Xiao Han, you want to burst your acupoints to increase your true qi realm, right? Wu Fu looked at Xiao Han with admiration. Yes, cultivating true qi is the right way. Let's go, I'll accompany you to take a look. Chapter 259. In the Yaoxia Tower, when Xiao Han met with Wu Yu and the others, he was flustered. His confusion was slightly calmed down. Moreover, that spiritual wave disappeared in an instant. It didn't try to probe or invade Xiao Han. Instead, it disappeared without a trace, leaving no trace behind. This made Xiao Han's tense nerves relax a little. Although he was still anxious, he did not show it on his face. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, Xiao Han was ready to be teleported to the first floor of the Yaoxia Tower. There were many spirit houses there, which could help Xiao Han break through his acupoints and improve his true qi cultivation. Xiao Han, let's go. That's right, it's time to pay more attention to your true qi cultivation. Don't put the cart before the horse. You are cultivating the flesh shell and demonic techniques. It's time to correct it. Wu Yu accompanied Xiao Han and teleported to the 429th floor. This floor seemed to be an independent space. It was hazy and divine light was faintly discernible. Moreover, there were talismans floating in the entire space. It was a pure white talisman seal. It was very holy and had a kind of jade and ice-clear feeling to it. It made people feel like there was snow in the sky. On both sides of the space, there were thousands of secret rooms neatly arranged. Moreover, standing in this space made Xiao Han feel as if he was bathing in the snow. His entire mind was completely empty. His state of mind became very calm and peaceful. His observation and spiritual sense gradually became sharper. The impurities in his soul seemed to have been washed away. This place is really amazing. Xiao Han's heart was slightly moved. Xiao Han, this floor is filled with the spirit room. Look, the talismans all over the place are actually heart-cleansing talismans. Just by standing here for a while, it can calm a person down and prevent them from going crazy. Wu Hu smiled at Xiao Han and explained patiently. Oh. Xiao Han nodded. At this moment, an aurora flashed in the distance. It was very dazzling. Then, in this aurora, a slender figure of a woman appeared. This woman slowly walked towards Xiao Han and Wu Yu. Xiao Han took a closer look and saw that the woman was about 16 years old. She had a beautiful face and an ethereal temperament. She wore a star-shaped hairpin and a plain silk robe. Her entire body exuded a noble and pure aura. This kind of aura caused people to feel a sense of reverence from the bottom of their hearts. Hello, Elaine. Crow greeted the woman with a smile. Big brother Crow. I haven't seen you for many years, and you're even more elegant than before. The woman smiled sweetly. Yes, Xiao Han, this is the manager of this floor's house of Psyche, the fiendish hero Elaine. Back in the day, she was also an all-powerful figure who had killed countless demons. On the fiendish hero ranking, she was also one of the strongest. But now, he has given up his ranking and retired to the Yaoxia Pagoda, Wu Li said to Xiao Han. Hello, Senior Elaine, Xiao Han said politely. Xiao Han knew that although this woman looked young and in her prime, her actual age was definitely over 100 years old. Oh. Xiao Han. He's the biggest dark horse in this year's fiendish hero trial. Besides, he's been in the limelight recently because he killed the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Elaine was also extremely polite to Xiao Han. It's all a fluke. Senior, please excuse me, Xiao Han hurriedly said. Elaine took a deep look at Xiao Han and then smiled at Crow. Congratulations, Big Brother Crow, for having a successor. There's a genius in the sect. Crow smiled and did not deny Elaine's words. Elaine did not beat around the bush and directly said to Xiao Han. Xiao Han, you probably came here to cultivate in the House of Psyche, right? Let me tell you simply. There are a total of 3 levels in the house of psyche on this floor. They are to increase one's spiritual touch by 1 time, 10 times, and 5 times respectively. Oh. 1 time, 10 times, 100 times. Xiao Han thought for a while and understood. Without a doubt, if one could increase one's spiritual touch by 10 times, the probability of exploding one's acupoints would be greatly increased. Elaine continued. Xiao Han, listen carefully. To cultivate in the house of psyche with 1 time, you need to pay 50,000 contribution points. To cultivate in the house of psyche with 10 times, you need to pay 500,000 contribution points. To cultivate in the house of psyche with 1 time, you need to pay 5 million contribution points. Currently, the house of psyche with 1 time, 10 times, and 100 times are all vacant. It's up to you to choose. Ah. It's so expensive. Xiao Han was shocked when he heard that. The house of psyche with 300 times can even reach 5 million contribution points for a day's rent. This is unimaginable. Junior brother, it's not considered expensive. Dongfang Qin immediately explained. Sometimes, there's a bottleneck in breaking through acupoints, and there's no progress for many years. However, once you enter the house of psyche, there's a 70 to 80% chance of breaking through the bottleneck. Think about it, for one's mental sense of touch to suddenly increase by kc times, it is equivalent to the success rate of breaking through one's acupoint suddenly increasing by several times. I know that there was an ancient powerhouse on the Monster Hero ranking board. Back then, when he was trying to break through from expanding acupoint realm to talisman shaping realm, he was about to burst open his 61st acupoint. He tried for 30 years, but to no avail. In the end, he entered the house of psyche with kc times. After 10 days, he broke through the bottleneck and broke through the 61st acupoint. His chi transformed into a talisman and he reached the heavens in a single step. A few years later, he successfully entered the ranks of ancient powerhouses. So that's how it is. Xiao Han understood and mumbled. Cultivating in the house of psyche for 10 days would require a total of 10,000 contribution points. That's a huge sum of money. However, contribution points are worldly possessions. Spending 10,000 contribution points to advance from acupoint expanding realm to talisman transforming realm is worth it. As long as one has contribution points on hand, anyone would be willing to use them to advance in their realm. But I only have 1 million contribution points right now, Xiao Han blurted out. Shame on me. I thought that 10,000 contribution points would be enough for me to spend freely. But now, I realize that I don't have enough to make ends meet. It's really shabby. 10,000 contribution points can allow you to cultivate in the house of psyche with 1x amplification for 20 days and 2 days in the house of psyche with 1x amplification. Young man Xiao Han, what's your choice? Elaine asked with a smile. Xiao Han, 1 million contribution points can allow you to purchase a passable Zhenshi cultivation technique manual. However, your realm is too low, so you won't be able to cultivate it immediately. Wu Li smiled. Let's see if you are willing to spend 10,000 contribution points to stay in the house of psyche with 10x amplification for 2 days. The house of psyche only increases the possibility of you breaking through your acupoints. It doesn't mean that you will succeed. The rise of your Zhenshi cultivation still depends on your foundation and accumulation. Once your foundation and accumulation are sufficient, you will most likely be able to break through your acupoints by raising your spiritual touch. On the contrary, if your accumulation is insufficient, raising your spiritual touch will be useless. That's right. I have only opened 36 acupoints now. If word of this gets out, people will laugh their heads off. Forget it, I won't care so much anymore. I'll take a gamble. The house of psyche with 1x amplification might not be very effective. I won't go. I'll spend 10,000 contribution points to cultivate in the house of psyche with 10x amplification for 2 days. Xiao Han made his choice in an instant. Xiao Han, have you made your choice? Think it through. Elaine smiled. Senior Elaine, I'll rent a house of Psyche with 10x amplification for 2 days. Xiao Han said seriously. All right. Give me your devil hero token. I'll deduct 10,000 contribution points. Elaine extended her slender hand. Xiao Han passed the devil hero token to Elaine. After completing the relevant procedures, Elaine returned the yen chivalrous token to Xiao Han and gave him a key carved out of crystal. Xiao Han, go ahead. House of Psyche number 765. Thank you, Senior Elaine. Xiao Han grabbed the crystal key and turned to Wu Li and the rest. Sect Master, Senior Brother Dongfang, Senior Brother Fang Ling, I'll be going now. It's fine. Xiao Han, cultivate well. We'll wait for you in the resting area. We'll contact you when you come out of the House of Psyche 2 days later. Wu Li patted Xiao Han's shoulder lightly. Go cultivate. Yes. Xiao Han nodded heavily. After bidding farewell to Wu Li and Elaine, Xiao Han held the crystal key in his hand and found the House of Psyche. House of Psyche number 76. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Han opened the door with the key and stepped in. In an instant, the door closed automatically. It was a small house of only 10 square meters. In the middle of the house, there was a futon. Other than that, there was nothing else. In the small house, white talismans fluttered down. These talismans were the size of a palm. They were like flying reeds and sacred leaves, mighty and majestic. Moreover, as soon as he entered the house, Xiao Han felt that his spirit was getting brighter and brighter. It was as if a knife was placed on a whetstone and was constantly being sharpened. It's really amazing. Once I enter this House of Psyche, it's like it's a completely different world from the outside. Here, my perception has been greatly enhanced. It's even like I've developed a magical sixth sense. Xiao Han was amazed. Soon, Xiao Han walked to the futon in the middle of the house and sat down on it. Xiao Han sat with his legs crossed. He looked at his nose and his nose at his heart, like an old monk in meditation. The futon was where the most talismans were. A string of talismans fell from the sky and wrapped around Xiao Han's body. The talismans were like snowflakes, merging into Xiao Han's cerebral cortex. All of a sudden, Xiao Han's mental power became sharp and penetrating. It was as if the sun was shining high in the sky. His entire brain seemed to have turned into a blue sky with white clouds. It was clean, without any dirt or shadow. His entire world was intoxicated with peach blossoms and boundless fragrance. All of a sudden, Xiao Han's spirit was brightened. The minute changes in his body, such as his heartbeat, blood circulation, cell division and production, the contraction of his pores, the change in his body temperature, the movement of his internal organs, all of these were clearly reflected in Xiao Han's mind, as if he was looking at the lines on his palm. There was even a ball of blazing light coming out of Xiao Han's brain, forming a halo that covered Xiao Han's head. This was the spirit halo that was emitted when one's spirit was raised to a certain level. Under the cover of the spirit halo, Xiao Han's reaction speed, thinking ability, and sensing ability all rose steadily. It was to the extent that every little thing that had happened in the past flowed before Xiao Han's eyes like a trickle of water, allowing him to easily recall many insignificant things that had long been forgotten in a corner of his mind. Xiao Han was completely immersed in the wondrous state where his spirit sense was raised by 10 times. But very quickly, Xiao Han gathered his thoughts. All right. Don't indulge in it and waste time. Hurry up and cultivate. 1 million contribution points only allowed me to cultivate here for 2 days. It's really expensive. I can't afford to waste even a minute. Cultivate. Cultivate. Just now, sect leader said that the most important thing to explode one's acupoints is to rely on one's foundation and accumulation. Only after accumulating enough and using strong spirit power to break through the blocked acupoints can one break through the true acupoints. Do I have enough accumulation? Senior brother Xiao Mingchu said that the stronger the body, the easier it is to explode acupoints. I devoured a pure-blooded swanni and a pure-blooded heavenly dragon, and my body strength reached 14 million ding. Is this enough? I've experienced many tough battles and hovered between life and death. I participated in the Devil Hero trial and narrowly escaped death. I fought against Demon Emperor Qing Lin and killed him. I fell into the habitat of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's totem and almost died in the stomach of a beast. I encountered the Green Dragon Demon Emperor, and in a situation where I had no chance of winning, I turned defeat into victory and killed the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. I defeated an expanded Acupoint Realm Devil Hero with a single move. I, Xiao Han, have roamed the world and killed mountains of corpses and seas of bones. Is this enough? In an instant, the location of the 37th true Acupoint was accurately sensed by Xiao Han. Open. Using his saber intent as a guide, Xiao Han triggered his strengthened spirit power and struck the 37th true Acupoint. The 37th true Acupoint was suddenly opened. The beautiful sound of a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon could be heard from within Xiao Han's body. The 38th true Acupoint. The 39th true Acupoint. The 40th true Acupoint. The location of the 3 true Acupoints suddenly appeared. Open. 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 Xiao Han prepared for a moment before breaking through the Acupoint. Puff. 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 It opened continuously. The 41st true Acupoint. This was a hurdle. Once the 41st true Acupoint was opened, it would mean that Xiao Han had ascended from level 4 true Qi to level 5 true Qi. Every true Acupoint was a bottleneck, a brand new world, a natural moat. It was the hardest to break through. Xiao Han closed his eyes and the spirit power in his brain shone brightly as he silently prepared. After a few dozen breaths. Level 5 true Qi. Break. Open the PH true Acupoint for me. The enormous spiritual fluctuation was like a torrent of water, fiercely crashing down. Boom. The first time he tried to break through the PH true Acupoint, Xiao Han felt that his saber intent and spirit power had come into contact with a solid barrier. The attack had failed. It was unable to blast open this barrier. I can clearly feel the barrier of level 5 true Qi. Now that I have a target to break through, it doesn't feel like I'm trying to break through randomly. Alright, again. Boom, the second time he tried to break through the Acupoint was also a failure. Could it be that I, Xiao Han, have not accumulated enough? Continue. I don't believe I can't break through. The third time. This time, Xiao Han's spirit was filled with determination. Courageously advance. Forcefully crush. Boom, his spirit power rolled like thunder and his saber intent was like a tide. Like a million lions, he rushed towards the 41st true Acupoint. You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.